This conference will now be recorded.
All right, welcome everyone. This is August 1st, 2023, and this is the work meeting of the Heber City Council. I want to welcome the council members as we dive in. In attendance are Mike Johnston, Yvonne Barney, Scott Phillips, and myself, Heidi Franco. Ryan Stack is on the way, and Rachel Kaler has asked to be excused. The first agenda item for our work meeting is the financial audit service interviews with various prospective accounting firms. Oh, good. It looks like Ryan Stack is just joining us now. So we have 4 out of the 5 council members in attendance, voting members, I should say. All right, we have 3 different interviews lined up. The first one, council, after Sarah speaks, will be Gilbert and Stewart. So Sarah, we'll turn the time over to you. Thank you.
Yep, Sarah Nagel, Finance Director, thank you for having me. I also want to recognize Scott Holbrook is with us in the audience. He is our newly named chief board, what are we calling him, of our audit committee.
Our committee, good.
So thank you for being here, Scott. Just quickly, as city council, you are charged with governance over the city, and part of that role is choosing our audit firm. We had an excellent auditor, and we decided to change his scope for the city to be as a consultant, which meant he is disqualified from being our external auditor. So we put out an RFP a few months ago. We had 4 applications. 3 of them made it past the audit committee's review. And we invited them all to come and continue with the interview process. We sent you interview questions. Those are suggestions. If you have some other ones that you want to ask, that's fine. We just ask that you try to ask the same questions of all the firms to remain, to try to be fair and consistent and to allow you to compare between the different firms. That will be it, just so we can kind of keep on time as best as possible. We've asked all of the audit firms to wait out in the hall during the separate interview, so I'll go and get our first candidate, Gilbert and Stewart, and we'll get rolling. Anything else, Matt? Okay.
I should announce one more thing. It is now 4:15 p.m. on August 1st, and we'll dive into our first interview with Gilbert and Stewart, everyone. They are on page 28 as far as their costs and such of our agenda materials. Yes. And can we get a portable microphone for them? Or you're welcome to stand at the podium too if you want to talk that way. All right, you're welcome to introduce yourselves and tell us, give us your 10-minute presentation, as I believe. What? If you'd like, that's fine.
Great. Well, my name is Ron Stewart, and this is Ben Probst. We're partners with Gilbert and Stewart CPAs. Our firm has been around since 1974. Ben has 25 years accounting experience, auditing experience, 30 years. I think I'm on 20 something years. So we've been doing governmental and auditing for.
We want to make sure that mic is on. So sorry.
That's okay.
Can you tap it?
Yeah.
Yeah, there we go.
All right.
There we go. Yes, the green light's on.
I'm notoriously a quiet speaker anyway.
There we go.
We have a lot of experience in doing government accounting, government auditing, cities in particular. Like I said, I've been doing that for a number of years. What really sets us apart from other CPA firms is when you have us on site, you have partner level people. So the audit partners, the managers, even a staff member are partners with Gilbert and Stewart. We do have one newbie that's his first year out that we're training, but you'll have a partner along with them on site. So we feel that gives us a good advantage of the fact that when we're here, we can answer questions, we can move the audit along. It's not a, hey, we got to go back and talk to the partner and then come back, and that speeds up the process quite a bit. So if there's any issues, questions, we can resolve those while we're here. We've looked through the proposal of Heber City. We're really excited to be able to work with you guys. Looks like it'll be a good opportunity. That's Gilbert and Stewart. We've been doing this a long time. We know what we're doing. We're competent in what we do, and we provide a pretty good product. So, anything you want to?
Also, we've also have been the auditors for Heber City. A couple of years when Matt just took over, and then they changed to your current auditors that you have. That so we're familiar with Heber City and the organization and the different funds that you have, and the enterprise funds and the governmental funds to be able to look at them in a timely manner. So
That is our quick 10-minute presentation. That's us. Like I said, we've both got experience. The one that will handle if there is a single audit, which looks like you will have, he has over 45, 50 years experience in governmental auditing and single audits. So we're pretty comfortable that we can cover whatever situations come up, what other questions or issues that we have. So be happy to answer any questions or give you more information that you need.
I'm assuming all those decades of experience are combined out of your team, because you two are certainly not old enough to have those many decades individually.
Nope, that's one partner that shows that age.
Really? How about
That
that?
has about 50 years, yeah, of
Oh my
experience.
goodness, how about
He was
that?
actually one of the original people with the firm when it started. So he's been there since the beginning. So,
Okay. Well, Council, I'm going to open it up for any questions that you'd like to ask to Gilbert and Stewart.
I'll start.
Go ahead, Mike.
Auditing is fascinating, isn't it? I have no idea really. But I think what we do want is someone with experience. That's a lot of experience, because that you tend to learn every year. You know, you get smarter and wiser and see things. What are some, so for Heber City or in general, what are the biggest issues to look out for in city auditing or in city finances? And maybe even, do you have any good stories you could share with all that years of experience? I mean, I've a few years ago, Matt showed us a movie back in Ohio, was it? Or
Dixon, Illinois.
Dixon, Illinois. Okay, you've heard of that? They absconded with millions over 20 years. We don't want to be there. But what about day-to-day stuff? What should we be concerned with as a city? What are the dangers?
I think one of the things that happens in a city is that we at one point in time we do a really good job of looking and evaluating and addressing controls, and then the risk comes when we think that everything is good and those controls are in place, but then technology changes, environment changes, personnel changes, and we're not up to date in constantly reevaluating those controls and making sure those controls are working. So they may have been perfect at the beginning. They may have been designed and implemented great, but are they working now? And I think sometimes we get lax, cities get lax, governments get lax in those controls, and that's where you can run into issues. So one of the things we want to look at is to make sure, are those controls, were they designed, are they implemented, and are they actually effective now in working in today's environment? You look at just in the landscape in the last year of, cybersecurity and those type of things that are 5-10 years ago would have never been on anybody's radar of, this is an issue. But now, do we have controls to protect that? And those are kind of the things that you want to be evaluating, looking at. The other one is obviously federal grants, single audits. Those don't happen every day. So are there controls to make sure we're monitoring what those grants are, how they're being spent, how they're being authorized, and making sure that we're spending them in the right way? Because it doesn't happen. We may go 5 or 10 years without a federal or a single audit that has enough of those federal dollars. So do we have those controls to make sure that we're meeting those?
Any stories?
Oh, well, we have stories.
Anything uncovered that we,
I mean, yeah, there's been times where we've, an audit isn't necessarily designed to detect fraud. It's not our
no?
job really to come in and say, okay, we're going to find all the fraud in the city. Our job really is to come in and say, okay, the financial statements that you have in front of you are materially correct and you can rely on those numbers. But if we're going through an invoice and we pick invoice 5 and 7 and the fraud is in 9, we're not going to catch it, right? And so we do everything we can to try and plan or test and to see and evaluate that there's controls to protect it. We may not catch it. But there are times when, you do catch the right one and things don't make sense and you ask questions and you find out that, something's been going on. And
I have a follow-up and that'll be done. What is your experience with how do we incorporate cybersecurity? I know a year ago, I think fall down at our League of Cities and Towns, there was some towns in Utah have already dealt with their systems being taken hostage and for ransomware and ransom and stuff. Are we on top of that? Or is that something that you help us with, an auditing firm?
well, while we're looking at internal controls, we do look at the technology controls, but we're looking at a high level, right? We're saying, do you have controls in place? To really dig down into those details of whether those controls are really effective and part of that, but that sometimes is outside of the scope of the financial audit.
Okay.
That would be more of an internal auditor or having a security firm come in and do the check on those.
I get it, makes sense. Thanks.
Any other questions? Ryan?
Thank you. I'm just wondering, do you outsource any of your audit work to international offices? And if so, to what extent?
Tell me about your sample size. You mentioned that. What do you think would be the adequate sample size for our various accounts in a city of our size and a budget of our size? Any ideas?
Accounting standards, the maximum sample size you pull is 60 when you're pulling a random sample of something.
60 different items in the various accounts, but we have over 60 funds also. So is that just one per fund or is it 60 per fund?
That would be, if you're looking at the city as a whole, it would be, you would pull a sample of 60 for the entire organization for just a random sample of disbursements. However, you've also got accounts payable. So we're pulling a random sample of accounts payable. You also have fixed assets. So we're pulling samples of fixed assets as well. So in the global scheme, we're pulling a lot more than just 60 random,
Okay.
invoices. We'll pull invoices for, like I said, invoices after the end of the year to make sure the expense was in the proper period. We'll pull invoices for capital assets to make sure that those are properly accounted for. We'll randomly pull a sample just to see if your controls are working and if things are, so 60 is the maximum in one particular grouping, but overall you'll get a lot more invoices that are reviewed.
And then because we've grown so much and we have expanded the number of funds we have since you were on board with us, kind of tell me, you gave us cities that you'd worked with in your proposal, but what's the amount of funds that they have or the size of the budgets that you've worked with? Could you give us that range?
I can't give you dollar amounts. Sorry, I just don't have those on the top of my head, but I give you city sizes. You can see from the proposal, we've done cities like South Jordan City, which have a number of funds and a very, very, very large budget. Orem City has a very large budget, several funds that we address and deal with. And then we have smaller cities that we do as well, but we also do Utah County. So,
Yes, that's plenty big.
Funds
Right.
I think we have the ability and the experience to be able to go in and look at those and give you a good audit report.
Can you tell us a little bit about your system too and how it's protected so that all of our information is going to be handled correctly without, any type of cybersecurity issues?
We do most of our data exchange is on a commercial Dropbox system. Our accounting software that we use is a cloud-based system that is pretty much, it's one of the standard ones in the community or in the auditing community. So it's pretty mainstream. A lot of people use it. So we feel like we're pretty secure. We'll be here on site, so if we can, we can hand deliver and pass things back and forth that way too. We feel like we're pretty secure.
So you haven't experienced any breaches that you want to admit, perhaps? I'm not trying to tease you there. I'm just saying that's very good in today's day and age. So that's very good to know. Okay, any other questions? Anyone? Okay, well, we thank you so much for this. We will be making a decision tonight. So you're welcome to log in and listen. You're welcome to stay, but it is not up for a vote until the very end. I'm so sorry. Maybe we can change that depending on how this goes, but it might not be till later tonight. And we do have that online link that you can log into and listen to. And if you're chosen, we will definitely be in touch with you very soon.
Thank you so much. We appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Have a good trip back. I'm assuming Sarah's going to go out and get us Larson and Company next. Remember the questions that we asked before, but you're certainly welcome to ask any new questions that you want to. Jeremy, that was better.
I thought it was just my bad ear.
Yeah, me too. That's like, man, my hearing's all stuff.
Welcome, Mr. Hatterley.
How are you?
How are you?
Good.
Thank you so much for coming today. We'd like to hear whatever you'd like to present to us about why your firm should be chosen as our city auditor. And let me welcome you to our city council. We'll ask you some questions after you're done. You're welcome to take 5-10 minutes on that, and then we'll ask you some questions. How does that sound?
Sure.
Thank you.
Okay. Well, I'm John Hatterley. I'm a partner at Larson and Company, and like Mayor said, we've proposed on your audit. I don't know that there's anything I can say that's going to convince you that we need to be your auditors. Everybody's going to come in and talk about how big of a deal they are, I guess. I will say that one of the things that kind of sets us apart is we are full-time government auditors in our firm. We don't do tax season and then audit season in the fall, which makes us available all the time. And we have entities from as small as tiny districts like Heber Valley to American Samoa. So very large entities. We deal, with probably 30 or 40 municipalities within the state. And so we deal a lot with the federal government directly through single audits. So we have a lot of connections there. We're very familiar with federal requirements, as well as with the state auditor requirements on what they consider important. One of the things that I like to incorporate in our audits is, every year we're going to be testing your compliance with state requirements. State auditor puts out, 5 or 6 new things every year. Some of the things that I feel are more important to your audit as a city, we don't test anymore as part of state compliance, but we still incorporate a lot of that into our test work. Because I feel like sometimes they ask us to look at things that maybe aren't relevant to your financial statements or to how you operate and the controls that you have in place. And some of the things that we don't test anymore, we're not required to, but we still incorporate that because I feel like that really gives us a sense of, okay, do you have the controls that you need to have in place to protect the public funds that are coming through the city? I'm really big on having your city get better. If we're your auditors and you're not getting better every year, then that kind of reflects on us as auditors. You can hire any of the firms that have interviewed. I know the firm that was just here, we work with them on separate engagements that we have a great relationship. They're going to be great auditors. I'm sure the other firm that's going to be interviewing they're great auditors. But the reflection on me is whether or not I can come in and not only audit your financial statements, but can my team help you improve as a city? Even in department things that maybe we don't address as part of the audit findings, but we talk about different controls that maybe could be implemented to make things run better, to help you track things better, things like that. I teach a lot of classes on fraud. I teach a lot of classes on internal controls. So my team is very well versed in looking at the controls that you have within the city, and how you can really just keep on that constant improvement year to year. And we're going to ask probably the city to do things that, we're going to find things that maybe you can improve on. For example, like your cash procedures or things like that. Once you get that implemented and you're going forward, we're probably going to ask you to do something else so that we can help you continue to really kind of solidify the controls that you have in place, because you're changing staff all the time, and things come up. And like I said before, we're full-time auditors, so you have access to me all year long. I'm not in the middle of tax season and I have to switch gears from doing taxes. I know what it's like. We used to do that, and I realized that for me to be a really good auditor, I couldn't have that tax mindset and an audit mindset switching back and forth all the time. That's pretty much us in a nutshell.
Those are some very interesting insights. Thank you very much. Okay, now, council, let's open it up for questions. Does anybody have questions for Mr. Hatterley? I'd like.
We're in Spanish Fork. We have an office in Salt Lake and in Moab and in Spanish Fork, but my team is out of Spanish Fork.
Oh, just Utah is your home base?
Yep. We have a satellite office in Las Vegas, but primarily it's just Utah.
But you're doing American Samoa too?
Yeah. Yep.
That's amazing that they would come all the way here.
Challenging one. It's a big one.
Yeah, that's huge. Go ahead, Mike.
Do you have any good stories or experiences that would be insightful to us with your experience as a city? Or just interesting? What should we be looking for that's...
We've taken over a few cities that have been kind of mired in some issues with fraud. We haven't ever been a part of a city that has had fraud while we've been the auditors, but we'll usually get contacted afterwards, and then we'll come in and be the auditors. And it's been a really good experience to kind of go in and look at the controls that are supposed to be in place that are not functioning. They have all their policies and procedures, but it's been a good experience for my team to coach them to say, okay, look, these are your policies and procedures. This is what you need to do. Now let's put it in a real life situation and go through the process. And now you can see where the control weaknesses are, and then have them kind of solidify those. I kind of pat ourselves on the back when that happens, because it feels really good to be able to take somebody from having fraud and having that now fear of that happening in the future, and then being able to protect themselves and be able to see those things before the auditor comes in. Typically when fraud happens, the external auditor, I think we will catch fraud about 4% of the time. And if we actually catch the fraud happening, it's usually 4 to 5 times more expensive for the city, because it's been going on long enough that now the external auditors. So we hope to be able to train all of my clients to be able to spot things, because that's who's going to catch the fraud is you as a council or coworkers. People are going to act different. There's going to be inconsistencies in documentation and invoices that you approve, things like that. And hopefully we can help you be able to spot those things so that it would prevent anything from actually happening, because you don't want to be on KSL, and neither do I. So
Is the truth. That is the
Are
truth.
you a partner, manager?
I'm a partner.
Partner? Would you be the partner in charge of Heber?
Yep. I'm the government partner in our firm. Yep.
That's great. And then,
Question.
go ahead.
You said a few times you'd like to help the city get better. Can you give us an example of where that's happened?
Sure, does it have to be a city? Trying to think of,
Or
trying to think
organization that you've audited?
of, let me think of a good example.
We're
That would
pretty
be,
good already.
yeah, I know that the city is very good. We actually work with Heber Valley. That would probably be a good example. I don't know if you guys know Dennis at Heber Valley, but that's one of the,
Three of us are on the board, so.
If you know Dennis, then you know Dennis. And we've had hour-long conversations. Um, Dennis is a good example because he wants to do things right. He just doesn't know how to get there. And so we've set him up and helped him develop his own, he loves spreadsheets. And so one of the things when we started being their auditor, that was one, his big concern was, hey, we want to be rock solid. So help us find some controls. And they were having issues with recognizing their revenue, and they were always, it was changing every year. We'd have to make major adjustments, and so we helped him create a spreadsheet that would actually tie his revenue to what his financial statement system is, to what he understands, and everything. Every time he can go in every month, and it automatically populates to where he can tie that back and feel comfortable with all the information that's getting fed into the financial system is now also in a separate spreadsheet that he understands. That gives him a lot of comfort. And that's really what we want to do, is help you guys be comfortable with the information that you're getting out of the financial statement system. Another one is we took over an audit that had some fraud. Somebody walked away with about $2 million. It's not a good day when that happens. One of their problems was she was paying credit cards, her personal credit cards, through the entity. And so we helped them implement controls where the board or the council actually reviews and asks questions and says, okay, well, why are we paying this entity? Or can we see this invoice? And what documentation you should be seeing, as well as the purchasing department and everybody else, and kind of help them clean that up. Like I said, it's a good feeling for me when that happens, because we know that now you're comfortable with what you should be doing as a council and being more involved.
Can you talk with us about the sample size that you're planning to pull in our city?
Sure, it kind of depends on what area we're looking at. A lot of our revenue, we're gonna actually break down your revenue into all the probably different either groups or transactions. We'll do external confirmations for the majority of your revenue. As far as your cash disbursements go, we still do cash disbursement testing, even though it's a procedure that everybody's kind of pushed to the side.
That's one of those extra best practices that the
Yeah, I
state
feel
doesn't
like
require.
you're dealing with public funds, and people care about how you spend the money, and they want to make sure that it's being done right. So in order to test your controls, and your expenditures, we'll pull a sample. It'll probably be a 60 check sample, whether it's electronic checks, whether it's physical checks. We'll make sure that there's no check gaps. So if you have, you're at 100 and all of a sudden it jumps to 200, we want to know where those 100 checks are. And if they're voided, I want to see the voided checks. So it really depends on the specific audit area that you're talking about. But we usually try to get, with revenue, we're going to get an 80 or 90% coverage with either third-party confirmations or our own developed tests to test 80 to 90% of your revenue. And the same with expenditures.
That's a lot higher than I would think 60 is, so that's good. Okay, and then could you tell us about your cybersecurity protections and how you can protect our data as we would work together potentially?
Sure. A lot of the times, cybersecurity is kind of scoped out of your independent audit because it really isn't dealing directly with your financial statements. One of the things that we do as an audit team on every engagement is we'll look at your IT, and we look at your IT security. So we look at your systems, who has access, what controls you have in place. Do people have unique passwords? Do they have access to certain parts of the system and denied access to other parts of the system that they shouldn't be involved in? As far as cybersecurity goes, we're going to look at your computer system and make sure that you have firewalls in place and things like that. As far as testing that goes, it's typically that's when you're going to get into like a SOC audit where you're actually testing the controls over a computer system, and that's from when the internet comes in the wall all the way through all of your machines to make sure that that data is protected.
And what do you have with your business as far as cybersecurity to make sure that, as we're sending information back and forth, that that is protected?
Yep. So we use a couple of different systems. We use ShareFile. So if it's getting sent through email, anything through that gets sent attachment wise through email goes either through ShareFile, which is not actually being sent through the email. It's uploading it to one of our systems and then we download it. And then the same when we send information back, if we're sending it directly through email, it's going to get uploaded to that. And then you'll have to actually click a download. The other thing is we have a system called SureLink, which is you can have access to that. So whoever's providing us with the information, multiple people can do it. And all they do is they'll just drag and drop the files, and then we log into that system, and then we download the files.
So it's
And
in
then
the cloud?
Yep. And
Okay.
anything internally, we have multiple layers of security inside of our own firm. I always tell our tech guy that it's actually getting kind of ridiculous the amount of logins that we have to remember. I have to log in 4 times to get into my actual system. None of your data is actually stored on any of our laptops. So if any of our laptops happen to be taken or misplaced, we have a hard drive password first, and then we log into a virtual machine. So all of us in our entire firm, I think it's data warehouse up in Draper somewhere. Everybody works completely virtually, so there's nothing on our laptops other than how we log into our actual work machines. So, and then we have multiple layers of security to protect that information. So even if we have external people that want to come and look at, like if the state auditor requests it, or if you have a single audit and there's a federal agency, they're only going to get limited access and they can't access our entire database.
It sounds like you haven't had any data breaches then.
No.
Excellent.
Well, we have had one where we had an employee who was surfing the Facebook or something and got a virus. We ended up losing money. It was actually a client's money. This has been quite a while ago, and that's kind of what spurred all of the technology changes and multiple layers of, because we don't ever want that to happen, obviously.
Excellent. Well, I'm really glad to hear that. That's very good. Okay, council, any other questions before we let Mr. Hatterley go? Go ahead.
Do you send any of your auditing work in-house or international?
We do have some employees that work for us that live in the Philippines. So in our engagement letter, it'll outline that they have, but they only have access to certain data that we send to them. And this really kind of came about just because, and most audit firms are looking into this, where it's kind of data outsourcing. However, they are actually our employees. We're not sending it to an outside firm where they're doing the work and then sending it back. They're actually our employees. It's just that they're working remote, just like I have remote employees that live different parts of Utah. So.
Okay, very good, very good. Thank you so much, Mr. Hatterley. We really appreciate your time and your application, and we will be getting back in touch with you. We will also be making a decision in the meeting later tonight. I just can't tell you the time, but it's posted right now at the very end of our agenda.
Okay, perfect.
You're welcome to listen online, or certainly we'll be in touch with you.
Awesome. That sounds great. Thanks for letting me come up.
Thank you. Okay. Have a safe trip back. Okay, we're just waiting for the third firm, HBME, with probably Mr. Hickson or Sean Martin. HBME. They're out of Bountiful. Is HBME here? Okay. Oh, we are. Okay.
We'll fill out this ranking sheet, force ranking form.
Sarah, do we know if Gilbert and Stewart do taxes as well as audits?
They do.
They do?
They do. Mhm. They do.
Do you want to talk about the scoring sheet?
I'm taking through it.
Oh, okay. I actually don't know how to use it very well. So I think is it intuitive to you? Does anybody have questions about how to do the scoring sheet?
It's simply a tool that will force ranking the applicants, or in this case, the firms. So the very first interview, you're not comparing them to anyone until the second interview. Then you contrast those, and you're picking who you believe was the best out of those two. And then, of course, the third firm is going to come in. It's going to force you to rank that firm compared to the other two firms. So you're kind of ranking as you go along, comparing and contrasting.
Would the council like a hard copy of that ranking form?
Are we
You have to
submitting
fill
it?
one out.
I don't know, but I didn't know if it
I don't
would
think
help
it's
you or
being
not.
submitted. I think it's just for your own.
So this will be a vote. It won't just be a tally it all up and
No.
choose.
Yeah, this will be a vote on your regular meeting agenda. Action items is a vote to approve one of these three firms that you've interviewed today.
Yeah, so maybe let's clarify. So my expectation is that you would deliberate after these interviews kind of immediately. And then later on, you're just, you're just passing the
Uh-huh.
contract, but that deliberation will happen now.
Okay,
Of course, you
we
can do,
go
if
till
you can
5:30.
do how you want it, but that was my expectation.
What time will HBME get here
They're supposed to be
again?
here at 4:50 was their interview time. So that's now.
That's almost now.
Yeah.
It's almost now. So we should have plenty of time afterwards to discuss, right?
Yep. Yes.
Okay. Did you want to check, Sarah, to see if they happen to be coming up the stairs? Thank you. It's Mr. Hickson or Martin.
Back if everybody's in.
Especially when you're coming down from Jordan.
Huh? Oh, right here.
Oh, there it is. Oh, goodness. Sorry, you guys. I'm going on like 2 hours of sleep.
Okay.
I'm just-
Was that crazy
Oh,
last
it
night?
was such a crazy day, all day. It
So-
was just
So she was
insane.
in labor already?
No, it literally, she was working a golf tournament up at Soldier Hall up north and felt like she had to go. So you can.
Hello, is this Mr. Hickson and Mr. Martin?
I'm actually Jeff Miles filling in for Mr. Hickson. He's regrettably on a cruise right now. So
Oh, regrettably, not for us, but not for him.
yes,
And then who are you with?
John Martin.
Good to meet you. Thank you very much. We really appreciate your time. Hope you didn't have too much trouble with the traffic and construction trying to get into the valley. Welcome. We are excited to hear your presentation for the audit proposal for our city. Once you finish in 5, 10, 15 minutes, if you want to, then we're happy to ask you some questions too. So I'll turn the time back to you.
So like we said, we're with HBME, formerly Hanson Bradshaw, Malmrose and Erickson. Some people know that name. That was the name of the firm for the first 38 years. And then the last 5 years, we kind of rebranded, shortened it up to HBME. We're located in Bountiful, Utah, and we currently are auditing about 20 cities across northern Utah, from as far south as Springville and as far north as, I guess, Hiram, Utah, and Cache Valley. So we're kind of up and down the valley. We have a lot of experience dealing with a variety of municipalities, from Provo and Ogden are probably the two largest cities that we audit, and then on the smaller scale, smallest is probably like Mill Creek. So we kind of have the whole range of governments that we are involved with. I think things that we pride ourselves on at our firm is very little turnover. Since I joined the firm 15 years ago, we've had one auditor leave. But then he came back a couple of years later. And so,
Okay.
so I think with that, what our clients appreciate is they're not retraining a new auditor every year. Like we try and keep our audit teams intact. And so after year one, we feel like we can really hit the ground running and with the same faces showing up that are aware of the issues that are going on. And plus with that, we generally aren't bringing new staff on. Everyone at our firm usually has 2 or 3 audit years experience at least, and then including um, I can't say for certain I would be the partner overseeing the audit, but our partners are very involved in the audit process. We're out helping with the field work and very engaged with the client and not just kind of a passive behind the scenes person. So I think we bring a lot of expertise, not just behind the scenes, but actually actively engaging with the client. So I think that's kind of some of the highlights we have. I don't have like a formal presentation for you here today, unfortunately, but that's just kind of a brief overview of us.
Right. Anything else you want to say before we open it up then? Okay, well, we've got some that we're excited to share with you. All right, Council, I'll open it up to you. Any questions that you'd like to ask HB&E and E? Go ahead, Ryan.
Do you send any of your work to contractors off-site or overseas or international?
No, it's 100% done by our team here in Utah. Yes.
And how big is your team?
We now have 8 auditors. We just hired an 8th person. So we have 3 partners. Sean's our only audit manager. Then we have 2 senior auditors and 2 staff auditors. Maybe that's 9 now. I don't know. We're growing. It's a good problem to have right now, but it's all just done locally.
Can you tell us about how you would sample our various funds and what kind of sample sizes you're looking at?
I mean, that's kind of hard to determine without calculating. Our approach is, we calculate materiality. Obviously, every fund that's determined to be a major fund is going to be looked at in more closely in more detail than your non-major funds. It's just kind of how the audit flows. It's kind of like each major fund that's look at the balance sheet pretty in depth. We pretty much a major fund. We're verifying that every number on the balance sheet is accurate and has backup from the city. The non-major funds we kind of look at as one fund together, and so it's not quite as much detailed testing occurring there. Sample sizes really is dictated by the materiality. And I should have brought your financial statement with me so I could maybe speak to that in a little more detail. But I feel like we do a good job of being thorough and getting into the weeds enough to know that everything that we're giving an opinion on is as accurate as possible within the terms of materiality. But I also say we're not afraid to propose maybe what some would say a smaller journal entry than maybe would be required, because it's like, if we know what it should be, let's go ahead and just make it what it should be on the financial statement. So, because otherwise something you don't necessarily correct this year more than likely is going to end up being an issue in the future year, so it's like, let's just get it right now so we don't have to worry about it as much in subsequent years.
So kind of one other thing in addition to materiality that kind of affects sample sizes, kind of the findings of our risk assessment. As we gain an understanding of your guys' policies and procedures, go through your internal controls, we're able to identify, riskier areas, things like that. And if we identify areas of more risk, then a lot of the sample will get skewed more towards that, and that can affect sample size as well. So.
Tell us about your cybersecurity protections for the materials that we'll be sharing, how can you protect our data as well as yours when we're working together, perhaps?
So, I mean, we have Aaron would be better to answer that because he's kind of the head of our IT, but I can assure you that we have secure protocols around our servers. We use a secure file exchange, kind of an email service called Encyro that's encrypted. And then also within our software, we have a database organizer that all the files that are exchanged between us and the client through that or through a secure means. We generally try and avoid using email just because email can be a little more susceptible to somebody potentially getting their fingers on it. So we everything we do, we try and do in some sort of exchange means. But I'm not. Aaron oversees all that, so I can't speak at a high level of understanding with all the encryption that we have available.
I hope that you could tell us too if you've ever experienced any cyber breaches with your firm.
At zero cyber on tax
Excellent.
or audit that I am aware of.
Excellent, excellent. Okay, any other questions that anyone has? Go ahead. He said not really.
I just wanted to ask, right, we're interviewing very, very qualified firms. What's your secret sauce? Why are you different?
What's our secret sauce? I mean, the thing that kind of came to mind as we've been here is I can't think of one city that we've filed late. I know it's been kind of an issue the last couple of years, but every city audit that I've been involved with, we have filed before the December 31st deadline. And obviously that's assuming that everything goes well during the course of the audit. We're going to do whatever it takes to have it done on time. Like I said earlier, we're gonna bring experienced staff to the job. I don't know. I think from the outside looking in, you'd say an audit's an audit. Like what's really different? But I feel like we do a good job of balancing with your staff to make it. We're auditing, but we also realize they have a job besides just handling the audit. So I think when we bring in experienced people, we don't need. Once you give us the files, we can usually work with those independently, and you're not going to have to give us a lot of extra explanation. As year one, there's always a little bit more, just because of that transition and understanding how your city operates, and your chart of accounts and your funds. So it takes a little bit more year one, but I feel like subsequent audits, we could do a pretty good job of. I mean, an audit can always be painful a little bit, but we do our best to try and make it. I like our clients to feel like we're a resource and not just a necessary evil. Like we have to be audited, but I want when we show up to be like, oh, our auditors are here. This is good. I like working with them, and don't view it as potentially such a negative thing. That's like, oh, this is good. We enjoy working with them. We view them as a resource. We can reach out to them throughout the year, and they can give us positive feedback. And I'd rather work with the client through the year so that when we show up, there's no surprises that we've kind of, if there's a change in accounting principle or something that's causing your staff stress, it's like, let's just talk about it up front. And so it's not something that's going to bog us down during the course of the audit.
So we've had mentioned tonight that there are basic requirements that the state will make you do for our different audits. Do you provide anything above? Do you want to do extra testing, whatever it is extra above those minimum state requirements for the audits?
I mean, are you talking particularly like state compliance procedures that we have to do, or?
I'm assuming that's something you have to do. So do you do anything
we have to
above
do state
that?
compliance, and then I mean within an audit, we're our guidance is generally accepted auditing standards, also subject to Yellow Book with it being a government. And so, I mean, that's kind of a fine line because you don't ever want to do, you want to do enough that you always have to do enough to feel that everything's complete. But I guess I would say if at the end of the audit, as an example, last year we were at a city where the audit went fantastic. We had an extra day of field work, and I went to the city controller and I said, is there anything you want us to look at? Is there anything that you're concerned about that we have an extra day that maybe you want us to look at? So, if we are that efficient in the audit and then we come to the council and like, hey, is there anything in particular you want us to look at that can maybe guide our audit that isn't necessarily material, but it's something that's concerning to you, I think that also has relevance to our audit, whether it's material or not, because we report to you, not to management. And so I think we need to be satisfying what the council and the mayor are concerned about, not necessarily just checking a box that we've done the audit.
Anything else, council? All right, we really appreciate your time. Perhaps it didn't take as long as you thought, but you've come a long way, and we really appreciate that. We're going to be making a decision. It's the last agenda item on the meeting tonight, so it could be quite late. And you can log in online to listen if you would like, or we'll definitely be in touch with you, okay?
Thank you for inviting us up here.
Thanks.
Thank you. Have a good trip back. Let's wait a bit and then we can discuss if that's okay. Let's just wait a bit to discuss once Sarah comes back in.
Chairs in the room that don't absorb the sound, so it's more echo.
Yvonne, tell Ryan. Tell Ryan.
Yesterday.
Let's put some mats on the wall.
Burton Ridge.
That's fun.
Thank you.
She wanted him to warn. She's a big Harry Potter fan. Cool. And 7 pounds, 9 ounces. Oh, that's a good so size. Right between the two siblings. Harper, of course, was the smallest. 21.5 inches long. So he's the longest baby so far. This explains why there was no room in there. So skinny. He was just skin. He's a handsome little man, and but he has a jewel. He's so sweet. And then he preferred his mother's
That's wonderful. Is it possible? Well, let me go out and see if Sarah's going to join us or if she's still talking with them. I would prefer that she be here when we continue to discuss this. Oh, thank you, Matt. Sarah, is everyone off perhaps? Or is anyone going to stay?
Nobody's in the foyer.
They've all gone?
Or the hall. Nobody's
Okay. Well, I would appreciate it, Sarah, Matt, and Mr. Holbrook. Thank you so much for serving on the audit committee. I would really appreciate it if we could get your impressions first now that the interview part is done. If there's anything you would like, anything you're concerned about.
So I'll let you go as the chairman of the audit committee. Thank you. Let me invite you to come.
Do you mind if you come up a little bit? We have to get you on the record, please. Either way.
Thank you for the opportunity. Appreciate all the service that you folks do for the city and county, and I appreciate the opportunity to serve with Sarah and Matt on this committee. My concern all along as we've looked at the three has been, let's pick somebody that's forward-looking. We're a rapidly growing county and city, and with it, there's lots of new challenges. And those challenges from my world, I come from IT are really cyber. And, I think the city needs to be aware that, there's cyber attacks from outside the country. They're perpetual. Uh, People going after, trying to find money and avenues into hacking into things and getting information or stealing information or doing what they can to sabotage and also steal. So, I think we need to be going there. At the same time, we need, I think, a vendor to service that is um, willing to go the extra mile, not just do the routine, to step up to the challenges that you people are facing as a city council. And, I think that we chose 3 vendors that, were all qualified. Anyone could do the job. But I think your challenge is to say, of the people that came here today, which one would do the best job for a growing city? Who do they service now that's like us? And you've got a list, I think, of those cities that each one serve. Which one has an attitude that would be of service and service minded, that could assist us and not having to worry about even all kinds of challenges, not just the audit challenge, but cyber and city growth and what they might be able to do. I think experience plays a big deal with that. All of them seem to have experienced people. I personally like the focus of not both tax and audit. I think that causes some conflicts. So um, I think that becomes an issue that should be considered overall. But as you look at the thing, I wouldn't base it just on finance. I would base it on who you feel best about in terms of doing this job. So from the audit committee, I think we thought all 3 of these things were vendors were excellent, could do a good job. But it's up to you to decide from the presentations and the information they've given us who would do the best. So they're my comments. And
Thank you.
you're welcome.
Thank you so much. Sarah or Matt, do you have any other impressions you want to give?
Well, maybe this can be more of a conversation than me just kind of doing my own presentation, but you could definitely kind of have some buckets, like do you value price above everything else, right? So maybe that would be a conversation we can have now. Like, there is quite a difference between their fees. I think, to Scott's point, it is one data point. It is not the only data point. So would you exclude any of the 3 just based on price, or is that not a defining factor for any of you?
Not a deciding factor
Or
for me.
deciding, thank you, yeah.
They're close enough, in my opinion.
They're close enough. Like, there's no audit fee that's scaring you away from any 3 of them.
HBMEs, M&Es is quite a bit higher to me.
And you can say either way, right? Sometimes you get something that's so low it causes concern. I'm not saying that's the situation here, but if you're comfortable with any of those 3 price points, then we can kind of put that aside as a deciding factor. Is that the case with any of you?
What do we have budgeted for audit services?
Oh, that's a really good question. I can find that out.
I think it's around $20,000. Yeah, it could be off for 1 or 2,000.
I will say, while you're looking that up, I was on the committee that forwarded these 3 names to the full council, and based on their proposals, the committee agreed that these were all very qualified firms that could well serve the city. But obviously, when you get them in front of you, the dynamic changes. You get to talk and you get to interact. And just based on our limited interaction here tonight, while the price alone isn't determinative for me, I don't know that I saw anything so sparkling out of HBME that it justifies significant discrepancy in their ask. They certainly had an impressive their proposal. It was high quality, and obviously it got them a spot at the table here. But I don't know that I look at them any differently than these other two firms in such a way as to justify the fee. There are some other things that came out tonight from other proposals that I think are worthy considerations, but I know right now we're just talking about the budgetary side.
Yeah, our current budget is quite low. It's 16.5 a year. That was based on what we were being charged by KNC.
I'm not someone who really, I had to just sit and listen. Um, but for me, as I've got a simple mechanism, if you will, that anything too high and too low is where I get a little hung up. But like Ryan said, it's different once you get people in front of you. And I'll just say for me, Larson and Company, I was impressed with every question that was asked. They were able to, John was able to return with an answer, a full answer, not an I don't know. I saw that from both of the other two companies. There was just seemed to be more of a well, no, and question, and kind of a lacks more of a not much of a concern. And I think for me too, what I appreciated is his answer of we're going to see what we can do to help Heber City improve each year on their numbers. What is it that they need to look at and be aware of, and how can they change going forward? Or what needs to be, where's a concern? I appreciated also that even though they're obviously a large firm, he said his group is focused on this area and on what we need. And so I appreciated that as well. So I think he just was able to actually give responses that made sense to someone like me and make me feel comfortable and confident that they know what they're doing and what needs to be done going forward. They have all of the qualifications that we're looking for, and they've been doing this obviously for quite some time as well, which they all have. I don't think that was even a question, but it was that direct answer with a lengthy explanation for each question that was proposed by any of you here, and that made the difference for me.
And I appreciated that he seemed to have the largest sample size too, and he was willing to go above and beyond the state requirements. He was the only one that said that.
Mayor, can you, and you asked that question of all of them, which I appreciate. Can you just speak more to that question? Like what information were you trying to gather out of your sample question?
When you know a little bit about statistics, you know that the sample is going to be the most critical piece in the beginning, not just random, but what kind of significance will it be? If they're pulling 60 items out of revenue, expenditures, account receivable, and so forth, that to me, I can feel much more confident with that kind of a sample size. It's more work for you, I know, Sarah, sorry.
Well, and I can speak because I was an auditor in my previous life, so I can speak to the sample size process a little bit.
Okay.
And you notice that all of them said it depends.
Right.
It depends on the nature of the account, the materiality, the fund, all those things. There is, it depends on your risk assessment, right? If you go in and you have no controls over revenue, they're going to sample. They're going to really not even sample revenue. They will just test all of revenue if you have no controls. So a lot of it is based on your revenue or your risk assessment in that account or fund or that fund balance. And then it really, and I promise, even you're going to want them to go above and beyond, but audit firms will do the minimum that's required to get a material, to be comfortable with their opinion.
Mhm.
I would be surprised if they spend the cost and the time to go anything above being able to issue an opinion.
So you don't feel that their answers could be what would actually happen then?
I don't think any of their answers were wrong. In fact, I think they all answered about the same. Like the answer is it depends. But if you're wanting them to go above and beyond what
No,
the
no,
state
no.
compliance is,
When
they
they
probably will
just
not.
when they just say, well, it depends, or it's based on this percentage of materiality,
Yeah.
they know what that means. We don't know what that means.
Right.
When Mr. Hatterley says, okay, I'm going to do it on, let me see here, cash disbursement testing, checking the checks, checking revenue, checking expenditures, breaking down those revenue, to me, it was just a much more thorough answer.
Yeah, I agree. He did answer. And if they were all in here sitting there, they would all say, well, yeah, yes.
That's what he
yep,
meant. That's what we meant.
That's what we do. That's what we would do.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
So they will all do that, but you're right. I think Mr. Hatterley explained it more thoroughly and more concisely.
Right. Right. It gave me more confidence.
Yeah, I agree with that. Yes.
Mr. Phillips?
I have to admit, I liked the second presentation the best, and I like the packet that they turned in the best. But let me read this part from Gilbert and Stewart's. It says, what sets us apart? Gilbert Stewart is different than most firms because partners and managers are on site performing tests and audit procedures along with other staff members. This allows us to address critical issues up front rather than later when reviews are performed. We found our clients enjoy the interaction with partners, and the job is completed in a much more efficient manner when issues can be resolved immediately. Our firm approaches to have a partner on the audit rather than in the office. I don't know if you've ever worked with them in the past, if that is true or not. I mean, if they're putting themselves out there, trying to be hired, but I like that much better than sending information to the Philippines, personally.
I have not worked with any of the auditors, but the city has.
Yeah, I mean, I'd rather have a partner for the firm here in the office working with our staff versus sending data to people who have no idea what Heber City is.
Seems like Larson Company's bigger than Gilbert and Stewart. Is that right? Larson
They have
has
less cities
150.
that they work for on the list.
Is it?
He said Spanish work, he named quite a few. And the impression that I got was that Larson and Company, I'll just say this, I know John Hatterley. He's worked with UASD quite a bit, with different groups there. And when he was discussing his concern that there are, smaller organizations or smaller cities that they're not no one's too small and no one's too big. They mean it because they have dealt with lots of small communities that know very little. And when he gave the example of Dennis Gunn at HVSSD, they're willing to tone it down, if you will, for those small organizations and those smaller groups, because they realize that their particular issues are completely different from, say, someone, like you said, with America Samoa. And their firm is huge, it's true, but they have broken it down. So he deals with Spanish work. They have the other group. There's another group within the entity that deals with those larger organizations. So as far as their ability to work with smaller groups, they have done that quite a bit through the years. And like I said, with special service districts or with cities, or they have a pretty well-known firm throughout.
Mayor, if I may really quick.
Go ahead.
All three firms will do what's called field work. We will assign them some office space. They'll have staff here for several weeks doing what's called field work, and all firms will do that. I can speak to Gilbert and Stewart. When they were the city's auditors, I was here for a couple of years, and Ben Probst was the partner that was here doing the field work on site. And again, we signed him office space to do that work. But all three firms will do field work. All three firms will be here on site. Who they sign, who's actually here, I'm not sure. But when Gilbert and Stewart was here, it was as Ben Probst.
Right, right. He's certainly been used and trusted in the past. That's not an issue. They have the 25 employees in their proposal. Larson and Company has 115. HB each BM and E, I'm not quite sure, but I think it's also somewhere in that range. I'm not a, Mr. Hatterley had really strong cybersecurity protections. I don't know if any of you are familiar with the SureLink, the share file. I was hoping you might have experience to know if those are good, reputable businesses. HBM&E mentioned Insero.
I'm not familiar with that. I am familiar with SureLink and of course ShareFile. Yes.
So that's not an issue for us to work with then.
No. And just because I'm not familiar with that other one, I wouldn't, that means nothing. Like
It's true.
but I
It
am
could
familiar
work
with
just
SureLink.
fine. Just,
Yeah.
are you, if you're familiar with any of those programs and you say, yep, we can do that, that's no problem. That's a good thing.
Yeah. Yep.
Okay. And I'm not against using full-time employees in the Philippines at all. I think that's perfectly fine. They're more than qualified there too. But as long as they have the cybersecurity protections, that's what matters for us.
About the reason that question was a suggested question is I contacted one of the references who's worked with both Gilbert and Larson, and he said he was surprised that Larson did use outsourced employees. He didn't know they were going to do that. I don't think he has any concerns with working with people in the Philippines, except the time difference was really hard for him. Sending something and then waiting hours to get a
Till
receipt.
the nighttime.
So there might be a time delay issue. That was his experience. That's all I can just report on what he talked about.
I wouldn't be concerned if it saved us money, but it doesn't cost us
It doesn't.
more. So I'd rather shop local. Thanks.
I thought it was one of the Utah employees that decided to live on the beach in the Philippines, actually, that was doing that.
No, I think they're actually.
I'm just teasing.
Yeah. Okay.
I understand the time difference, believe me.
Filipinos, but I'd like to shop local.
Well, what does anybody else think?
Well, my initial reaction was I ranked them Larson, MB, ME, and then Gilbert Stewart. They all, I think, are qualified to do this work. So I really chose on what I felt was the partner's skills and presuming, so I was asking, will you be the partner over this? What I liked about Larson, John Hatterley, was I like that they only do audit. I think it's good to specialize. I also like that he teaches this, and that means you're really in the trenches, and you're constantly, when you start to teach and you're doing research and sharing, it's always on your mind, the new things. I did like that was saying, I really like that he wants to make us better every year, because entities can do that. Any business can become better every year. Any city can become better. And I think Heber does a great job at that. And to have an outside consultant also on that same idea, let's make it better. Let's make you better. You're good now, because I know we're good, but let's do it even better. It doesn't bother me that they have employees in the Philippines. That's quite common in a lot of industries now. It does give you the ability to get to do more work and it does, for the same, a similar cost. Architects, engineers, Philippines, Indonesia, that's just what's done now. So that doesn't bother me. So that's my ranking, but I'm not fast. I'm not going to stand on my sword for any of that. But that's how I feel. I was impressed with him the most, with his presentation.
If you want to do any other rankings?
I'll jump in. I agree. I was most impressed with Larson's presentation, and there's a lot I like about what he had to say. My reservation is, and I am not terribly comfortable about using offshore employees to handle our data. I don't have the familiarity with their security systems and protocols. And so in looking at who's left and how I approach this, I put HBME at the bottom only because I don't believe that there is anything unique or value added to justify the price difference between them and the other two firms. Not to knock on HBME, these are all three eminently qualified firms. But just for what they're charging, I don't know that you get that much more juice out of the squeeze. So in looking at who's left, I think obviously Gilbert and Stewart are eminently qualified. They've handled our audits before. They're familiar with Heber City. I agree that their presentation was not as good as the one from Larson and Company. But as we know, they are qualified. They've handled our financials before. They are familiar with us and they know what they're doing. Um, but I also liked a lot of the things that John said from Larson. So my position is I would be comfortable awarding it to Larson on the condition that they agree that none of Heber City's work will go offshore. If they are unable to agree to that, then I would award it to Gilbert and Stewart.
I could agree to that.
That's
Okay.
two. That's two. What does the rest of you think?
Yeah, that'd be fine. I'd support that.
Okay, that's three.
I think Yvonne, you also like Larson?
I like Larson. Yeah. I mean, if it was ranked, it would be Larson and Company and Gilbert and Stewart. I wasn't impressed with HBME. So not that they weren't qualified. I just felt like I had more questions answered and
We probably can do that, Ryan. I think it really is probably going to be just data processing. I don't think they're making any decisions there. It's like a paralegal.
Sarah, do you think that's something you want to check before we take a vote on?
I'm emailing him right now, actually, if
Excellent.
that's even a possibility.
Excellent. Okay, any other concerns? Anyone else have concerns, Mr. Holbrook?
I've run companies that use people offshore. It works great. I've been on the board of companies that, we used hundreds of Filipinos during the epidemic for a company I just served on the board. So I think you can secure that and it shouldn't be something that makes your decision really. But I thought that was worth sharing with you. And quite frankly, I agree with all of you. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. We really appreciate you helping us get to this point and being ready. Ryan, thank you for your service. Mr. Holbrook, Sarah, Matt, thank you very much. And please thank the rest of the audit committee members like Dal Barney too. Okay, that's great. We'll wait and see what kind of response Sarah gets. Would you guys like to take your break now, or do you want to go right into the Main Street Park ban shell concept? Do you want to take 5 minutes and get your dinner and bring it back up here, and then we can dive in? Does that sound okay, everybody?
I'd rather break after that.
Okay, well then we'll go to the Main Street Park, the second agenda item, everyone, for the work meeting, the Main Street Park ban shell concept with Jamie Barron, please.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I have a presentation here for you. Let me.
Thank you.
Thank you. So you're all aware that we've been working on a band shell concept and a discussion about replacing or building a new band shell. in the Main Street Park. So I'm going to start off by just giving you a little bit of context to how this fits into the overall area, and then we'll go into some of the background, and then how we kind of got to the current concept. And then ultimately, we'd be looking for feedback. We have, Matt Brower, city manager, myself, been involved in this process. We also have Dan Gasser, who's the architect, who's listening in to be able to just hear your feedback. And then we also have Sid with the Planning Commission, who's also been giving us some advice as well, some of the concepts as you'll see tonight. So looking at the Envision Central Heber, which I know you guys are reviewing right now, there's a concept for a mid-block alley on between Main Street and 100 West, and this is kind of a concept of what that might look like between, say, this block here and the park. And so you see that there's the intent to have, the idea to have kind of a shopping or a retail type alley plazas that moves down through those 2 blocks leading to the park. This is from Fort Collins. This is just some examples of what we saw of this type of a development in that area. This is part of their Old Town Squares that led to the main central plaza. This is kind of some of the things we might see. And then as we get to Second South, there's an idea and a conversation going on about maybe doing a festival street where it's still open to the public, but we have kind of that transitional street, maybe no curb and gutter, but it can be shut down temporarily for events. This is going to be right behind the band shell. So this is kind of leading up to the band shell. And again, this is the festival streets we saw in Fort Collins. We're actually sitting in a band shell. The street is behind us and then getting into the plaza there at the Old Town Center. To discuss the location, based on the discussion and the approval here from the council, we are putting the location central, dead center, north end of the park, the back of that being 200 south. So we're not anticipating it going into the street, really looking at lining that up right, kind of behind the sidewalk in that general area. Some of that as we continue to move forward and discuss into the future the Main Street Park plan and those improvements, we can refine that interaction as well. When we set out to do this, we had certain guidelines that we were hoping to achieve. So function, form, design. The criteria that we had for function or form were really a stage of 25 by 50 foot minimum, a green room, additional bathrooms at the north end of the park was a consideration, and then serve as additional pavilion when not in use for performances. 5, provide presence to 200 South to tie into the Envision Central Heber plan, provide opportunities in that plaza street or the festival street and that the kind of the linear walkway that we're talking about. In terms of design, what we really have been trying to do and talking to the architect and discussing is we want something that's unique. We want something that says this is Heber City. It's part of Heber City. It's not somewhere else. And then we want to talk about, as we've been talking about, we need to address the form first, and then we get into the nitty gritty of the finishes. And we've kind of been doing a little bit of both of those, but we're really looking to make sure that we're on par with the form. And then additionally, one of the issues that we've had with the current band shells, really with the roof structure, the primary roof lines need to support the acoustics of and the use of that band shell, and then the sound qualities. And then there's also a main stage and a rear stage. That was something that was required to allow for multiple uses. You have the main act, or the main concert area being in the park, and then you'd have secondary uses that could be in that festival street, and it still has kind of a frontage feel or a kind of a destination feel there. Allow for activities, and then the secondary roof lines that we'll show you in a little bit. They also are trying to provide that rural feel instead of doing more of a modern single slant roof, things like that. And then reduce the appearance of modern architecture, so that when you're seeing the backside of this, it also has the welcoming and inviting effect. So when we started looking at this, these are some of the places that we looked at. We looked at Red Butte Gardens, and this is an outdoor amphitheater. We really liked the dark colors. We felt this was good, not quite what we were looking for. We found this is in Fishers, Indiana. It is the there's a specific name for it, but if you were to Google Fisher's Amphitheater, this is what you'd find. This is kind of the front of house, back of house on this particular project. They actually had most of this building here and then upgraded this to where now they have the nice large stage as opposed to a very shallow stage they used to have before. And then we looked at this is more of a pavilion, but we really felt like maybe the tenements here in terms of design and material usage gave a feel of, hey, this is kind of pioneerish. This is something that's maybe a little bit more, instead of being completely mountain modern, this is something that's maybe looks like it's been there for a while, as well as it kind of ties into the feel that we're hoping to see maybe in this area, or a little bit of that we see in Heber. And then this is the Harley Davidson dealer in Linden, and we reference this building in terms of use of metal and trying to see how metal can still somewhat be tied into architecture as well, because some metal is generally less expensive. So as we start talking about costs, those are things we may have to think about. But not saying this is what we want to build, but we had the conversation of, are there aspects of this that are appealing? And so that was just something we looked at. Sid actually drew these as we've had these conversations. This is generally the concept that we've kind of come up with. You have a sloped roof similar to the Fisher's Amphitheater, a secondary sloped roof on the back that we're hoping to incorporate to provide the feel on both sides, welcoming feel. And then you have some side buildings. The top structure or image references maybe some of those timber barn-esque type supports that you would see in some of the barn and other types of architecture. So those are things that we're looking at as well. This is the cupola was an idea. We kind of playing into trying to get that rural feel and the feel of Heber. This is generally the layout that, in terms of the footprint and floor plan, that we've come up with at this conceptual stage. There's probably some ongoing discussions about, does this make sense to have the bathrooms right next to it? Do we want to consider maybe relocating them? But based on what the criteria we gave our architects, this is kind of the draft concept. And then this was the last draft we had. I know they're currently looking at another concept based on some of the other architecture stuff that we did from discussions we've had from this. So right now, what we're really trying to do, though, is we're trying to figure out form so that we can get them going down into design to make sure that they can start doing engineering and all the other things, while we continue to finish discussions about materials and colors and things like that. And so, but we don't want to get so far down that road that the council doesn't feel like we're heading in the appropriate direction. This is another view. You would see this is the green room on the top. It has the windows, and there's actually a door onto the stage. This is kind of the back of the stage. Again, we've been thinking that we should have the secondary roof, as I showed in the other image, that again has more of an inviting and opening, like almost a miniature bandshell concert venue feel to it. So with that, we're looking for direction, discussion. Are we close? We think we're getting there, but we want to make sure this is where the council ultimately wants to go before we get so far down the design. But we are trying to do this quickly because we do have a grant for this, and we have to have it constructed by fall of next year. So with that,
council comments.
I love it. I do like the double up roofs though, like the more inviting, like the bottom picture on the left. And more natural materials, not cinder block.
Okay. One of the things we talked about was on this sloped on where the bathrooms are, bringing that wall out and then maybe extending the roof lines to more of an actual eaves makes it more cohesive with the rest of the building. But yeah, kind of a modern issue.
I have a couple of thoughts. One is, have you, I guess, verified or confirmed this design with a sound engineer just to confirm acoustics would work?
So we have, do you want to speak to that, Matt?
Yeah, I can. So we are talking with Phil Jordan, who in his previous life was a stage manager for Celine Dion and someone else whose name I can't remember. We learned this in Colorado. And we are working with Atkinson Sound, who is also going to let us know what type of specific designs got to be included in this so they can hook their speakers up and make sure everything works right.
One of the things that we noticed in some of these examples, it has a picture of that. You have your speaker stack and it's curved, but it is out at the front. And so when you have something that's amplified, the roof line doesn't play as much as if you're trying to do something that's like an acoustic guitar or something that somebody's unamplified is just trying to play. That then you need something that's really bounce that off of. But we still want those roof lines so that the drummers and the players aren't getting so much feedback from the roof and the structure itself like they currently have mentioned. So you can see that here and you can see it in the Fishers one as well.
I agree with Scott. I would try and get away from cinder block. I don't know if, more of a natural stone, like a dark stone or some sort of hardy board or natural material, but cinder block kind of takes away from the overall effect. I also like the one on the bottom left there, but I know the one on the bottom right also looks nice, although I don't know if the roof line works for your acoustics or if that's the roof line you're looking for the back instead.
That's front of the stage. That's the audience. The other, so this is the same building on the bottom too. It's the same drawing.
Okay, it's more from the bottom looking.
Yeah, this is kind of a side view, the bottom left, and then the right is just a head-on view for the audience.
What I like about the bottom right, that's not a solid wall, right? That's like sections so you can see through it.
Yeah, that is more of like a turnable type thing that was being proposed with that. We have been talking about having a solid wall that would separate the two, but then something that could be removed when needed, so you had a complete pass through.
I like that.
It needs to be movable depending on what side is going to get the most attention, perhaps. I don't see why the backside has to be smaller, though, than the front side. If there is a quote-unquote backside, to me, it should be the same all the way across. I really hope we can get year-round use out of this pavilion to have some way to use it for Christmas activities, put a Santa in there, and if it's all open, which is needed for the band, how do we enclose it somehow so that it can be used year-round? How could it be used by the temporary ice rink that we could look into putting into the park, right? Where we buy those ice sheets that work that aren't that expensive for now, I think, at least the last time we looked. To me, that's so open, and it doesn't have that really fine detail that is in our historical downtown. So I'm looking at brick as well as wood or stone to, give it that historical detail. To me, that's mountain modern right now. And I thought we wanted a historic destination downtown with the kind of details. The Cupolos trying to get there, or if you say Cupolo or Cupolo, I say Cupolo, but it's trying to get there, but it's just not the fine detail. You know what I'm saying? I don't know how, I'm not an architect. I'm just saying that it's not going to promote that to me. I don't know if it really fits in downtown, even though it's trying to mimic perhaps the tower here on this building. But how do we get it to tie into our other historical architecture? And then Sid, you've drawn the roof like this, right? So how does that work for snow load or snow removal or, like last winter? How would that work? Yeah, but then, well, I'm just saying, it looks like it's a metal roof.
Those are concepts. Those are really, but all that can be worked out. How do you get water out there? How do where the snow shed is and all that. So
Right.
That's a lot more complex.
We're just talking form.
Yeah.
It's really complex as far as construction, whereas just the single slant, that's a lot easier. But, with the intent of having both sides potential stages at some time, how do you do that and not compromise one of them versus
Right. The only other thing is I really don't want to be watching a show and also watch people go to the bathroom in and out all through the show. I would prefer the bathrooms to be somewhere else so they're not distracting. I don't mind having a concessions area there for specialized concessions, like for fundraising at the high school, the wrestling team, the football team, where they can have a special little niche because they're not going to have a food truck, okay? But I just can't see watching people line up to the bathroom all through the performances.
So let's talk about that for a moment, because we agree with you, Heidi. But there's also a huge demand for bathrooms. So we thought this might be a way to kill two birds with one stone. How do you guys feel about if we did away with the bathrooms on that left-hand side and provided more storage space for the park for Mark's equipment? And we design those bathrooms into the new pavilion that we'll do when we replace the old pavilion. And so we'll add those bathrooms into that pavilion. What's your thoughts about that?
I'm good with that.
New pavilion that's going to be on the south corner, right?
To be on the southwest side.
Yeah. Yeah.
I have the same concern with Mayor. I like it enclosed. I don't want to lose the building, but I don't think that's the right place for bathrooms.
Agree.
And it would be disruptive, I think, to the performers. You have
Annoying.
people, they're talking, babies crying, kids screaming, 20 feet away.
That's not the show.
That said,
we
there
want.
probably should be a bathroom in the green room.
We've had that conversation about making
Something
some
for the
modifications.
And
So they're
how
not
high
having-
are you estimating the stage to be? Because in this graphic, it looks very low, but then Sid, in your renderings, it looks a lot higher. I would think we'd want the stage to be pretty high, especially if we're thinking this could be done for school plays, at different times of year. But I think we want to get the stage a little up higher, especially so people further back can see the performers.
We talked about that. We had a really good conversation with Phil. And there is a sightline base. Oh, sorry.
Thanks, Sid.
Stand up. There is a sight line that you need, and we've talked about it with Phil, probably 4 feet minimum. And we don't want stairs coming off. It would be good to have them on the side, but to have a solid. So with that, you're going to have to worry about falling and guardrails and stuff like that, but we can work that out. So just in a perfect world. So yeah, basically you do dimension, you do your 6 foot or whatever, or less, 5 foot, and do a sight line to see how far, how high you have to have it.
And we've asked our architect to run that.
Yeah,
that
and it's a
analysis
good
for
study,
us.
and you always do that with something like this.
But I don't think we would expect it to be like 5 feet tall. We're probably in that 3 to 4 range is my guess.
Yeah, so if we keep it under 30 inches, we don't have to put a guardrail. But if we go above that, we're going to have to do something to protect because it's going to be public.
2 weeks ago with the Latino band, we had towards the end of the evening about 40 couples dancing in front of the stage, which is awesome. But those who were trying to watch the concert could no longer see it because all the couples dancing. So that's a good point.
Yeah. And one of the things, between the stage, between the back and front, whatever you want to call it, it'd be temporary. So think about walking down the alleyway. If that happens and when it happens, you want to see back out into the park and see the activity if nothing's going on. So
I love that idea.
Where you could move them, you could lift them up, on
Or-
the temporary
yeah.
panels.
yeah,
Right, you could adjust them. That could be part of maybe the enclosure part too, if we could move it a certain way.
When we were in Colorado, I mentioned this to you yesterday, Heidi, that there were several outdoor restaurants that deployed this plastic. You could roll it up and then drop it down to kind of enclose the areas, and then of course have space heaters inside. Jamie and I have talked about this extensively about somehow incorporating those plastic roll-ups. So in the wintertime, you roll them down, you create the internal space with internal heaters for the usage that you're looking for in that wintertime.
I just think of plastic vinyl sheeting that gets grungy
it
and
would have
cracky and
to be nice. Either you roll it down or you put it up.
I'm not quite sure how it rolls very well. I just
It was
can't
very nice. Those that
visualize
we
it.
saw were very nice, very nicely done. Mm-hmm.
That's in the details, and that's to
I
come.
really do like the overall design of this.
Mm-hmm.
Very much.
Go ahead, Yvonne.
Go ahead, Mike, you weren't done.
It's okay, I'll go next.
Can we go back to the one rustic pavilion looking one? That one. So I don't know that I love barnwood. I love that old style, but that's a little too old style for me. I think that almost looks run down. I enjoy it. If this was like in Virginia somewhere, then I would go more for that. Yeah, I'm not opposed to it. I just felt that the wood was just too light. I'd like something that's maybe a little cleaner, a little darker. I don't know, maybe even lighter. But I love the stonework. So when we were the discussion of getting away from cinder, this is good. If for those who sit on the panel or sit on the council who do not like red stone.
We won't say any names.
But
It's old and tired.
I love it. I know, I love it. But I do. I think that this is something where we get right in the middle. I mean, what do you think, Ryan? Do you like that kind of stone as far as something like that, or is that also too rustic? I mean, brick, even a soft brick, or
Let me speak to that. I love what Ryan was saying, like a dark stone.
Mhm.
It would be great to have some more variety. There's a lot more, just more character. And I like the contemporary rustic look,
yeah.
like the mountain contemporary. This is way too old for me.
Something to match the downtown though.
I
Well, I think
think
downtown's being redeveloped.
It's being
and
redone. You're gonna have a whole new area, a whole new walkable area with hopefully some sort of cobblestone.
Hopefully we
street.
could direct how downtown looks by how this looks.
Yes.
But I was going to say too that, looking for something that is more, found in the area. I know we have redstone, but there are the river stones. I'm not opposed to this. I just think that it would, something similar, um, maybe in that direction. And as far as what we saw when you use the example of the Harley Davidson, I think that's such an interesting building, but I do not like all the metal. I'm yes,
Those
this
those of us
too
who remember
much.
Geneva Steel.
Yes, and
No.
I know that
No,
works
no, no.
down there. Yeah, exactly. So I would want something that's just a little more again, but I like the rustic if we can get a little bit further away from gray rustic.
So if you go look at the Daughters of the Pioneer.
That's what I was going to say.
Yeah,
Key
Matt
out
and I
there.
were out there and maybe something to that effect.
Yes,
That's a local stone too.
yes.
And
Sounds
the
good.
roof,
Is it a
look at the roof.
limestone?
The roof and the stone on the old library, the DUP building, is museum.
Yeah, it's not the red stone, it's a nice.
Is it a
nice stone.
limestone? Is that what that is? Or a pot?
No, it's
No,
not.
no.
I don't think it's Midway.
Yeah, okay. No. So anything close to
There's
that.
a stone on just next to that, the Old Bell's glass building. That one is, it's more of a lighter color,
The
but
new one
it's an
from the
interesting.
Olson home. Yes, I have really, it's kind of got a cottage appeal to it. So that is something that I would look for. And there are a couple new developments in Midway, on Midway Lane, out towards Soldier Hollow. There's a couple of homes there that
haven't
have
seen
more
those.
of that white. Go check it out, but it has that same, more of that white stone. I definitely think that's beautiful.
Mountain
Cottage
Valley
look.
stone,
Mountain Valley stone.
Browns Canyon stone.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's the library.
I like that one too.
I do think there's a lot of citizens out there that would like some sandstone here and there. It doesn't have to be all sandstone. Okay, Mike, go ahead.
I'll just add in, since I love where we're going. I'm not going to be critical because I'm not artistic or creative, but I don't think the bathroom should be there. But I think that space should be saved for something for performance and for the city, not for storing lawnmowers and Mark Rounds equipment. I think we'll need this space for sound systems and lighting systems and things that go with this pavilion. So I do think it'd be good to have a movable partition. That's kind of hard to do without a structural partition, but if we go to steel or something, it's got to be stable.
Yeah, it does because of the wind loads and all
Yeah.
that. Yeah.
So I love the concept. I love going up another few feet. 4 feet seems reasonable. 5's kind of starting to get up there high. It's a lot of stairs now to get down 5 feet, and people do need to come up and down and interact with the audience. And
The ramp is good though. I mean, as long as that ramp's big enough, that's going to be workable. It's just not public accessible.
yeah. So keep going. This is great. Great start. Let's get this going. I would like to key off the DUP museum. That's a historical building or something that's in that area.
I think that's kind of this concept here.
And I like your colors, Sid, rather than just one monochromatic. I like that. I like the roof actually, because it ties in that sandstone color, but I love it. I want it cheery and recognizable. Yeah.
Yeah, and that's the thing,
I
because
don't think we have to hide it, make it green. I think we could show it off.
yeah, and this is going to be, I call it the spark to this area, because if this goes, it's going to light and people are going to see it, and hopefully good developers will come in and say, I want to be like that.
Near there.
It's going to be the new landmark besides this building, right?
Yeah.
It has to be that kind of quality, that it's unforgettable, it is distinct, it's not any town, right?
No.
It is absolutely amazing to look at, as well as attend and listen and enjoy the
And I think
events
that's
there.
what Matt pushed everybody to do. He was, we need to do something right. Because you look at the everyday anywhere USA and it's pretty much the same stage. So it has to be special. Sorry.
One more final thing, the cupola, I would want more rounded so that it would be the one thing that would tie in with what we have here. So more of a rounded, more cupola,
Whatever. Yeah, the details,
part,
those
yeah.
details.
And it doesn't have to be white, but maybe more of a soft rounded a little bit, just to kind of attach it to this building. So there is that line across looking through, so.
Yeah, you think about it. This is going to be the icon if and when
Mhm.
that alleyway is going to
Yeah.
go. We're going to have
So-
something here and it might be this building, but there's
And
going to have
then
to be
seeing
something
that
there that
across the
people see
way.
and I want to go look at that. So,
Yeah. And like I said, it doesn't have to be white. I love these colors, but maybe a softer in that way.
Jamie, would you also take just a moment to speak to your idea about branding the alleyway in this building?
Oh, yes. Let me finish on the cupola and then we'll talk about that real quick. So if you remember, this park used to have, was it the Central School, if I remember right?
High school.
The high school, the little high school. Anyways, but it had a cupola. And so the original thought, I think, or at least when I was thinking about it, was maybe patterning after that old cupola as opposed to this one. But anyways, but we can look at both. We can look at the option to see if it's more rounded. So
The
Yeah.
Lithgos have that cupola. if
yeah, the
they haven't.
Lithgos do.
Yeah.
And I've had a little bit of conversation with them. I think
Okay.
they just wanted to preserve it and see if there's a project someday that they could use it on or whatever. And so, anyways, but that was I think that was kind of the thought process there. But yeah, let's go back to Envision Heber real quick. And when you go somewhere, if you're a tourist or or even if you're not, if you're local, usually people say, oh, go here, right? We think people say, oh, go to the Riverwoods or go to whatever, just go Main Street, Park City, go wherever. When we toured these places, it was go to Pearl Street, go to Old Town Square, whatever it is. We need to come up with something that would brand this pedestrian street as a destination. So whatever it is, it's something. It could be anything. We've kicked around a few different names, just as we've had conversations. I think some of these we were on our trip to Colorado. We had that conversation, but we need to brand it. So when people say, "Hey, oh, you know what? Meet me at whatever this stage is called,"
So
or
don't
they're
meet
playing
me
at
at the alley.
yeah,
is what
it's
you're
not
saying.
it's not an alley.
Right.
It needs to have a destination. We went to Pearl Street in Colorado in Boulder, and that is probably the oldest and most iconic pedestrian mall in North America, or at least in the U.S. So there is a name with it, a brand. Like we think of Gateway, right? We know where that's at. City Creek, we know where it's at. We know what it is. So you could be anything from, and I'm not saying you can, or I'm not telling you what to name it, but we talked about things like it could be Kimball Street, as that was part of the where we got our namesake for the city. It could be something about Tabby Lane, Chief Tabby or something. We're talking about having a life-size statue of him. It might be a good place to put that. Things like, as we continue, or other discussions we're having, just keep it in mind when you're thinking about that. What would it how could we significantly brand this so that it's a destination between here and there, as well as branding, the van shell itself. The chickens on the farmers market logo, it could be called the coop at, we're playing at the coop in Heber City Park or whatever. Just whatever it could be, you could brand it. Roger Brooks has said that some people have even leased the naming rights out just to help fund events, things like that. So, but that's kind of the idea, is we need to do that. There's probably other ones we've talked about. I don't remember all of them off the top of my head, but Matt, if there's any that you wanted to mention.
I think that's the main concept, is that we want to start looking at branding the name for this band shell as well as this pedestrian walkway. Like Jamie said, when we went to Boulder, go to Pearl Street, go to Pearl Street. And so we had to find a way to Pearl Street. So we like to be able to have some type of recognizable name for this area as well, that we can also brand and market.
Okay. Is there anything else, Jamie or Matt? Anything else, council?
Yeah.
This has been very helpful. Thank you.
Now you'll get a 5-minute break, everybody. We'll start the regular meeting at, I guess, 8-minute break, 6:10, please. So the work meeting's over. All of you, thank you for your patience. We'll start the regular meeting at 6:10. So we're recording. Thank you, Trina.
Mr. Device.
So we get a quorum back.
You got three. I got three.
Yeah.
That's serious. You got the big calculator out.
It's my favorite.
Yeah.
I don't need it that big, but
I had one of those in high school, but I'm pretty sure all I did was play games.
How are you, sir? Good to see you as well.
Good. Yes, sir. You too. Thanks.
It's time. My family. Yeah, I've been gone too much.
I read your statement.
Oh, yeah. Well, because I'm always, I'm already as it is just through my day job. I have so many night meetings after switching roles there. So
You're at the Summit County.
Summit County, yeah.
So you're up at the Silver Summit. Are you in that office?
I was for a long time because that's where the criminal division was housed at the courthouse. And then when I switched to the civil side, now I'm out in the cold.
So you live here, right?
I live here, but I get to work from home 2 days a week. So it's not bad. I like the South. Yeah, it's an easy drive except for when you're doing road construction. Yeah, which is pretty much always. Yeah, as long as there's no road construction or snow, it's great.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, it's time to turn the page. Yeah.
Gosh, I'm going to get the meeting started. Good to see you too. Okay, everyone, we're going to get started again, please. We are ready to get started, please. And I'll offer some congratulations pretty quick. Welcome everyone to the August 1st, 2023 Heber City Council meeting. It is now 6:14 p.m. and I want to welcome council members Mike Johnston, Yvonne Barney, Ryan Stack, Scott Phillips, and myself, Heidi Franco. We are excusing Rachel Kaler tonight. Want to offer congratulations to Councilmember Barney's newest grandson that was born yesterday, and she is rewarding us with treats, and we really appreciate that. All right, we're going to start with a Pledge of Allegiance by the new grandmother, Yvonne Barney, and then a prayer or thought would have been given by Councilmember Cater. She's not here, so anyone's welcome to come forward and give a prayer or thought. If you don't, then I'll offer it.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay. Anyone's welcome to come off mute or come to the podium if you want to give a prayer or a thought. Okay, please come forward. Thank you.
I love that we still say the Pledge of Allegiance at the beginning of our meetings. And the very best part of the Pledge of Allegiance, I think, is the very last part, and justice for all. And so I know that as you council members work very, very hard together with the staff as well to try and create justice for everyone, to make sure everyone has equal protection under the laws, everyone's treated fairly, and that we live in a safe, prosperous, and beautiful valley. It's not an easy job, and I know that for each of you, for the most part, it's pretty thankless. So I just want to say that I, for one, and I'm sure all these other people in the room today, are grateful for that and do recognize your service. So thank you very much. And with that, shall I offer a prayer, or it's either or?
It's whatever you'd like. You still have plenty of time if you would like
I'll
to.
offer a quick prayer.
Thank you.
Our Heavenly Father, we are grateful to be gathered together here as leaders, staff members, and concerned citizens to discuss the governance of this city and our beautiful valley. We are grateful for the opportunities we have to live here, to be safe and protected under the laws of our federal government, state, and municipalities. We're grateful for the service of everyone here, and we ask this day that thy spirit will be with us to guide our leaders and staff members and fellow citizens to make good choices, to observe decorum, and to be respectful. And this we say in the name of Jesus Christ. Amen.
Amen. Thank you very much. And that's Joshua Jukes for the record. All right, council, next on the agenda is the conflict of interest disclosure. Does anyone have conflicts of interest for anything on the agenda? Okay, I'm not seeing any. We're going to move now to the consent agenda. On the consent agenda are several items. The first item is ordinance 2023-19, a Trails Code Amendment. Tony is here to answer questions. The second agenda item is ordinance 2023-23, amending the L. Remington MDA located at 160 West 500 North, and Jamie is here with any questions. The third item is a consent to pursue a development agreement with and for the Wasatch County Events Center, and Tony is here with questions. And then the last agenda item for the consent agenda is the appointment of D. Scott Crook as the Employee Appeals Board. That's meaning the employee hearing officer for the city. He has also worked on our personnel committee, and several of you are familiar with him. So council, is there any questions, any motions on the consent agenda?
Mayor,
Yes,
staff would like to request item 2 come off the consent agenda.
and be put on the action item?
Yeah, we want to make a couple changes or propose a couple changes to the MB&A.
Okay, would anybody on the council like to make a motion for that, please?
So moved.
Thank you. So the motion is to move the second item on the consent agenda to the action items agenda. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. Okay, all in favor? Let's start on this end, sorry.
Yes.
Aye.
Yes.
Okay, that passes 4-0. So now we have the three items on the consent agenda, number 1, number 3, and number 4.
I'd like to make a motion.
Please.
I move that we approve the consent agenda as currently composed.
Okay, 1, 3, and 4. Thank you very much. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. Any other discussion? All right, let's start on this end, please.
Yes.
Aye.
Aye.
All right, that passes 4-0 also. Thank you very much. We're done with the consent agenda. Okay, now it's time for the public comments. During the public comment period, there's a maximum 20-minute time period, so we can go from now till about 6:40, please. Anyone's welcome to come forward and make a comment. You have a 3-minute maximum time, and please tell us your name. It's open now for public comment.
Hello, my name is Wyatt Carnes. I teach computer science at Wasatch High School. My wife Abby teaches STEM at Heber Valley Elementary School. We have been lucky enough to live in Heber for the last 5 years, and we were concerned that we would not be able to stay due to rising housing costs, and we're therefore excited to learn about the development of affordable housing for teachers and other community builders on Southfield Road, and we're blessed to be accepted into the project in 2019 to be built by Mountain Lands Community Housing Trust with completion in May of 2020. As you may surmise from my presence here, that date came and went, as did a number of others. What you may not know is that the past 3 years have been full of failures to communicate, refusal to correct mistakes, and upon request for more information regarding the previous, silence, stonewalling, or even hostility. We were promised bi-weekly construction updates, which never happened. These updates would occur monthly at best and semi-annually at worst. Since the recent change in Mountain Lands' management, communication has become more frequent, but is even less informative. Just yesterday, I asked my new contact if there is a list of what is left to be done before I can move into my home, and I was told that there is in fact a list, but that they will not give it to me. As for uncorrected mistakes, the most egregious is the fact that for all of us, our homes have already lost value. Mountain Lands signed and had us sign an options form for colors and materials, and we were told that to make any change, the form would have to be updated and re-signed. However, the new management at Mountain Lands did change it, and importantly, did not choose sensible colors, changed them without notice, and has attempted to withhold the most recent signed copy of this options form. They have utterly refused to correct this. Additionally, there are a number of punch list items that Mountain Lands has refused to fix for my neighbors, and given their history, will likely not fix in a timely manner. In regards to silence and hostility, my wife and I made several attempts to get updates on the project, and when we were so frequently met with silence, we would drive by the construction site to see for ourselves. At times, we would find subcontractors there and would ask them how it was going. Rather than provide such information for themselves, Mountain Lands instead threatened to kick us off the project if we spoke to subcontractors ever again. I have since not spoken to any subcontractors. To address these issues, I am here to ask you for help. I'm here to request that the city refuse further building permits to Mountain Lands in Parkview Place until our siding matches the color on our options form and that the punch list items for all of our homes are complete. If this is not possible, I would like to suggest that the city reverse its decision to allow Mountain Lands to sell any homes in Parkview Place at market value until all of the above conditions are met. And if you cannot do either of those, I would like to hear what ideas the council has so that community builders like myself and my neighbors are supported in Heber and no one else ever has to be in this situation again.
Mayor, I have an idea.
Yes.
I think what might be valuable here is if you allow me to arrange a meeting with David Levine, who is the new executive director, and this gentleman here. I'll facilitate that meeting as soon as I can, and you can meet with them and we can discuss these items and get them to hopefully solved.
Will you be in the
I'll be
meeting?
happy
Can
to.
our inspectors be there at the meeting too to facilitate any knowledge they have of the inspection process or where it's
Let me
at?
get with David and I'll be happy to be there and we'll facilitate this meeting to see if we can't resolve any of these outstanding issues.
How does this sound to you, sir?
It's a good start. I am concerned because we've already spoken with David, at least in regards to most of these issues. We're coming here because that all of our attempts to get help have pretty much thus far been met with something to the effect of, it's low-income housing, deal with it. My full comments are actually in an email that I sent prior to this meeting telling the full story. Things such as like simple things like touch-up paint. My neighbors I know that are already in their homes were handed a quart of paint and told to do it themselves. So I know that you all were gracious enough to give that land so that we could have a home, and we are extremely grateful for that. So I know I sound like I'm complaining about that, but I want to make it clear that we are extremely grateful for the homes, but that the recent treatment, even despite the 3-year wait, the recent treatment is what drove us here today. Thank you.
Matt, you want to give him your card? Right, great, thank you. Please come.
Good evening, and thank you for the opportunity to speak at tonight's council meeting. My name is Ethan Justinger, and I also live at the Mountain Lands project. I'm currently employed as a law enforcement officer in the state of Utah and assigned to the Heber Valley. I'm here representing my neighbors and myself in the new community referred to as Parkview Place. I've lived in Heber for over 4 years after moving from New York, and absolutely. However, there is no surprise that it's difficult for a single adult male on a law enforcement age to be able to afford a home. When I first enrolled in the Mountain Land program in 2019, I was extremely excited for the opportunity to purchase a home. However, the excitement faded over the previous 3 years with Mountain Lands in control. I was originally assigned a townhome reservation to be completed in the middle of 2020. However, that date was not obtainable and completion continued to be pushed back. Then Mountain Lands went silent and did not return any emails or send out any updates. I was finally able to contact the old director and change my reservation to a single family house when it was not completed in 2022. At the beginning of 2023, I observed there was some progress being made, so I reached out to Mountain Lands to confirm my reservation was still documented. I was told I no longer had a reservation for any house and felt kicked to the curb. They offered me an opportunity to purchase a completed duplex, but only if 3 other individuals failed to get financing. Luckily, I was able to purchase the house. However, Mountain Lands poorly communicated through the purchasing process. They would not share important dates, and they did not hold true to any deadlines specified on the purchase contract. The house ultimately passed inspection, but then they completed the bare minimum on the house. The house does not have gutters. The tile shower floor came without a door. They installed a cracked bathtub and left it, and sub-cabinet faces need to be replaced. After living there for over a month, I cannot receive mail because there is no gang box installed. I have a punch list of items to fix this house, but given my experience, I know it will not be completed in a timely manner. Throughout the timeline of purchasing this house, I've had to move 4 times in 3 years. I'm not sure what can be done about this program they are running here. However, I feel that purchasing a house should be an exciting time. It was not for me because of the way business was conducted and continues to be conducted. I'm fortunate to have a house. However, I would not recommend mountain lands to anyone. I feel mountain lands can get away with treating us this way because they know we cannot afford anything else. We would request a separate meeting to discuss options on how to move forward with this organization. So thank you for your time.
I think it's the rain. It's raining outside.
Speaker system.
Oh, is it the
Yeah.
speakers as well? Okay.
Is it
It's not?
Can we get,
We pinged Anthony, hopefully he'll come on.
Yeah.
say it again?
It's the speaker system.
Can we reset it, reboot?
A message just here from Anthony. It says phone circuits are down for our building. Yeah.
Oh, I'm so sorry, everyone. Don't worry, we'll have enough time.
Plug that mic and you probably good.
Let's see.
It's the phone system. We need to turn off the phone system.
Do we need to reboot? It does sound like rain. It's really annoying. We hope this doesn't last all night.
No, well, it is
Getting
raining.
louder.
I thought, well, maybe it is the rain because you
Yeah.
can see it raining a little bit. But I guess it's not that strong. It's the phones. Yeah, it's the phones.
So sorry, everyone. We're seeing if we can work with these technical difficulties. Diane, you dropped a paper there. Yeah. Yeah, we might have to start over again. I'm not sure if that'll do it, though. We've never had this issue before. We've had others, but not this one.
Anthony is on, he's trying to fix it.
Okay, let's give him a few minutes to see if he can fix it. We'll just. Trina. So can we turn off the mics?
Louder.
Yeah. Can we turn off the mics? There we go. There we go. Okay, everyone, we're back online now. We hope we have fixed the technical difficulties that we had with the sound. We're still with the public comment period, and Ethan's going to come forward and reread his comment again, since that was very annoying for him the last time. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you for allowing me to go again. So, good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to speak at tonight's council meeting. My name is Ethan Justinger.
There you go.
I want it to be too loud. Okay.
No, you're doing
And I
great.
live at 1294 West Heron Way in Heber City. I'm currently employed as a law enforcement officer in the state of Utah, assigned to the Heber Valley. I am here representing my neighbors and myself with our new community referred to as Parkview Place. I have lived in Heber for over 4 years after moving from New York and absolutely love it here. However, it is no surprise that housing here is difficult for a single adult male on a law enforcement wage. When I first enrolled in Mountain Lands program in 2019, I was extremely excited for the opportunity to purchase a home. However, that excitement faded over the past 3 years with Mountain Lands in control. I was originally assigned a townhouse reservation to be completed in the middle of 2020. However, that date was not obtainable and the completion continued to be pushed back. Then Mountain Lands went silent, did not return any emails or send out any updates. I was finally able to contact the old director and change my reservation to a single family home when the townhouse was not completed by 2022. At the beginning of 2023, I observed there was some progress being made, so I reached out to Mountain Lands to confirm my reservation was still on the record. I was told I no longer had a reservation for any house and felt kicked basically to the curb. They offered me an opportunity to purchase a completed duplex, but only if 3 other individuals in front of me did not get approved for financing. Luckily, I was able to purchase the house. However, Mountain Lands poorly communicated throughout the purchasing process. The house failed inspection, but they would not tell me what items needed to be fixed. They would not share important dates and did not hold true to the deadlines specified on the purchase contract. The house ultimately passed inspection, but they completed the bare minimum on the house. The house does not have gutters. The tiled shower came without a door. They installed a cracked bathtub and left it, and some cabinet face need to be replaced. After living here a month, I cannot receive mail because they have not installed the gang box yet. I have a punch list of items that need to be fixed on the house, but if given my experience with Mountain Lands, I know it won't be completed in a timely manner. Through the timeline of purchasing this house, I've had to move 4 times in 3 years. I'm not sure what can be done about the program they are running here. However, I feel that purchasing a house should be an exciting time. I am fortunate to have a house. However, I would not recommend Mountain Lands to anyone. I feel Mountain Lands can get away with treating us this way because they know we cannot afford anything else and can go anywhere with any other builder. We would request a separate meeting that's kind of being set up to discuss options on how to move forward with this organization. So thank you guys for your time and letting me read again.
Thank you. Thank you. Boy, Matt, this is obviously really concerning to us. You know, we didn't have any idea about this on the city council, even though we knew they were delayed. And we know there's been the pandemic. We know there's been, a change in personnel there. And that obviously none of that has helped. But this is really significant. And I just hope that Jamie and Tony, you can talk with Mountain Lands as much as Matt, you try to set up this meeting, because these are really significant complaints.
We'll try to get that meeting as soon as we possibly
I
can.
appreciate that very much. Okay, and next, please, and tell us your name.
Hi, I'm Jessica Potter, and I also live at the Parkview subdivision with these 2 gentlemen. I echo everything they say and add more to it. And I won't go into all the details, but I literally have 3 pages on my notes app of punch list items that need to be completed. Things like broken doors, floors being completely unlevel, like my dining room table wobbles back and forth because the concrete underneath was so unlevel. My shower doesn't drain at all. I get about 2 inches of water in the bottom of it because it flows towards the wall instead. Things like painting things the wrong color. Of course, that's like comes with affordable housing sometimes, but it was, again, like Wyatt said, in a contract that was signed and never communicated to us to have changed. There were a couple things like window color options that we were given, which in my mind is a big like option upgrade cost wise. And so we had these options, but then the home price never changed when they ended up putting cheaper options in. I also have an identical home with 4 of the other homes. They're like literally identical. And Mountain Lands charged me $15,000 more than the rest of them because we weren't in communication. And then once we closed, I found out that I paid more than everybody else for a exactly identical home. Little things like that. And then just really struggling with the communication has been the absolute biggest problem. My interest rate by the time I started and the time I closed doubled. So that's going to make a huge change in the lifetime of the loan. I was constantly having to beg my landlords to re-up my lease and let me live there. I lived out of boxes for 2 months at the end because I thought I was going to be moving and then wasn't. I had to cancel my movers multiple times because I don't have family or friends in town. And it was just an absolute disaster. And so we're just really hoping that we can have the support of the city council to move forward with these meetings and to do so successfully. One other thing is I did hire a lawyer towards the end to send some letters to demand that the contract be fulfilled. The letter had been sent twice to David and to Elise, and there has been no response to that letter at all. And he has requested a response twice now. So that's all.
I'm so sorry to hear of all of this. I am wondering, were those sent certified mail as well?
So he ended up emailing them.
Oh, okay.
Their Mountain Lands emails. So no.
But email.
Is there anyone else that would like to come forward, or is there anyone online that wants to come off mute and give a public comment? We still have another 5 minutes. Okay, I'm not, oh, please come forward.
That's not fair that your comments count toward the comments because you're limiting us so much anyway.
Understand.
I could come and comment on the comment time because you're not doing it the American way. I have some papers here for you and I'm just going to talk. I don't want you to comment because I've got 3 minutes worth of stuff to say or lots more. The first one picture, and I've got some more if anybody in the audience wants them, if they're back on the seat. That's the roundabout at the Fit Stop. And as you can see, there's some trash, there's some flowers, there's some trash trees in the back. I'm sure they didn't plant trees there. The next picture shows some more weeds. The next picture shows, it looks like there's a sprinkling system that's supposed to be there under that green thing. I went and took these pictures, and there's a thing that says that if you come here, you violated, so you need to give me a ticket because I violated to get these pictures. It's trash heap. Nobody's taking care of it. Nobody's pulling the weeds. There's some blanket flowers that are trying their darndest to grow. Is there a water system there? Don't answer me. You can answer me at the end. And then I need to have this little bucket brought forth. And I have complained about this for 3 or 4 years, that the grate at the 5th North and Main Street was clogged and covered. And I brought it to you tonight. It weighs 26 pounds. It is a iron type of mat, and it was completely over the grate. And it's been that way for years. I have asked the city to come and remove it, and they didn't. I used to take those things home in my basket and put them in the garbage, but I'm old now and I'm not going to do that anymore. But anyway, I saw the street sweeper. I must have telepathy with him because I was thinking about, I hadn't seen the street sweeper. I chased him down on my bicycle, asked him if he actually sweeps the gutters with the same place thing, and he said yes. And anyway, he says, we've been up 5th North twice this year, which they have, but you can't get that up with the street sweeper. So the third picture is a picture of something else that's in the gutter. That's the one at Main and 5th North, and you might want to come and look at it. I'm going to leave this and let Public Works go empty it, have them bring me my bucket and also my lease to the land that I came to get, and it had been misplaced. So I'd like my bucket back and the lease. The next one is showing all the debris at J.R. Smith School. J.R. Smith School, J.R. Smith School. There's trees growing out of down at 250 West, 500 North, and they are up to my neck. If they're not removed, they're going to ruin the sidewalk and the gutter. And some things are in the gutter almost permanently, and a street sweeper can't get them out. But I swept from church to Annette Probst twice because the street sweeper was broken one year. The next year, they couldn't afford the brushes for them. So that's 3 minutes. And this is coming events. Upcoming events is your second page. This has been on the road for 3 to 5 years. It's not drivable, and I'm going to come back and talk about automobiles and vehicles on the road when I come the next time.
Diane, on the vehicles, please tell the lieutenant.
Yeah.
All right, because the police will have to search the VIN number and all of that, or license, to see who the owner is. And
I know who the owner is.
okay,
You know?
to get the notice on the
Anyway, the
abandoned
trailer
vehicles.
comes off and on depending on hunting season. It's not in my neighborhood. I got to tell you this one. Oh, thank you. I'm going to take just a half second more.
Okay.
I had a neighbor that she got a ticket because her trailer, you know, Caroline, it's not Fisher, but that's what I know her as. Somebody complained that she had a trailer out in the street. And they fined her, gave her a ticket. She put it behind the fence. And she said, how come my neighbor across the street with 2 trailers and 2 cars and a truck is not ticketed too? And they said, nobody's complained about that. And we don't give tickets to people unless they complain. And I'm so going to be Mrs. Complaint now because I'm going to complain on everybody. But I forgot to give you your compliment. You meet in a beautiful place and you have a beautiful quilt hanging in the back that I helped do that. So I will see you. I'm going on vacation, so I'm not going to see you for a bit, but I'll be back.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. All right. It looks like our time period now for public comment is done. We're going to continue everyone to the next part of the agenda. That's the general business items. There's no votes on the general business items. It's more discussion and presentation. The first one is the Heber City Historic Preservation Committee with Michael Moulton, our chair. Is he available? Is he online?
I don't see him, nor did I see him online.
Don't either. Scott, do you know anything about that? Okay, we'll skip that for now and see if he'll come and join us. I hope he'll join us in a bit. We'll go to number 2, please. The City Branding Initiative update with Ryan Bonnell. Thank you, Ryan, for coming.
You're welcome. How are we today? In the interest of time, I suggest we jump right into it. I certainly don't want it to be my fault if we end up at midnight tonight. I believe that everyone was sent the slide deck and has had an opportunity to review. So what I'd like to do is just get feedback from council at this point. If you go a couple of pages into it, there is a slide that shows the old mark versus the new one. What's happened since our last meeting is that I was able to meet with various members of council independently and collect some feedback, and that is where we created these revisions from. Overall, the mark, some of the challenges that were given to us, there were concerns about the detail of the original concept. So we have, in broad strokes, tried to simplify it and make it more compatible with modern approaches to printing, embroidery, different marketing applications. We have brightened up the color scheme a little bit. We have cut down on some of the embellishments. But in the same breath, we have tried to keep the character and the concept of the initial mark that was discussed several months ago. Deeper into the slide presentation, I felt that the visual side was very important. In the last meeting, how is this going to be represented on a truck? How would this look if it was embroidered onto a shirt? What are the practical applications of the mark? So we did spend some extra time going through and creating mock-ups of how this could realistically be implemented across applications that the city already uses. With that, I'd like to turn it back over to council and see what do you guys think? Are we moving in the right direction? Do you have any thoughts or feedback for me?
Council, what do you think?
I, I don't think we're going the right direction. I think this logo takes us back, and I'm not sure that I'm comfortable doing that. I'd like one that takes us more forward, looking into the future. And I really like our current logo better than this one. I know there's a lot of work that's gone into it, but I think it needs to be, take us into the future, not try to take us back.
It's an interesting conversation. I believe I had some comments from Councilmember Stack about progressiveness with the brand. Is that correct? Did I tell you guys about my Tremonton experience? Tremonton, Utah, up north, at the intersection of 84 and 15. Their community slogan is a progressive and friendly community. And I was thinking about that. To me, it seems like when you want to really be progressive, this is a community that is hungry for more. We want more. And when this last rebrand happened, it was during the form-based code era. It was actually presented as part of that. I think that Heber City was really grasping for more. They wanted to be noted. They wanted to be acknowledged. With this proposal, what I have heard from the community and felt is that we want to slow some of this down now. And that's the reason why we've been kind of moving the other direction away from, quote, progressiveness. As a marketing standpoint, I don't feel we can win a progressive contest. We're Heber. So we can't get into we're Chicago or New York or we're going to be this progressive, fast-paced community. I don't think that fits our identity. And that's the reasoning why we've been going down this path. It's a great conversation to have as far as an identity conversation. But as we've done our due diligence on it, the reasoning why we've been moving into this historical identity concept is because we feel that it's a unique market identifier as opposed to we're trying to compete in the community of the future. So perhaps a hybridization, but it's hard because you can't really, if you're vanilla, you're not really doing anything. So I welcome the conversation, but those are from our side as the consultant side. That's where we've felt, and certainly what we've heard in doing our due diligence before coming to council with this concept.
Yvonne.
I would like to at least address some of the comments being made. For me, progression, I hear that word used a lot. Progression means growth. Progression means change. Progression means shedding the past. One thing that and Matt and Jamie could agree or disagree or maybe share how they saw this. But one thing that I saw of all of the communities that we visited in Colorado, progression for them was including the past. You cannot go forward if you are not willing to embrace what you were and what you are and what you can become. That it needs to be a full circle. I would agree that maybe some of the scrolling around, at least with I call them curly cues, with the circle at the very end to maybe remove that. I like the Heber City portion of it. I love the idea of showing the Heber Tower, as I call it, to the Tabernacle Tower. But I feel that when we say progression, one thing that was prevalent throughout all of these communities and what made them successful was the fact that they embraced the past. They didn't shy away from it. They didn't ignore it. They didn't push it away. They embraced it and they used it and made it and pushed it forward with the modern and with kind of branding themselves. We struggle when we had a meeting and when we met with, I can't remember her name, but from USA. What was?
Oh, the Main Street.
Main Street USA. The one thing she said as she walked through our community, and mind you, this is an individual coming with fresh eyes, the one thing that she said is that we have no identity. And until we find our identity, and until we're willing to embrace the past along with the future, our future will be sketchy, will be anything, Anytown USA, um, any town. And when I say that, I mean in Orem City. You're nothing against Orem. It's perfect for what it is and what it's used for. It's a shopping center icon down in the valley. But we're Wasatch back, and I'll keep going back to that as well. We're different, and we shouldn't shy away from that. And I think it's important that we do embrace our past with our future. And so for me, I wouldn't mind getting away from, like I said, the curly cues, but for the rest of it, I'm happy with it. I think most of the citizens would like that. You speak to the citizens of our community from all walks of life. Most of them will say, I moved here because it has a small town feel. So that's what we need to remember. We may personally not like this or that and feel that progression is always changing and nothing of the past, but I think that's what we learned in Colorado, is the past needs to be embraced with the future.
And this was explained by you before, that it was that nostalgic feel, that historical element that I didn't hear a lot of disagreement on when you brought it to us the first time, but I guess we've had more time to think about it now. I don't mind the curly cues. I think they do add the nostalgia.
Toned back.
Yeah, I really like the sun beams too, but that I can see that's harder to put in,
The
and
reason that embellishment was taken away was because, again, it's crossover into print. Like, it would be very difficult to do a vinyl cut. What you would be doing is printing that direct and then doing a kiss cut outline. So with the new proposal, it would be easier to do something that would be like in a pure vinyl or embroidered. I know that Councilmember Kaler had specific concerns about how the embroidery would look on a polo shirt. And I talked to her at length about that. How could this be, could it be legible from a distance? The circle mark that we did that was just the word mark, that shape, if you look at the way the signs were redone and when we shrink down the existing mark, it's a narrow rectangular mark. So when you see it on the street sign, you have to kind of, and then there's a recognition there. So the idea behind the word mark is we take some of the complexity out of it and it just becomes Heber is what stands out the most. Council, please understand this is discussion, and I love it because, to Councilmember Barney's point, we have been arguing about an identity in this community as long as I have studied this community's history. And it's been cowboys and Swiss and all over the place. And the reason why we haven't ever grabbed onto it, it's because nobody's ever been able to really agree on it. And in the previous presentation, my proposal was that the one thing that regardless of whether we're sheep herders or we're ag people or we're outdoor recreationalists, our history is something that we all have in common. I think it's possible to show that the city is being progressive in things with are we moving forward in development? Are we doing it the right way? Are we establishing ourselves to be an excellent place in the future, while we're still remembering and paying homage to those things that are uniquely characteristic to the community, which is our past. Nobody can hybridize that. It's who we are. So I'm open. I'm not dying on this mountain. I really want this to be something that we can all get along and if possible to come to a consensus on. And I'm happy to do as many revisions as it takes. But we're just going to keep churning on this one until we can come up with something that everybody feels happy about. I think artistically this is a solid concept. I think it's legible. I think it's simple. Honestly, I think that from the last mark to this one, we have taken the progressive comments into consideration, which is why the color schemes are brighter and the fonts are simpler and the curly cues have been toned down. We took the upward swoop out of the out of the Heber. We really tried to bring it more into a direct, simple, modern marketing approach. If we remove the tabernacle, again, the reason why we use that symbol is that if you go and make a pass through our community, it's the building that stands out, and it's also the building we stand in right now. There's arguable significance to that symbol, and it's recognizable. But those are the reasons on how we got here. But again, I'm open to the discussion. If I'm here to collect feedback.
Ryan.
Thank you. And thank you, Ryan. And we spent quite a bit of time talking about this one-on-one. And I appreciate your time in hearing from me. I know you met with others as well, and you've done your level best to incorporate as many of the concerns as you felt like you could with integrity without sacrificing your effort and your work. And I appreciate that. And I said this last time, I genuinely am grateful for the services you provide to our community, to our city, for the work that you do. But this is one for me where it just doesn't land. I understand that the word progressiveness has been thrown around a bit, but that certainly wasn't my word. And I know that word is laden with meaning, different things to different people. And so that I don't want to adopt that as the reason why this maybe doesn't land with me. That's not where I'm going. For me, it's more about forging our identity and having something that's is also forward looking. I'm not against capturing and honoring the past and what it means to our community, but I think we have to do it in such a way that it is still forward looking. I tend to agree, quite frankly, with Councilmember Phillips. When I look at the current city logo, I look at that and I think that's great. I honestly don't see a reason to change it. It has a lot of timeless elements. It also captures the tabernacle. It's bold. It's relatively clean and simple. I personally tend to favor things that are clean and simple when it comes to marks, but I also know that's a matter of taste. I also appreciate a lot of the work you've done. You have, as you mentioned, addressed a lot of the concerns and some of the reservations that were expressed that I shared at the last meeting, shared one-on-one, and I'm sure that other council members mentioned as well. Some for stylistic reasons, some for practical ones. But for me, this just it just doesn't hit. I don't look at this and feel a connection. Go, aha, that's it. That's Heber. I feel more of that with our current mark because of its cleanliness, its simplicity, its boldness. It still incorporates our history in the form of the tabernacle. But what does a mark look like? I don't know that I necessarily can put that out there, but to put a more positive spin on an old quote, I'll know it when I see it.
My hopes
In a good way.
out of this
Yes.
meeting would be to get some direction.
Sure.
Because to say that I just don't like it puts us really in a place where it's hard to move forward. So we've had a couple of days to look at these. I think I hope that everybody got to see them over the weekend. If it's not doing it, could you give me any direction on what you think might get us there?
This is a large expense for the city to change logos. I mean, the trucks have to be rebranded, signage. I just think it needs to be significantly better than what we have to make a move. I don't think we're there yet. I mean, the way the Heber City is with Heart of the Wasatch back, that's who I think we are. I mean, we are the heart, and our plans for the downtown and having a destination resort or like destination coming here to Heber, a place to go and be, we want to be inviting to everybody. And I think our current logo does that. I don't know, and I'm not an artist, I'm not a marketer, but and I'm, again, as Brian said, the term progressive, I'm not trying to use that either, but we need to be forward looking as far as, this is going to be, we're going to be welcoming the world to Heber Valley. And
Jamie, could you move me to the image with the street banners, please? It's towards the end of the deck. Here we go. I do actually love that slogan. I don't think that changes.
I I wish we could have Timpanogos in there too. I like having Timpanogos in the current logo because that's a key to this whole valley. Okay.
I'm on our website looking at our current logo right now. And I personally don't know what I would change. And because I'm trying to give you constructive feedback, you're right. It's easy for anybody to throw hand grenades from the cheap seats and not come up with something constructive. And I say that myself, so I absolutely respect where you're coming from there. But the most constructive feedback I can come up with is I don't see anything wrong with our current logo. I don't see what I would change. I'm not somebody who tends to say change for its own sake is always inherently good. There should be a reason, especially for when there's a big expense associated with it. For something like the logo, are we right? What's the message we're trying to send with the change? But I look at our current logo and I think it hits, it's contemporary, it also honors our past, it honors our natural surroundings. Again, for me personally, I don't know what I would change from the current logo.
Is there any other comments, Mike, or anyone else?
Wow. Thank you, Ryan. I honestly, I don't feel qualified to give you feedback. I'm not creative. I'm logical. I'm an engineer. I don't discount what everybody's saying. So I have the least strong feelings. I like that. I also like the current logo. So I would say this. Heber City has always. I was reading over Pioneer Day the history of Wasatch County, so it's in my mind. And Heber City always was looking to the future. It was about the future, and I think we can all agree that it's still about the future. We all have visions of our families and ourselves, and what you're saying, progress and good times ahead. But I really think Heber City we are anchored to our past. We're connected to our past, and we need to stay connected to our past. And that's why I do like that. I think the Tabernacle Tower is our icon. Timpanogos is this backside of Timpanogos is an icon too that we all share. But for Heber City, it really is the tower, and it's unique, and it's a connection to the past. And you are still using the building, so. But and that's why I like it in our current logo. So I just want to say, I support. I'm not going to argue against what they've said. I like it. I don't have any comments for you. I like what you did. I mean, I like the first one too. So I'm just wishy-washy, right? I like everything.
Yvonne?
I'll say that I agree with Ryan on that. I wouldn't mind seeing Timpanogos. I do. For me, the current one, I'll be honest, I've always disliked it. That's just me. But I've always thought that it's pretty, but it's angular, and I don't like this. That's not me, obviously. Yeah. I like flair. I like artistic. That's something that I tend to lean to. And I agree with Mike. I am more artistic. So again, I'm going to look for something that has that oomph, if you will, something different and vibrant but at the same time too, I like what you've come up with currently. But I do agree. I always tell everybody we have the better view of Timpanogos. It's not Timpanogos unless you're looking at it from Heber City side. So I wouldn't mind seeing that put in there. And in order to give it more of the modern, I would. That's why I say to take away and make it just a full circle instead of ending it with the curls. Because I think in the name itself, the way you have the name, it shows that old style. It gives me kind of a Western feel, and as does the building currently, the way that you've shown that. But would I like to see Timpanogos in the background? So maybe the circle where it comes down right here, eliminate the circles or the little curly cues right here at the bottom. And then when it comes into the arch, maybe have that be Timpanogos. I don't know. Does that help as far as given, I don't know how hard that would be, just the outline. Um,
On this revision, the spirit of it was to try and simplify, make it actually more modern.
Then I would
The
take out
the
the
more
curlies.
elements we put in, the busier it gets.
Then I would take out the curlies for sure. And I'm sorry, but I feel like this shouldn't be a decision for a branding of the whole community. It should not just be to just us. We're sharing, we're 5 people that are sharing it with thousands of other individuals. I'm not opposed. I know I'm creating a stir here when I say this, but in this particular issue, I don't see why we can't give options. Ask the citizens, which of these do you like the best? You know, which one? And again, revise it, maybe taking out the curly and make it just a slight little more modern or whatever. But that's my feeling. I feel that this is something that is bigger than even us, which is, you know, we have lots of egos here. I'm sorry that I'm
I need to wrap
talking
my head
about
around doing a
myself.
true like open house style public feedback sort of session for
Yeah,
this.
just, you know, put it somewhere in the wave. I don't know. I'm just, again, I don't want to get somewhere where everybody's going to get mad at me. So I'm just going to kind of good tone myself back. But I'm not against finding out from the citizens what direction. I mean, if they come back and they're like, hey, why are we changing it? I like it. Well, that shoots me out of there. And
So I've heard that from everyone now. And if we go 2 presentations back when we were looking for permission to go down this road and pitching the idea of a new logo concept, it was an identity argument. It was that the current identity was very corporate in nature.
yeah.
And that with the changes that have been happening in our development curve, that it was the feeling that maybe it was time to show everyone where our priorities were. Is it about being corporate, sleek, modern, progressive, or is it about trying to do that heritage sort of movement and preserve Heber the way it is? The direction that I heard in that first call was to try and move in that heritage direction, which is how we've gotten here. It is expensive, and it is a process. Right now, a very large company and big healthcare provider in this state, and they have just gone through a similar move. Now, it doesn't happen overnight. You know, if you drive down the street and you see the hospital, they have not made the switch yet. But you go through, and there's a process. When the decision is made, you draw a line in the sand, and then you would, I would imagine, just as budget is appropriate, you know, and as you can do it, you set a little earmark sum for rebranding effort, and you do it responsibly. Things need to be replaced over time, anyways. But if the direction is, I'm hearing a different direction from that, which is what we've got is good enough. And I don't, that's hard to slingshot into the next step with. I'm looking for some more help from you. I recognize that you're just 5 people making decisions, but this is Heber City Council. You are the leaders of this community, you know, and
then
leadership shows.
This will be from Councilmember Barney then. I would not be objecting to changing our logo. I realize it is a process, and we have seen that process with our flag, with our state flag recently. We've seen it with our local health. One that I looked at and I thought, why? But again, they're trying to find something new. They're trying to rebrand themselves. And yes, I agree with you. At the beginning of this, that is something I remember very distinctly, many of us, all of us saying, yeah, let's look for something. Let's do something. Let's change this. So for me, I will say this. Our current one, I've always struggled with. I don't dislike it. I just feel that it's very cold, angular. Again, I like the flare. So I love this, but I'm willing, as always, to find a happy medium. And if that happy medium is to remove the curly, make it a little more sleeker, with still adding this brand new face to it, I would like to go forward with that thought.
Jamie, could you go back to the mark just itself, which is in the beginning of the deck? So that's an implementable direction. If we were to take and kind of complete the circles and clean up those swirlies, if that's kind of irking everybody's OCD,
And the same with the
that's an
bee.
easy
I
fix.
don't like
And
the
that's,
swirly on the bee.
to me, that's implementable direction that we could move on this. To say the colors are too bright, that's implementable direction. We were trying to warm it up, liven it up, make it more personal. Instead of that cold corporate, we were trying to bring in some warmth and some vibrancy to it. We can tone that back. The first round, they were more muted earth tones. But that's an implementable direction I could go with. This is the sort of feedback that I'm hoping for.
Okay, Mike, go ahead.
I like Yvonne's idea of getting citizen input, and this would be a perfect, we have iterations of this. This would be a perfect thing to put out as, and it's okay, a self-selected survey. If you're interested, you'll vote. If you don't care, then you won't vote. It doesn't have to be on a ballot in November. It could be a computered survey on the website, and it'd be perfect for ranked choice voting. Rank how do you like this, the old one?
Here's a practice, right?
Yeah,
We'll
gives them
rank
some
choice
practice.
the logo.
I think you might come up with, I'd say keep this, make some iterations. That would be a third one, and then talk to Ryan and Scott and come up with something even different.
Well,
I'd fund that just to get to this right place.
right now we just have 2 and 2, though. We really don't have a majority.
We're not voting.
I realize that. I'm just saying.
I very specifically didn't want to vote on this because I wanted
majority
discussion.
direction yet.
Said that he has spoken to Councilmember Kaler too.
Well, we don't know what she said, and she's not here to tell us. I'm just saying, I think the public as well as the council needs to know how much it's going to cost to rebrand on all the logos, all the signs, all the cars, et cetera. If we knew that, that would really be important to this discussion.
So let me offer some feedback on that. So I don't anticipate that we would come out and redo everything. We would do it as the logos worn out, as we got new vehicles, as the card stock emptied, we had to buy more. We'd slowly start bringing the new brand in once you decided on that. So it wouldn't cost a lot other than the work to finalize this brand here. Mayor, what I'm sensing is an effort to go out to the public, let them opine on this, get the feedback on this, and then bring that back to you for additional consideration.
That's 2. So Scott and Ryan, what do you think? Do you want to go to the public, or are you just saying?
I'd be okay with that. And if you're looking for some sort of implementable direction to come up with yet an even additional alternative, I would take Yvonne's suggestion one step further. On top of getting rid of the circles, I would find a way to work temp into the background. Just so we can see what that looks like. Maybe it's a complete train wreck and nobody likes it. But just to have the visual, just to see what it looks like.
Is that always the fear when you put it out to public, is that they're going to choose the exact one that we are least
well, maybe
about?
Bring that back to us first. But you did ask about colors, and I'm only bringing this up because you went there. I do like the tabernacle coloring on your original rendering.
So you liked the more muted?
Yes. I like the bold roof color of what you have now, but the actual structure itself, I like the coloring on the older one. This almost looks orange as opposed to more earth tone.
Okay, anything else?
I like what Ryan's saying about the coloring. If we could take out the curly cues and clean it up and make it a little more contemporary, and I'd actually take out the established 1889 and say welcome to Heber City, Utah. Just to make it more welcoming to our neighbors who have no connection to 1889.
And I understand that why you have the embellishment on the B in Heber. And I'm not going to argue about that other than to ask if there's a way to do it slightly different, only because when I first saw it, I thought it was an R.
Yeah, it looks like an R to me too.
It can be, yeah.
Okay.
So if you want to keep some sort of lettering embellishment, that's go for it, because I know there are those on the council who want to see it. But my only comment is the way it's implemented on the B makes it look like an R.
Yeah, I would agree. I don't like the curly on the B. I would just like it just be with that same, what I see as a Western font. It looks more, kind of stuck in the middle there. Early 1900s, so without the curly. Curly puts us back to 1800s. Regular puts us into the 1900s. There we go.
So Matt, I thought that part of this rebranding would be the new banners. So do we wait till banners need to be replaced?
You're talking about the street
The
banners
street
out front?
banners, mhm.
So the banners right now do not need to be replaced, but they will over time need to be. And we would then add the logo that you've selected or use the existing one depending on whatever direction that you give us. And so at this point, they don't need to be replaced, just looking for your feedback. Remember, this was a priority that you gave staff at your retreat from January. That's why we're spending the time on it. You want us to take a look at this and generate some ideas.
Other discussion?
So my takeaway right now, I'm going to create another couple of mock-ups. We're going to get a variety out there.
Yeah.
And as I'm standing here just on the fly, I'm kind of liking the idea of maybe doing a web survey. I'm not opposed to it either. But then what I see is maybe putting it on heberut.gov, promoting it on social, but then requiring people to come to heberut.gov to interact for the survey.
Anthony already has the survey page ready to go with the city surveys I've done in the past, so we can do it in the newsletter. We can do it on Facebook. You see what I mean? And it can all go
And with a
into
little
that.
time to prepare for that, I think it could be fun to just put it out there to the citizens and maybe foster some more citizen involvement in municipal process. I think there could be a lot of wins from that. So I would be comfortable. I'll need just a little time to figure it out and get it set up, but I would be comfortable moving in that direction where we collect that citizen input. I just, and cross our fingers we don't end up with Bodie McBoatface, so to speak, as the you remember that reference, right?
Yeah.
Where the United Kingdom had it was like a $2 billion Arctic research vessel, and they put it out to Twitter for a vote, and the citizens elected to name it Bodie McBoatface.
Oh, yeah, I see what you're saying. Yeah.
Yeah. So,
We're not
we'll
like
just
that
we'll just
here.
cross our fingers that we don't have any saboteurs out there and people take the survey sincerely. But I'm all about it. I love the idea of getting more people involved in it, and if that makes council comfortable, I'm happy with that direction.
I would even have some text fields. So if people want the opportunity to say, I like this logo, but I would change this, or if we see trends emerge in the feedback about particular propositions, that could be helpful as well.
Okay, I'll talk to Anton about when we're creating the survey page, if that's an implementable thing. I don't know his back end well enough to confirm whether that's doable or not, but I'll talk to him about it.
Thank you, Ryan.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Ryan.
Thank you.
Okay.
And we'll loop around again soon.
All right, we're going now to agenda item number 3, which is the Muirfield and Coyote Springs Park plans with Jamie Barron, please.
Thank you. We've been working with Landmark Design, and we have come with the updated Coyote Springs Park and Muirfield Park plans, and we wanted to get these before you to take a look at as we continue to move forward, progressing towards ultimately building out these parks. So I'm just going to open up a couple of these documents here. And then tonight, we're really looking for your feedback on these particular plans. Coyote Springs Park, we Just for those who are listening, we ended up getting this land donated with the Coyote Springs at Coyote Ridge Development. I believe it's 2.85 acres of public park. There's a natural spring, and so we looked at preserving that spring as well as creating a potential fishing pond here that's identified as item number 1, keeping it more of a natural playground, as well as a natural park that does have a trail that kind of winds down through it as we come down the hill from the canal. And then it would also connect to the additional trails along the canals. With that, we're looking at, pavilion, a soft surface trail. Again, the fishing pond that if for some reason this park were to ever be expanded, we could look at growing that pond right now. And then we have a parking lot as well as, and then this number 10 is a retention basin there. With that, we went to more of a design plan with this project after getting some feedback from the post committee on this. And we have those drawings today. We have some estimated costs that we're looking at right now that we'll bring back to you at a future time. What we're really wanting to do is get your feedback on this particular project to see if we're hitting that mark and if we're moving in that direction the city wants to go in terms of these parks. There was a discussion at the post committee about whether or not to have a fishing pond here or a fishing pond in general or another location, potentially Muirfield. And the discussion was overwhelmingly to put it here because of the fact that it's always kind of been intended to put it here. As far as the early discussions, as well as we can get the depth, we need about 18 feet in order to have the appropriate depth to maintain fish. Whereas with the North Muirfield Park, you have a lot more wetlands and those types would be harder to achieve that depth, as well as I think the intent there has always been to keep it as natural and preserved as much as possible. So with that, we're looking for the feedback on this park. Let me jump over to Muirfield real quick. This is the expansion discussion that we've had. There's consideration of potentially turning the existing structure into some sort of a pavilion. We don't anticipate any public vehicle access. That's part of the conservation easement. What we do look though is we want some trails. We will see some maintenance vehicles over there that would cross the bridges in order to maintain and keep things clean and trim down the grass as needed, as well as a boardwalk that would go through the Spring Creek area as well as the wetland area that would allow people to experience those, to see wildlife and see all the wetlands, as well as improving the existing wetland area there. We may see more of a pond. There's some potential, as we've been talking to Department of Water Quality, I believe is what it was, that there might be some additional grant funding for this area as well to help with some of those costs. And then we're looking at putting a improved parking area, but on the existing parcel, not on the new parcel. So the existing parcel and new parcel would be right about here, about halfway through there. And then again, we've gone to the design drawings at this point to get those cost estimates. And so we're really looking for your feedback. Are we going in the right direction? And are we okay to move forward, considering costs, and then start to move forward with looking at, after costs, going out to bid and looking at potential construction if it's being funded. So with that, just open for discussion. Matt, do you have anything you want to add?
I would add just one thing. We have identified some meaningful grants, and Nancy O'Toole is going to go after. The grant cycles open up in January. The awards would take place in April, so would not slow the timeline for this down. But really looking to you for your feedback on these proposals. They mirror extensively the master plans that you put together a couple years back for these two parts. And before we take too many steps down this path, I want to make sure that you're okay with the direction we're going.
Okay, council, questions, comments?
My only question is the pavilion with no access to it. Is that necessary? I mean, there's no bathrooms or anything over there, right?
Yeah, there'll be no bathrooms.
So I'd rather just make that natural and than have it have some benches or something there to sit versus a pavilion that needs to be maintained and
An interesting point.
It's good feedback.
A pavilion that you have to walk to or
Picnic
quite a
area.
ways. Would it be useful?
I mean, rather have like picnic trees, like a picnic area if you wanted to carry a picnic out there versus a pavilion.
And remember, there's a building there now, and we're hoping to convert it into the pavilion using the structure, using the beams that are already there. And so there is one there right now.
I wouldn't keep it if it needed a lot of work to keep it. You know what I mean?
I think it was that educational aspect too of different groups in the city that were hoping to provide either historical or educational place. Now, the farming group, the self-reliance group came, they wanted to build an amphitheater, remember? So they could do presentations for farming and agriculture. But this was to be an educational center really for, grade school students to come and sit and learn about the ecology there, the environment, the bugs and all of that fun stuff.
Is it prohibited there is a driveway now to get to it. Is that supposed to be removed?
So yeah, essentially we're allowed to access through that existing access that comes off 600 to get in there, but only for maintenance purposes. We're not per the conservation easement agreement, and I think there's others who may know it better than I am, but public's not allowed to access it vehicularly, and then we aren't there. We're really only intended to use it for maintenance purposes. So.
Well, UDOT's going to take that away too.
Yeah, and that's part of the discussion is there's potentially we may lose that access due to bypass, regardless of what option that they choose.
So that's, we agreed to that conservation easement, but that's when the road was still in place. But UDOT's saying that road's going to be gone with the bypass that goes across there, potential bypass.
I like the overall plan. I'm just questioning that building.
Okay.
I don't think it's something the city would want to maintain long term.
Well, it can be used for reservations too. It's going to be a beautiful little spot.
Like wedding
With no bathrooms and no facilities, it's hard to.
It can't be any reservations for fee though, according to the conservation easement. You can reserve it, but no fees.
Want the commercial services there. They were afraid it would turn into the hottest wedding spot in the valley. Yeah.
I was just going to say that I know at the Swanner Preserve up in Park City, there is something similar on the other side of that, where they have a building that is in nature for teaching purposes and for educational purposes. And there are a couple of areas along a path that is strictly just a structure where they have seats to sit down. Those who have been in Park City might know what I'm talking about. So I'm not opposed to the building. I just don't know how much of a building we need. I mean, maybe it's just a matter of pillars and something to, with a very natural setting around it. I with a small path, a dirt path or a nature path, soft surface.
It's also for capacity, right? We're building this to be a regional park according to our parks master plan. So we need a lot of benches. We need a lot of picnic tables. We're getting some on the boardwalk, but we were trying to encourage people to stay perhaps on the boardwalk or in the pavilion instead of just spreading out all over the place, which they might do anyway. But this is going to serve the needs for thousands of people, or at least 1,000 people at once. So I think we just need more to build in more capacity with pavilions and benches. We have minimum parking right now. There is some limitations there, but there's a lot more parking area on the other side. So to me, we need as much parking as possible. We could put in maybe some more trails. We need the pavilion. People are going to want to use this to its maximum capacity. That's where I'm coming from. I'm looking at the pavilions, Jamie. They're very utilitarian. They're very minimal, and that's obviously for cost. But if we're really trying to elevate the experience for our citizens or for the tourists that can come here, I'm just really hoping we can have some design elements in the pavilions so that they're unique, they're special, they're not just the plain old metal roof, couple of metal poles that look the way our pavilion does right now in Main Street that's been there forever. I hope that we'll be able to capture the nature, that appreciation, respect for nature, make them all special, unique places. I was sending Mark around some bench ideas of butterfly benches and sunflower benches, you know, to really try to blend into the nature theme, Muirfield Nature Park. But I'm hopeful we can do that at Coyote Springs too, and not just have really plain, you know, minimal type pavilions, benches, tables, whatever it is we end up with. Mike, did you want to say something?
I'm not against the pavilion. I think it's great. I think leave it in. I think future councils will probably fund the boardwalk and the parking before that. So, because you can't really get to that until it's done. So I like the plan a lot. This has become, I mean, it used to be just an ignored piece of junky land, and it's been slowly becoming a premier destination park. And we've invested money into the land and to this. It's beautiful. So I support this. I'm not sure the boardwalks need to be 8 feet wide. I don't like building things bigger than necessary. It's a waste of money, and it starts to you lose what you're doing. I went out and measured the boardwalk north of River Road on the old Highway 40 along the river.
Provo River area.
Yeah, it's 5 feet wide. So, I mean, I don't know who came up with 8. We're not riding bikes on this, or so.
People will skate on it. I bet they'll
Skate?
want to roller skate.
I'd have a boardwalk.
Not on a boardwalk.
You never know.
I think there's more of a discussion about things like strollers, things like that, people passing both directions, those kinds of things. I know which one you're talking about.
It's not a thoroughfare.
Sure.
It's not even a regional trail.
Yeah.
It's so I don't buy those arguments. So I'm not for an 8-foot boardwalk. It's extremely expensive and it's high maintenance.
Are you suggesting something like 6, 5?
I'd support 6, but nothing bigger.
Okay.
And is it possible to have more bench outcropping areas? We've got 3 right now.
Yeah, I mean, I think we can add those in.
To have a double-sided one there at 4, where it's so picturesque right there when the creek winds
I think they have a
around.
larger one here at 4 that's really a viewing area, a designated creek viewing area. So you do have a lot more here than you do in the other areas.
But, you know, to have, Matt, we talked about the historical signage that the Preservation Committee wants to put in there too, and that would be great to have benches with the historical signs.
Absolutely.
And I think they tried to put the benches as close to the water as they could, generally what people like to observe. But I think we could probably fit some more in maybe some of these other general areas as well.
The last comment, and again, I'm just throwing out stuff. Yeah, all the boardwalk goes to one spot, and maybe we should stay on the north so you can make a loop rather than around the pavilion.
Not sure I follow. Can you explain that again?
Just go west of the pavilion. See, there's one access, the boardwalk.
Right here?
Yeah. So that's going to be, everyone's going to go in and out there. But if you keep going west, if you took that leg right there and moved it up north.
Just add the north part.
Right?
Add something so that people can.
More of a Cascade Springs.
People like to walk loops in parks.
Great feedback. Excellent. Thank you.
I have comments on Coyote.
But before we get to Coyote, if I may. Thank you. I agree with everything Mike has said. I support keeping the pavilion here. That's especially and primarily because it is going to be converted from the shed. If we were going to be investing great expense to put something in here from scratch, I think I'd be more inclined to agree with Scott. But where there's already a structure there and we plan to convert it, I do see that turning into an amenity that people will use. They'll go park, walk in, and have a picnic. I think that could be a very nice amenity for the public. I also agree with trimming the boardwalks down to 6 feet, completing the loop to the north. Expense-wise, that's probably going to be a wash. So, otherwise, I support this. This looks great.
It's going to be spectacular. It's going to be absolutely amazing. We just need those trees. Did everybody see what the tree subcommittee had recommended as far as not using box elder trees, but to use maples and such in this report? The tree subcommittee reviewed the report here and they said, please don't use box elder trees.
Yeah, I've not received that comment. So.
I'm sorry, I think I sent it to Tony
Okay.
and Mark Rounds and such. So I'll be happy to send it to you, Jamie. They just did that yesterday. So they're really excited for this too. And they would really help us, right, with the plantings and the maintenance there because they love to do that. Is it possible to get any more trails around the big meadow? That's, we just have the big loop right there. Could we get one maybe through just the middle so that, there's smaller loops within that loop that could feed into the pavilion area? You see what I mean? So we have a lot of options coming in and out of the pavilion area. And then as far as the pond here, what do we know what the depth could be, or are we just not that far along?
We're not that far along. We do know that you'll have the same amount of water rights for a fishing pond as you would for a regular pond. We do need a depth of 18 feet in order for the fish to survive the winter. And so we're looking into those types of things. But we hope to have ideally a fishing pond here and at the Coyote Springs Park if we can achieve the depths and the requirements for the fish habitat.
We talked about having a pier there before. We used to show a pier going to that.
Yeah, we'd love to have a pier there. That's all abilities. You pull chairs out on it and cast a rod out. So absolutely. Mm-hmm.
Well, even if we don't make it fishing, a pier would still
Absolutely.
be really nice.
Absolutely.
Mike.
Okay, I'm going to go negative. I'm against a fishing pond.
Oh, yeah?
Every fishing pond I've ever been to it's just dirty. There's crap all over. The vegetation all around the pond is just tramped down to mud. And then we have to stock it and keep the fish every year. I'm against a fishing pond. I'd keep it natural. If the fish want to swim up Spring Creek and end up in the pond, good for them. But to say, oh, come fish here, I think will ruin the natural area that we've bought. It'll tramp it down.
I think it'll turn into the goldfish dumping pond.
Go over here to the Wasatch Mountain State Park. There's always people there, and there's just trash all over. Lures, hooks, Coke cans, and they're constantly cleaning it up.
This is feedback we're looking for because we're getting down.
There's my negative comment. And that's also about Coyote Springs. No fishing pond in my vote.
Stock the fish either.
So we wouldn't have to do that. The DNR would do that for us. They would provide that, but there is some maintenance. You have to make sure the water's oxygenated and it's got a depth and things of that nature.
I would keep the pond at Coyote Springs.
Okay.
Do we have to pay DNR to stock the pond?
My initial research is no, that they would provide that for us.
I think
it's part of fund it then?
What's that?
Can they help fund it then if they're willing to stock the pond?
Nancy's actually got a grant that's going to help us with most of it. Mm-hmm.
I think they see it as a urban fishery. And so for them, their investment is the restocking of the fish and the hatchery activities. But I don't know. We'll see what we can do in terms of grants.
St. George has, I think, 5 or 6 urban fishing ponds and very, very successful, but they actually design a walking path around them so that it's not trampled down, but it's entirely up to you as to what direction you want to go.
So in the Coyote Springs pond, there's some kind of beach area, dirt, sandy area around that pond. Is that right? Which would prevent, hopefully, the smashing all the vegetation down. But so that shore area, what kind of material would that be?
While you're looking that up, I agree with Mike on that regard, but that's what I was going to say is that if we did put something, if it was a fishing pond, first of all, when we talk about the pond in Midway, it is maintained by the state. So there's that. I think that they have a little bit more income, if you will, more money to be able to do that type of maintenance on a large scale. If we wanted to do something like that here, that would be my first suggestion in, if you will, put a beach close to the water, only because it is very hard. My grandkids, that's where we've trained all of them or taught them all to fish, is at the Midway Pond, and they love it. And I'm not opposed to it, but I do think that there needs to be some considerations going forward. So if we do decide to go in that direction, that would be my first thought, is that we really need to take into consideration the surrounding area around the pond in order to take away some of those hindrances and those problems that they have there.
Before you, one more last comment, go back to the other one really quick, Jamie. How many of you have been over to the Provo River near the Special Service District entryway, the fishing area? They have a combination of boardwalks and just natural paths. Are you okay if, rather than having boardwalks everywhere on the Muirfield, we have the natural paths where it's dry and it's appropriate to have those paths? So I think one of the cost drivers we have now is they're projecting boardwalks everywhere, and I don't think we need them everywhere because it's very costly.
Hard to maintain.
And we're actually getting a wetland delineation on this part to determine where the wetlands are, so we can adjust for that. Because the boardwalks would be appropriate where we can't do that in the other.
Correct.
I would think there's some new, I'll let Jeremy weigh in, but I'm thinking there's some new U.S. Supreme Court case law that's going to be pretty favorable for a wetlands delineation in this area. Right?
I'm not familiar with that, so I'll have to look into it.
It's got to come fast. There is a new wetlands delineation, how shall I say this, a new wetlands report that the Utah Geological Survey has finished, Matt, with the funding that we helped to provide in the matching grant last week. They've just finished it. It's now posted on their website, and I think you'll see some of that, Jamie, in their new maps. They did Northfields, including that this area, not Coyote Springs, but I think they did do that. Yeah, they did. As well as the Upper Provo towards Francis in Summit County. Okay, so can we get more benches then in Coyote Springs too?
Absolutely.
Yeah, we can look into that. There was a question about the material around that. It's a crushed rock, so which is very similar to what you actually see on your soft surface trail. So that it's the same material.
And it pants down.
Correct.
We talked about that before. Yeah, that'll be great. Anything else that anybody wants to say here on Muirfield or Coyote Springs Park? Go ahead.
So I see Coyote Springs Park as a neighborhood park. I don't see a need to spend the money on 21 parking stalls. We only have one park in Heber that has a parking lot, and that's Muirfield, our largest park. Every other park, people walk there, ride their bikes there, or park on the road. So I'm thinking, every park, Wheeler Park, Eagle Park in Tint Meadows, Cove Park. So, and I see a lot of people, I live up here. There's a lot of people right around here. They're not going to drive to this park, and I don't think we want them to drive to the park. We'd rather they walk to the park. So I'm not sure we need a parking lot.
This park, by way of context, will have significant connectivity to the bike trails. Significant
That's great.
Connectivity. So you may not need the parking lot.
Well,
right. Yeah.
But if you put a fishing pond there, then it's going to be an attraction.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. No fishing pond. I'm going to say, and this is just me, and I get to sit up. I sit up here. No fishing pond, no parking lot. Now, I like everything else. I don't like an 8-foot crushed rock trail. Again, it's for driving. I can drive my truck on that. This is not a regional trail. This is a park through the park trail. I think 8 feet is ridiculously wide. Waste of money and just looks bad. I think the reason it curves up, it's so curvy, is to keep it at a 5% grade for ADA. Is a crushed rock trail an ADA surface?
My understanding is that, yeah, depending on if you use like a chat or something like that, then it can be ADA requirement. You can push, you new wheelchair, things like that. I think the reason for switchbacking it was just the topography itself.
It's very steep
It's
in that area.
pretty,
Yeah.
yes, it has
Yeah.
some decent elevation gains.
The thing is remember that whole north side is going to be the backyard of those homes.
Yeah.
And I'm concerned about putting the playground so close to those homes. I'm wondering if the council doesn't want to do a large parking lot or not any parking lot to switch the playground closer to the west road side so that there'd be just a little more buffer we could put there instead of putting the playground in the backyard of those homes.
You're saying reduce the parking area and put in and then move the playground to the west?
Perhaps.
Okay.
Otherwise, we're going to get kind of constant complaints from the neighbors there to say, this is too noisy. People are always looking in my backyard. They're throwing their balls in my backyard or whatever they do, So I'm just wondering if that can be reconfigured. We can't change where the springs are. We can't change gravity to where the proposed pond is. But can the detention basin go by the homes? I don't know if that's possible with the
Detention
slope.
basins for this parking
It is
lot.
for the parking. It's
Okay.
downhill from that. And that's
Okay,
really
so
the
I'm just
location.
wondering then if, we even want to put the playground where the detention basin is. Just an idea. I know that's going to become a collector road at some point, but that land to the south hasn't been annexed yet. I don't know when it will be. I'm just concerned about future complaints from neighbors.
So this is excellent feedback. Let us take this and update these plans based on the feedback we've heard. And we'll come back with some updated plans and cost estimates for you.
I have one more comment. Sorry it takes long. I don't see anyone using these picnic pavilions up on this trail. We've got two by the pond and a big one here, which I think is great for picnic. Again, I think that's just benches maybe, but
They're kind of like overlooks. They're like overlooks, which with great Instagram photo opportunities,
Yeah, great
right?
overlooks. Absolutely.
It's just going to be so beautiful. People will want to have kind of a stopping point.
I would leave them. And I think they're picnic destinations.
you would walk all the way there and
I
picnic.
think some people definitely would, but if we don't want to do so much as a picnic with a bunch of table or with a large table or anything like that, what about just putting an overlook with a chair and then some type of cover? Again, I'll go back to the pathway along Slander. There's a couple of areas that are behind the condos there that abut into the Slander Reserve, and they have that similar. It's just a alcove, if you will, where the trail kind of stops. You can step back. There's a chair. There's a seat there, and then just a slight cover, and it's just an outlook of the area. A place to contemplate, if you will.
Great feedback. Thank you.
Okay, fun stuff. Can hardly wait till this all becomes a reality. It's going to be really amazing. Council, you ready to move on? We're to the monthly development report now, again by Jamie Barron, please.
And I'll try to keep this pretty brief. I know with the holidays, we've missed some months, particularly in July. And so I've condensed kind of the last couple months into this particular presentation. So you can see that in June and July, we did have an uptick in applications in June, July. So we're the purple line. We're in between the last 2 years. We're still kind of following trends, even though numbers are a little less than before. So we've seen 5 either site plan applications or amendments, 5 final plats, 1 zone change / MDA amendment, and then 5 other applications, plat amendments, lot line adjustments, conditional use permits. Looking at the significant ones, we have preliminary plat for Jordan L. Ridge Village 2 for the Fitzgerald property that was just submitted. So we're going to be working through that with Jordan L. Ridge.
Jamie?
Yes.
So I remember very clearly at annexation, Mike Bradshaw agreed that he would be placing playgrounds in each of these very dense pods, let's say, so right, left, down. I don't want that forgotten. That's a lot of units. I will tell you they're going to be younger people because that's what we're already seeing move into Coyote area is younger families with little kids. And I know there's a park and a fire station place, but you don't let your 4-year-old go to the park. And so he was very assured that that would happen. And I don't see anything on here. I know it's preliminary, maybe it's not, but I don't want that forgotten.
And this doesn't have the landscaping plan on there. This is preliminary, but we will follow up on that and make sure that he follows through on that.
We just don't have any standards for what those playgrounds are because we didn't use the NVAS park standards because he came in under the base zone, not the NVAS. So I don't know how we can ask him to meet any standards unless he's willing to, it seems.
Or require under the MD&A, these parks that you speak of would be neighborhood parks that would be built by the HOA, maintained by the HOA.
They're private.
So they would not necessarily be public parks. They'd be HOA managed and maintained parks.
I'm thinking just a small tot lot playground.
Yeah.
That's what we talked about.
That's what I'm talking about as well.
We'll
We're
follow up
getting
on
the
that.
land with the springs. He is dedicating that to the
Yeah,
city.
I'm talking specifically about these pocket neighborhood parks that would be built within the subdivisions. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I do remember that conversation as well.
Okay, so the HOA will maintain them and
Pocket parks.
excellent,
Mhm.
excellent. So that's on the HOA then. Okay. Keep going, Jamie.
And then we've also received Jordan L. Ridge Plat B. This is the one up on Highway 32. We've received Phase 2B and 2C. They're just adjacent to each other. You can see just we're continuing to build out the townhomes here that they're working on. Then we received a final plat request also for Jordan L. Ridge Village 2, Pod 21B, Phase 2 and 3. This is just above the Fitzgerald. And then we've already done Phase 1. You can see where Phase 2 and 3 sit in relation to Phase 1 as well. So it's just south of that Fitzgerald Road, just east of Valley Hills Boulevard. We've received a site plan for the Old Mill Village commercial properties. It's a individual unit. It's very similar to some of the other more of a flex space units and projects we've seen. So this is just their renderings right now. We've requested some additional information from them, but having a 3-story building, main floor being commercial, second floor essentially retail, office, and then some residential on the top. So then having garage spaces in the back that could serve either a bay area for the commercial, or it could be used to provide parking for the residential if owner decided to build out a residential portion of that. We've also received a site plan application for what's being called New London South. This is the commercial pad just north of the Smiths Fuel Center. So on the south side of that pad is the first building. Building 2 would be probably what's called New London North or something similar to that. But essentially that first building, we received that request.
I can also provide an update. Last Friday, I was out there with Smith's officials, and if you go out there, you can see they are going vertical on the building, on the Smith's building, the marketplace building. Mm-hmm.
And then this is just some of their elevations, and we've asked for, we got more detail that we're looking for, but you can see that they're trying to incorporate some of the similar architecture that they did on the Smith's building into this to play into the farmhouse theme that's generally there at New London.
Let me hold this for a moment. A question was given to me about the bypass timelines. Segment A of the Eastern Bypass is under construction by HADCO, a requirement of the New London Ritchie Agreement. That is expected to be done in October before the end of the season. Section C, which is required by Red Ledges, is also currently under construction and will be done before the end of the construction season. Section B, which is our section, they're putting the water line in now. UDOT opened the bids 2 weeks ago, and they've made an award, I believe, and so they should be mobilizing here in the next week or two and start construction on Section B soon. But of course, they can't complete any work until the water line's down. I will also note that 550 East is going to be shut down effective August 4th to begin construction on the roundabout.
Does the water line have to be in first before that roundabout can proceed?
They're going to, in the 550 East, they'll be putting the sewer line in through that first and then do the roundabout.
Ooh, that is going to be huge.
Mm-hmm.
Is the church, though, with the MOU that's coming up, when do they think they want to build their roundabout? Is there any timeline on that, on Center Street?
Mayor, I'm not knowledgeable about that timeline. Russ may be more knowledgeable than I when he comes in a little bit later.
Thank you. Anything else, anyone for, oh, keep going, Jamie, sorry.
No, you're good. And then just some of the other applications, because we did have significant applications between the two. These are some honorable mentions. Smith's is doing a minor site plan amendment to their site. After their site plan was approved, Questar had some concerns over some of the trees that were on top of their high pressure gas line, as well as the light posts and other things. And so they've just been shifting those off and making some minor ones. Our code allows for minor site plan amendments to be done by staff, anything that's 5% or less of the total site area. If it's under that threshold, then it's staff. So it's a pretty insignificant. They're just transitioning from less poles to more light on the buildings, and then they're moving a couple parking stalls around, things like that. Black Rifle is also doing a minor site plan amendment to better coordinate with the dealership that's right there, and they're just moving some parking stalls as well. Again, that one's under the 5,000 or 5% as well. Schoolhouse Academy is a plat amendment to an existing lot over by Rocky Mountain Middle School. Spring Gardens is requested us to review an expansion to their parking project. I don't see that being very significant in terms of improvement. They have plenty of space. We're just looking at their drainage system landscaping. New London South small subdivision. So that site plan that we just looked at, they are just splitting that existing parcel into 2 lots so that each building can be owned by a separate owner. And then Hendershot conditional use permit. This is actually off of Industrial Parkway. There's an existing home where the storage facilities are being built right now, and the contractor, the developer, gave the option to move that house to gave the existing residents the option to move that house. If they could have it. And so they went through the conditional use permit to move that building. They're putting it on a lot in Tim Meadows. Thank you. And then the Emmett ADA reasonable accommodation. We had a request by a family here who has a child that's in a wheelchair, and they are not able to fit their the van that they have him in their garage. And so all winter long this winter, they've had to get him out of the van in the winter to try to get him in the house. They don't have a ramp. And so they also are installing a elevator. And so they requested an exception to a setback under the guise of persons with disability. And so they were granted that by our appeal authority. We had a Sulcer lot variance. It was a request for a variance to lot minimum lot width at over here on the west side for a flag lot. We were talking about 8 inches for about 50 or so feet that they needed. And then that was granted. North Village View MDA amendment. I think you're all aware of that one. In fact, you discussed it recently. And then Amateur Farms, that's just the barns, the storage facility up at Springs at Coyote. If you remember the discussion, for those who were here, they're building like a 2-story barn where they keep some of their own personal stuff. So they're just going through site plan process for that. Planning Commission meetings. We held a public hearing for the Hicken Field House. We held and for Vision Central Heber, which you're already looking at. Jordanelle Ridge Village 2 Clubhouse was approved. We canceled the second one in June. The July 11th, we had a public hearing on definitions, general provisions, administrations, zones, and then they repealed a couple sections in chapter 2 that pertain to some of the naming and different titles of, I believe it was community development director, things like that. If I remember right. So that's public hearing. Those will all be coming your way soon. We also had a public hearing on standard specs and drawings that'll be coming your way. Their Lofts on 6 site plan was approved. We approved preliminary for Sawmill Phase 8 and 9. These are the ones just directly of where the school is going to be located. 9 is the one that has the apartments that has the reduced rent for officers who bring a vehicle home. And then we also had a public hearing, or not public hearing, we had a discussion on the celebration workforce housing. The Planning Commission generally supported the idea, gave some good feedback, and we'll be holding a public hearing soon, and that'll be coming back to you as well. Then we had on the 25th, the new high school site plan was approved, and then that Hendershot conditional use permit was approved as well. So with that, if there's any questions or anything that you might have, we're happy to address. If there's anything you need to make us aware of, we're happy to take those comments as well.
Anything, council? Thank you very much, Jamie. Stay ready. We're now moving to the action items, everyone, and we will now go to the action item that was put on off of the consent agenda. This is a proposal now of ordinance 2023-23, amending the L. Remington MDA located at 160 West, 500 North. Jamie's going to present. In these action items now, everyone, there can be a 10-minute public comment period after some initial public discussion, council discussion. But if the council makes a motion before the public comment, then the public comment skipped. So let's go to that first action item, ordinance 2023-23. Jamie, please.
Hey, thank you. I believe we requested to bring this off for a couple reasons. One is I think there's some discussion the applicant wanted to have, and then I think there was also something that Jeremy wanted to discuss. But generally, so this is the same as what you saw in your work meeting last, which is why we put it on the consent agenda. And the council had given essentially approval saying bring it back, bring the document back. I don't have a whole lot to add to that presentation right now, but we do have all the documents here. If there's any questions on that, I would turn the time over to Jeremy for his comments.
Yes, Jeremy, please go ahead.
Yeah, so we asked to pull this off just because there was some concerns after we put it on the agenda about the affordable housing language. And in there references an actual deed restriction that was in the last version of this, but there's some concerns about the language in that deed restriction and possible amendments to that. So I think we propose to change that section slightly. I think it's section 11. Yeah. So section 11, just to, and the language I would propose, and then Joshua or the applicant can talk to the affordability criteria. So it wasn't real clear from the last meeting if it was 60% or 80% for the proposed 3 units, and they may want to talk about that. We had 60% in here, and their understanding is that those would be 80% AMI. So that's a question that we need to resolve, is just, are those going to be 60% AMI, or are those units going to be 80% AMI? And then the language that I would propose in that chapter, or that section 11, would just say, in accordance with Heber City Code, chapter 18.102, developers shall provide 3 residential units at an affordable rate to qualified applicants having housing income of no more than either 60 or 80 of average medium income. The design and elevations of the affordable housing units shall be consistent with the other buildings in the project. Heber City, Wasatch County, and Wasatch County School District employees shall have priority to the affordable housing units, which is something that we wanted to add in here to clarify. And then prior to issuance of any building permits within project, developer shall execute and record deed restrictions approved by the city against the three affordable housing units. So that would just kind of clarify some of the language in that section A to make sure we get our priority for Heber City, Wasatch County, and Wasatch County School District employees that we have in other MDAs, to clarify that the elevations and design of those units has to be consistent, and then just to allow us to kind of tweak those deed restrictions prior to them pulling building permits for those and then recording those at that time.
And Jeremy, if anybody wants to make a motion on this, can they refer to what you just said? Yep. Okay, that'd be great. All right, council. Oh, wait a minute.
Can I make a motion?
I think the developer wants to speak. Why don't we allow them to come forward, please?
Joshua Jukes representing Billy Wark, who is the developer, is here with me also. The only thing I would say, and we've been over this a lot, so we spent a lot of time on this, as you know, and appreciate your patience. On the 60-80 question, I think there was some confusion about that, but I think what we'd like to do, we can do one of the units at 60 and then the other two at 80. Our problem is with the lenders and getting the money to do this. They don't like, it's going to take too long to get their money back if we do a 60%. So what we would suggest is there's 3 units, one at 60, the other 2 at 80. And I think that will be hopefully adequate for what the city council would like to see. Other than that, I think we just rely upon what's in here. And I think Jeremy did a good job of explaining what we've agreed to.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Appreciate that very much. Jamie?
So I just like, this is just maybe a good opportunity to kind of reflect what AMI is of this year based on the fact that we just really got numbers probably 2 weeks ago or so. I sent them out to a couple individuals. The estimated AMI for Wasatch County is $122,600, which means 80% is a household making $98,080. So 60% would be a little bit different. But just so the council is aware, because that's this year it's been a big significance compared to the previous years where we were, I think 108. So we've seen a $14,000 jump in that this year. 60% would be a household earning $73,560 based on data.
For what household size?
So that's not based on household size. I can get into that more if we want to look at like Mountain Lands and Self-Help. They have a lot of stuff per household size. That is just household period. But that's the 80%. So 100% AMI is $122,000. 80% is $98,000. 60% is $73,560. So that's just an update because we only received those numbers a couple weeks ago in terms of what we're seeing market trends or the new data coming out.
So thank you, Jamie. That's really amazing. Council, is there any other questions or discussion with the developer?
I'd like to make a motion, please.
Go ahead.
I move that we approve this MDA with the changes talked about by Jeremy as far as affordable housing with the 1 unit at 60% AMI and two units at 80% AMI.
Okay, everybody understand that motion?
Let me just explain why I'm doing that, because this size of development, I think that's appropriate. You're not building 100 homes. So.
Okay, is there a second to this motion?
I'll second.
Okay, now let's go into any discussion here. Yvonne, did you want to? Anyone else want to make a comment?
I realized that the size, I was for this, and I actually thought this was a perfect setup. And then I drove past the size of the lot and looking at some of the, I didn't realize how narrow that is. I really guess I kind of had in my mind that it was a little bit, there was more space there for some reason. And so, and I realize that going backwards is maybe not an option, but I am wondering, did you ever have a discussion with the fire department concerning the size of the lanes, moving in, coming out? Also, we asked with sanitation, their trucks and the same thing. I just never realized it was just so thin. It's narrow, and we're putting in a lot of units there. And I know that saying that we're just willing to just do 160%, I would really like to hope that we can at least get 2 and 2, 280 and 260%.
I'd like to call the question, please.
I have to take a vote on when someone calls the question. All right, so let's take the vote on whether or not to vote on this. Let's start on this end, please.
No.
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 Yes.
Okay, so that motion fails. We'll continue the discussion. Go ahead, Yvonne.
So I'm not wanting you, and I know that trying to say, let's go back and redo everything because you put so much work and time and effort, but realizing and just in my mind what we're asking for and with this and in the neighborhood that it's in as well. You're putting a lot of something in a very small nothing. And looking at affordable housing, if we can do the 60%, I don't know, I'm just trying to barter. Maybe that's
It's
not
negotiate.
Okay, barter. I'm going to go with bartering, whatever you want to call it, negotiating, bartering. It just moving forward, I think that it's in the right space, the right place for that type of discussion. You have Muirfield right next to that. Those are my thoughts. I don't know if anybody else wants to chime in on that, but there you go.
Any other discussion or questions on what Yvonne is saying or anything on this original motion to approve it with the 160% and the 280%? Mike?
Jeremy, I think we just need to change. It's not average median income, it's annual median income.
Oh,
Area median income. Yeah.
thank you.
And just to clarify my motion, I want to make sure there's very strict deed restrictions, unlike Ranch Landing that,
In perpetuity.
yeah, they need to be in perpetuity, not just for the first owner.
Yeah, and that's one of the issues that kind of brought this about is trying to think through those and think about who's going to enforce those in the future. And we've had some discussions on that. And obviously there's been some discussion on mountain lands tonight. So those are things we need to resolve, which is why we wanted some flexibility in those deed restrictions and not kind of lock them in this agreement.
I guess I just would amend my motion to include very strict deed restriction language.
You accept that, Ryan, on your second? Okay. Any further comments? Any further discussion on the motion? Any further discussion on negotiating the amount of affordable units? Okay, it doesn't look like it. All right, we're going to take a vote on the motion, please, starting on this end.
Yes.
Aye.
Yes.
Okay, so that motion passes 3-1. 160%, 280%. Thank you very much for your patience. Okay, everyone, now we're going to go to the second agenda item, which is the first on the agenda, which says Ordinance 2023-29, the creation of the Advisory Arts Committee. Matt, please give us your presentation.
Thank you, Mayor. This agenda item is for the creation of an Arts Advisory Committee that would be leveraged to assess grant applications for art projects or activities in Heber City that would be funded with TAP tax revenues. The committee would ultimately make recommendations to the City Council with respect to the grant applications. It's proposed that there would be 5 members that would serve on the art committee. They'd be members that had backgrounds in arts, including music, visual art, drama, creative writing, photography, theater, and dance. Their terms would be for 3 years initially. Of course, when we start the committee, they would be staggered to make sure that we had terms that would overlap. And so this ordinance also establishes that the committee would meet in the winter, January, to submit grant applications, to receive those grant applications, to review them, rank them, prioritize them, and make recommendations to City Council by the March timeframe. And so this is an important committee that will assist us in, again, reviewing these grant applications that will ultimately be funded by TAP tax revenues, with the first grant cycle beginning in the winter of 2024.
Tony, we need to make sure that we have up, okay, there you go, that we have up the latest version. There you go, that's the one. Okay, thank you very much for pulling that up. Everyone, here's the ordinance. You can see that there's a lot of other suggestions there too on what the money could be spent on this year, the end of this year, and then the following year. Does anybody have comments, questions on any of this?
I do.
Go ahead, Mike.
I'm good with the ordinance. I'm not so keen on all the other to have comments on the discussion and the staff report, but if we're just voting on the ordinance, I'm good with that.
Tonight is just the ordinance. Now, by way of context, Mike, what you've decided by virtue of the budget process is that this first year you would allocate 10%.
Yeah, I read it.
Okay.
Yeah. We're not voting on that, so I don't know.
Well, you've actually done that through the budget process,
Yeah.
that you would shave off 10% for the grant application process.
Good with the ordinance.
Okay. Any other comments on the ordinance itself? Do you want to give any other feedback on the rest that's past the ordinance?
Well, I'll give you 30 seconds. I don't think we need a member of tourism on this arts council. I don't think we need somebody with experience in historic preservation. I like the ordinance that says committee members, diverse backgrounds, music, visual arts. Yeah, that's what I like.
That's the latest version.
Yeah, so that's what I'm voting on.
That's what I
Not
read
the
to you
staff
tonight.
report, right? Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
And I really don't want to bind city future councils in deciding what they do. So yeah, we had year 1, year 2, year 3. I don't want to do that.
That was just a forecast. That was just a long-term plan.
Yeah, that's what I figured. So I'm good with the ordinance.
Okay, I'm not seeing a lot of other things. I'm going to open this up now for public comment. So anyone's welcome to come forward. There's a 10-minute maximum public comment. And then let me look at anyone online. You're welcome to come off mute and I'll call on you, but the public comment period's now open for ordinance 2023-29, a creation of an arts advisory committee. Okay, I'm not seeing anyone online. Not seeing anyone come up to the podium. You're welcome to come forward. Yeah, please come forward, Mr. Carnes.
Mostly just a point of curiosity as a school teacher at the high school. And I'm wondering if there could be some kind of a requirement put in that this committee, I mean, they might establish this themselves, but maybe a requirement to be added that they have to work with the high school and maybe also the new high school on getting some student projects in.
Certainly there could be more education outreach once we get the committee in place. That's a good idea.
Yeah.
And they will be advertising for these kinds of grants, right? To say that these kinds of grants are available. So thank you. Thank you. That's great. Okay, I'm looking again online. I'm not seeing anyone coming off mute online. Not seeing anyone perhaps coming forward. So then I will close the public comment period for the ordinance 2023-29. Council, it's back to you with any other further discussion or motions.
Mayor, I'd like to make a motion.
Okay,
I move to approve ordinance 2023-30 with the findings and conditions as presented in the conclusion above.
okay, is there any second?
I'll second that.
Thank you very much. Any further discussion, council?
Sorry, is this 2023-30 or 29?
2023-29. And it's the latest.
2023-29.
Thank you. Thank you for catching that. I appreciate that. And we're using the version that was sent to us that's showing on the screen that Jeremy sent to us. It may not be the one that was posted in the agenda, everyone. This is the latest version.
That's the latest version. It was updated today.
It was updated today.
Agenda.
Okay, very good. So it is in the agenda materials. All right, thank you very much. Okay, I'm not seeing
I'll amend my
further.
motion just to say the latest version updated to the agenda today.
Okay, that's even better. Let's start with the vote on this side, please.
Yes.
Yes.
Aye.
Yes.
Okay, that passes 4-0. Excellent. Let's move on to the next agenda item, which is ordinance 2023-30, a sensitive lands amendment. Tony, you're here. Is John also going to be helping us?
Yep. John is online, and I'm going to have him do the bulk of the lifting.
Okay.
But just as a reminder, we've been talking about this for several meetings, a couple of years now. Most recently, council looked at it and asked for some more review. We sat down with Mike Johnston and tried to make some improvements. And John, can you walk us through what we've changed?
Sure. Can you hear me?
Yes, John, welcome.
Okay. Thank you.
the changes we made really were more clarifications in a few places, and tried to, in a few places where we had alternatives and everyone seemed to agree on them, just put them in to this version. I know, Heidi, you asked today about cuts and fills. There is a section on that.
Mhm.
And that would be, I'm scrolling on my version, sorry. Um, let's see. Yeah. E5. With the pictures you showed, I mean, it's hard to say exactly what should or could happen. But this does tell you in E5 how we handle cuts and fills. That has been coordinated in the past with engineering. We previously had a little shorter rise and did increase that based on some of the input from Mike to 10-foot wall possibility. I think in the pictures you sent, Heidi, the one of the house, like picture,
Yeah, that's way up there, isn't it?
yeah, 6 or 7, 6, I guess it was.
Oh, thank you,
Looked to me
Tony.
like that might be more than 10, but most of the
Yes,
ones you had terraces in them, etc. That is part of the philosophy that this draft has.
right.
Uh,
And so I think it's the last one that had the highest retaining
yeah,
wall,
next,
Tony,
maybe even the next to last one.
and that's the one.
Yeah, the far away one. That looks pretty tall to me. Of course,
Yes,
hard to tell, but if it's taller than 10 feet, it would have a terrace in it. So, and these ones, the one thing that I noticed as I was looking back at it is that I didn't see right offhand the revegetation thing, which, that one cut looks like it sure needs it. And so does that one for that matter.
right, right. And I didn't know if I thought we might have taken that part out that they needed to revegetate within the year. That's huge across that toe of that foothill. It's
Yeah.
not small. So I didn't know if that needed a retaining wall or if it might have apply in this ordinance at all, Tony. I don't know. I mean, it's already been graded.
So in this case, if it's greater than 2 to 1, then it starts needing the walls. But if it's 2 to 1 or less, then it doesn't. So I think that's an interesting cut that's there.
Yeah.
Yeah. So what else? Again, I really think the cleanup is what we've done. Again, clarifying a few places. We tried to simplify it. I know Rachel a couple of times ago thought it was a 16-page ordinance. We're down to 5-ish. So it's really much simplified over where we were a year and a half ago. So, and I do have a few alternatives in there that are
Yeah,
still
those are your yellow highlights. Do you want to go through those one by one, John?
there. I can, sure.
I think that's why you put them there.
Yeah, I think I was just trying to make sure that you knew that those were changes, and they're in the suggested uh, ordinance adoption alternatives too. So starting with, is that the first one? Is that Jamie or Tony doing that? Let's do
Tony,
the
can
first
you
one.
enlarge
So
that just a touch for
This is
everybody to
me,
see?
John. I'll go ahead and zoom in on the first one, which is the retaining
yeah,
wall.
yeah. So we had some conversations about 6 foot being pretty restrictive, and then a 10-foot wall can be nice. So the previous alternative was 6. This one suggests 10. Still have the 4-foot wide terraces in all of those. Okay. Next one. Um, this has been an interesting conversation throughout. What do you do next to creeks, springs? lakes, ponds, what kind of a buffer do you need? We talked about several different widths, and this one's suggesting 50 with an alternate of smaller going to 20. With the high school, we ended up just, providing a curb and gutter essentially on a road next to a wetland. And, that obviously directs any runoff that could be somewhat polluting out of that wetland. So there are ways to do that. You see that last part of that phrase that says, or an acceptable mitigation technique proposed by the applicant's engineer and approved by the city engineer. So we tried to create more flexibility in here. We sort of had these maxims at first of just saying, this is what you do, period. But there's a lot more philosophy in here of looking at what the geotech report says and looking at what the engineer's recommendations are. But again, the city has the approval through your city engineer. So,
Let me see.
okay. Next one. Yeah, so we did have quite a few sensitive lands that could be mitigated, and these are the ones that we're looking at saying they're not mitigatable, and that those are the ones that we would deal with for density transfers. And they are just within the development. This is not transferring density somewhere else into the city. It's just here on whatever that proposed site is. I think there wasn't necessarily consensus on all of those that are listed there.
Go ahead, Brian.
Thank you, Mayor. John, QB's, you're going real fast. QB's, yeah, thank you. So I would not shrink this list of unmitigatable areas. I think it's already been made plenty small. I worried it's been neutered a little bit, but if we're going to keep it where it is, about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 or 6 lines down, I would strike the word unbuildable. So it's clear that it's areas above a 30% slope.
Okay.
I don't want to get into arguments about whether an area over a 30% slope is buildable or not.
That's fine.
All right. I get it. Yep.
Yeah, but they're saying that you could have a buildable area up in F1 that's 50 feet in width and length, up to for a 4,000. I didn't get that part on F1 because I do think it ties in here, John. We can come back to that. You can keep going.
Okay. Yep. And that does relate to this one. Whoops.
Ryan's right, because an engineer will tell you you can build on any slope. It just takes money and design. So.
Mike, do we know any engineers in the room?
I like what Ryan's right. We've determined we're not building on things greater than 30%. So.
Okay. And then we do have the one qualifier that Heidi has mentioned. Yes.
Yeah, we'll come back to that.
John, you can keep areas.
Yeah, keep areas.
I would keep the word areas. We just need to strike the word unbuildable.
Yep.
Thank you.
You're good.
In a sense, this would encourage those that have lots that are over 30% to think about doing something else. So I think that's probably a good idea. So, okay. Yeah, last one I think on the list here is this species protection. I know in the committee member meetings we had a while back, we were talking about spotted frogs and some other things which don't seem to be in our area. They may be more in the Midway area and down next to the river. But these are pretty tough to figure out. I mean, if the deer migrate down from off the hill there, does that mean that's a migration corridor? And if it's not the same year after year, how does that work? I just think this one is more problematic than the others to try and really figure out and deal with. So,
John, John, I don't know if you knew this, but there is sage grouse on top of the Jordanelle Ridge. And that's pretty much proven. Now, I don't know if they migrate, but I'm wondering if because of the federal protections, we need to keep it just for that.
Okay, maybe we skip the migration corridors and go with species protection?
Yeah.
Okay,
I don't know how we could go against
yeah,
federal standards on that.
yep, agreed. Okay, that'd be
I
easy to
mean,
fix.
if it's so obvious on a migration corridor, that's one thing. It's hard to always find deer trails, everywhere else, that's all.
Yeah, yeah, I do think the species protection would be a much clearer kind of section in here, so.
What part are you suggesting to change? I'm sorry.
Just
Migration.
identifying habitat areas to keep that part.
Yep.
And then that last sentence may be replaced with the landscape. There's no reason not to keep it. It's not forcing it. It's going to be hard to identify anyway. But if there's something that's really significant, then we can say, oh boy, is that ever one? Let's put a trail there instead. It's not forcing anyone. It's just saying if we can really identify it, then we'll consider doing this instead.
So what language was being suggested here so I can type it up?
Mike, did you want to offer anything different?
Well, I agree with John. We have so many caveats here, and I'm not sure we want to protect sage grouse, but then it says consider preservation with the understanding that some areas such anticipated preservation may be impractical.
Yeah.
And then put in a trail corridor. I think it says nothing.
Well, then shouldn't
So we
the-
could just say species protection areas, identify habitat areas, especially habitat for the sage grouse in the preliminary plat in conjunction with other sensitive lands, and leave it at that. And
Well, then it becomes perhaps a negotiation that if they want to develop that area, then they should replace it. I'm sure that's what federal standards would require, or who knows what.
I see this as akin to wetlands. The federal government has regulations and will enforce them, just like this. So I'm not sure we have to get in and start trying to decide if it's an animal migration route.
Do we know, Tony or John, who does handle species protection for sage grouse? Which federal or state department would we refer to in their standards?
I thought it was the, what is it called? The Division of Wildlife folks with our state, but I'd have to check that.
So maybe DWR then?
Thank you, DWR, yeah.
You're thinking of Upper Jordanelle.
Yeah, just on top, kind of where he's got all of his ponds.
And you've seen
on the
maps that
east
show
side.
that, or you just...
The property owner that's right to the east of Jordanelle Ridge, right in that McDonald Valley area, they were trying to get sage grouse protection with the conservation easement when they came to the Wasatch Open Lands Board.
Oh.
So they know that that's where the species is at.
Yep.
Anyway.
Okay. You want to go back to that other one in the beginning?
Why can't we just keep it? Can we not just keep it the way it is? So
Well,
there's no need to change it?
do we want?
I'm trying to understand, but I don't see why there's a problem with any of it, with any of the word identified animal migration corridors may be replaced with landscape. I mean, we had elk in the valley this year for the first time in a very long time. So
That is nice, and we know where that corridor is actually, right through Red Ledges over to Lindsay Hill, and so forth.
Actually, they
right?
went into the north, and they went into the North Fields too.
Really?
Yes.
Ah,
So I'm just saying, I don't see why we would.
I'm okay
I don't
with
know
it.
if we can protect. I mean, there's got to be a way to do both.
So my thought, John, and maybe you already did this, but I'd be curious to see what other cities and counties have done to preserve the migration corridors and to see what language they've used and if there's anything there that might be useful here.
Looked at a couple. didn't find any super clarity on any of those either.
Perfect.
Did you look, John?
Yeah.
I'm thinking more primarily in this area, because what would work, not work down on the other side of the Wasatch or on the Wasatch Front might be completely different. So Park City, Camas, Coville, through this area, what their wording might be.
Yeah, the ones I looked at were midways and then actually north Ogden. I was helping them with that ordinance too. And the thing that I think we've tried to do here, and this was really Tony's idea, and I think it's a good one, that, you know, we create a corridor, okay, that becomes this landscape trail corridor. And I think that creates a fairly good alternative for where we might have a migration corridor. So,
We're doing that with our gullies, right? And our master trails plan anyway, especially
yep.
in these sloped areas and NVAS areas. So
A lot of trails.
yeah, it's going to be a
corridors,
win-win.
both directions. That's why I think it.
Right.
I'm good with this. I'm okay with this.
Just clarification, this are other considerations. This isn't required, right?
Well, don't we have to say on the third line down, we're going to identify the habitat areas and then consider, not consider preservation, but follow state and federal standards for those sensitive habitat areas.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I'm fine with it as a consideration, but not as, I mean, unless it's a federal law, I don't think we need to be regulating it.
Yeah, state or federal standards, and then keep the last sentence on animal migration corridors can, you know, that'll just fit right into our trails plan to me.
I'm fine with it.
Yeah.
Because it's going to have to be a big trail to be identified, for one thing.
So are we fine, are we
Not here.
wanting
I
to?
want to go back to F1.
John, is there anything else below that, or you just want to go back up to the top?
Not
That's it.
really. That is the end of it at number
Okay.
2 there.
Oh, okay. Yeah, let's go back up to the top. Ryan's got some comments. I've got some questions. Go ahead, Ryan.
Thank you. So I was looking back at F1 under steep slopes.
Okay.
And I'm trying to remember where it was. So my first point is maybe 4 lines down that says structures are prohibited in areas with natural slopes greater than 30%, but such areas may be included within a lot boundary or used as open space. I'm okay with them being used as open space, but I don't think that they should be counted as meeting an open space requirement. If they're not otherwise buildable, they should not be able to count as open space. That's I don't know, that feels like cheating because it's not open space that's going to be usable by the public. When we talk about open space, we typically mean open space that's usable by the public or is otherwise to the public benefit. If a slope is so steep that it's not buildable, it really shouldn't meet a developer's open space requirement for a percentage that they have to maintain to meet the standard of the agreement. That's my first one. My second one is talking about, and this is maybe 2/3 of the way down, the sentence that starts roads, driveways, and trails can be built across natural slopes. Like Mike said, any road or driveway can be engineered to any degree. I don't know why we would want to set that precedent and allow roads and driveways across slopes greater than 30%. I mean, you're going to create such scarring across the hillside. It'll be irreparably harmed. I would rather just say trails are permitted to be built across natural slopes. I do not want to see this allow roads and driveways across natural slopes greater than 30%. So those are my 2 comments.
Okay.
I'll comment on that because I helped write this. That's how it is now. Even in the county or in Midway, and in Heber City, you have to have a pad that you can build on that's less than 30%. That's been determined, and everyone's kind of hit that point, even in Summit County. But that's not limiting roads and driveways. Now, I'm aware last year in Francis, there was a project that we were the surveyor on, and they had it written about no development on 30%. And they interpreted that. their planning commission interpreted that to mean, oh, you can't put the road across here. And that created, instead of moving the road where it was supposed to go, they had to shift the road and do another 1,200 feet to stay off of this little area of 30%, which is a much more damaging to the hillside of all this extra road than just to cut through this piece. Most roads aren't going to go across something very steep. It's very expensive. But you can look around. This county's full of roads on slopes that are over 30%. 30% is only a 3-foot rise per 10 feet. It's not steep.
Some driveways to garages that are that steep.
Yeah, so we'd be going out on something that's different, very different than any other jurisdiction. And so I rewrote that to clarify that wasn't used some days saying, well, that's how I read it.
So are you saying you would allow a road with a 30% grade?
No. Across the slope. So the road, Valley Hills Drive, coming up from Cove, that hill is much steeper than 30%. It's probably a 80% slope, and the road comes up at 10%. From the Cove Park up to the top.
So what is our code?
In fact, the mayor took a picture of it. The problem with that is they never dealt with the cut. They didn't actually retain that, which was, that was a city's oversight many, many years ago.
That clarity helps. I guess my question then is, what does our code say about the maximum grade for a road?
So that is very clear, 10%. Yes.
I feel like we should reference that,
but this has nothing to do with slope of a road, grade of a road. This is about the slope of the hillside.
Yeah, we have a very clear standard for road grades in our standards and specifications. It's not supposed to exceed, I thought it was like 8 or 9%, but there are some parts that can get up to 10%.
Yeah.
But yeah, those are very clear, and we've kind of held to those for quite many years.
Okay. But you will damage the developments, the hillsides more if we limit this, if we make a lot more cuts and fills, if we go that harsh.
Clarity is helpful. I was looking at this as the road itself.
No. Yeah.
To me, it ties into what retaining wall could be built, the height of a retaining wall across a 30% natural grade slope. Because, you want a 10-foot retaining wall to go across that slope and build that road, that's really going to scar things to me. Maybe maybe they need a 20-foot retaining wall to build across a 30% slope. That ties into the other part, I think. And there's no way to look at all the different engineering possibilities out there, but it does make me wonder how much that's why I took that last picture, right? No, the last two pictures, because of the retaining walls up that slope, as well as for the house, they can get really tall. And I don't think we're promoting that at this point, to have really high retaining walls to go across a 30% slope. I didn't know if you wanted to think about that. It just
Well, again, 30% slope is not a steep hillside.
So it's not.
If you look at, I'll just give an example, Deer Crest. All those roads are on, some of those are 100% slopes, 1-to-1, 45 degrees. We're not ever going to get that. We're never going to get a Deer Crest again.
Well, that's because we're getting the open space, right? Dedicated.
Yeah. But, yeah.
Can I ask right in there, where right in the middle, where it's saying the buildable area shall be a minimum of 4,000 square feet below 30% natural grade and with a minimum width and length of 50 feet. But 50 by 50 only gives you 2,500 square feet, not a minimum of 4,000 square feet.
That means it has to be at least 50 by 50 plus up to 4,000 square feet. So you could have 50 by 80.
Read that. Can that just be reworded? Because you need the minimum width 50 by 50 plus another 4,000 square feet below the 30% natural grade. Is that what you're saying, Mike?
You need a building area of 4,000 square feet, and it has to be at least 50 in both directions.
But 50 by 50 is only going to get you 20.
Because I said at least 50. It has to be 50 by 80 or 60 by 70.
You mean a minimum width or length?
Yeah, you can't have one edge be shorter than.
Can't be or, it has to be and. Both of them, width and length, must be at least 50 feet.
That's what it means. See, I thought it meant it could be 50 by 50
Yeah, so you can't have something ridiculous like a 1 foot by 4,000 foot
No.
strip.
No. So one side at least has to be
That'd be
50,
cool.
but the other side,
Also has to be
Yeah.
50 or more.
well, you're never going to get to
It has to
4,000
be
square feet that
squarish.
way. That's all. I'm just saying I didn't think those numbers added up. Now, I guess if that's how you're going to interpret it, that makes sense. Okay. Does anybody want to go back up to anything else or continue?
I would just return to my comment about open space, clarifying it can be used as open space, but not counted toward the developer's open space requirement if it's over 30%.
I
So
disagree with that. Like Red Ledges has thousands of acres of open space.
we already do that, even in the North Village.
Yeah, but I never was really at peace with that. I don't like counting unbuildable land as open space.
But it's unbuildable land and someone takes care of it and owns it. It's either the public or the private. Either way, it's still open. That's the whole point, right? We're spending millions of dollars on open space in the North Fields that the public doesn't own. It's the family owns, the Kohlers own it. It's private open space.
Right, developer comes in, says, that's too expensive for me to build on, or I can't build on it. There's your open space. And I don't know if it comes
But
back
that's what
to
we do
us
now.
having to improve
That's
our
why we have
code to
6,000
require-
acres.
Right?
We have 6,000 acres of open space in the Upper Jordan.
We do, but it's always kind of with a wink and a nod, right? It's because it's the leftovers. That's the concern I'm driving at. If we want open
But a
space
code-
to count towards the
Yeah, I get it.
yeah.
Our
We
code does
shouldn't
not
just get
require
the
all open
unbuildable
space to be
leftovers.
public. There's nothing in our code that requires open space to be public. It requires it to remain open.
Well, some cities treat this with codes that provide different types of open space.
That's where I'm going. I think that's what we need to do.
I'd say this too, we've already negotiated all this into the Upper Jordanelle and the North Village. We've already gone through that.
For those areas.
This is going to apply now for as they build. So this is currently how it is. Like if up the Upper Jordanelle, there's a lot of open space up there.
This won't apply to them, will it?
If we say that it is what's the wording, Jeremy? That it's for public health and safety, then it will apply, because that was the exception that we put into the Jordanelle Ridge MDA, that if we do ordinances for public health and safety, overwhelming, compelling public interest, then they have to follow it.
Countervailing public interest, but I'm not.
I think your mic's off.
Oh, sorry. This mic's just not very loud. You got to get really close, as we learned earlier today. Yeah, compelling countervailing public interest, but I'm not sure this would apply, and I have a feeling they're going to argue it doesn't.
You could make the argument that it could. There are 5 criteria in the MD&A that would allow for this code to be relevant to these areas. One is what the mayor spoke of. There's other requirements such as citywide. So we need to take a look at the MD&A and see exactly what those 5 criteria are and go from there.
Well, any one of those 5 criteria can.
I don't remember if it was one or all. I don't recall.
No, it's just
Okay.
one of the 5. We were very careful about that. That's my memory.
Yeah,
Standards, prevailing public interest, citywide. There's a couple others.
Moratoriums, we can do fees.
And I think I'd like to hit timeout on this. If that's something we're seriously considering and trying to evaluate whether this would apply citywide and cover areas that have already been annexed and are under current MDAs, I feel like we need to pull the language of the MDAs and ask Jeremy to help out and see if it can even apply.
Well, let me go grab a copy and I'll give it to Jeremy really quick. Is that okay, Jeremy?
Yeah, I'm probably gonna have to look at it. I don't know if I can.
On the spot?
Yeah.
Okay. That's fair.
Let me just
Think through it
clarify,
that quickly.
Ryan. I know where you're going, but our code, our North Village and our Jordanelle codes already very clearly specify how much public space, how much park space has to be there. There's percentages in there. Everything beyond that is private open space. It's still open space, but it's privately owned. whether by an individual or an HOA. And that's how it's set up. So 50% of it's open space and maybe 35% of it's, or 30% is public and the rest is private. So this doesn't.
That's not really my concern though.
You're saying so, but you're saying an individual can't have a 20-acre parcel and a home on a half acre and call the rest open space. You're not saying that. You're saying somehow that's cheating.
I'm talking about, right, this says the areas can be included within the lot boundary or used as open space. I just feel like the use of that phrase begs the question, is that open space, does it count towards a developer's requirement in satisfying their percentage of?
So this doesn't actually say that. It can be used within a lot or it can be open space. And then that's up to the negotiation of our annexation or our MDA of how much open space we're requiring.
Right, and again, I guess
and
open
what kind
space
of
has
open
been a
space?
defined term in a lot of our agreements, and I feel like that's something we need to specify here. Or unless we just point to how open space as defined in the relevant MDA or.
Well, if you want to read this
code, but it's
specifically, it says it can be.
Term of art used in
Yeah.
a lot of our agreements, and that's why I feel like we need to.
Let me read this to you.
tighten the
It
screws
says
on
it can be included within a lot boundary or used as open space.
So left used as open space, right? It's basically.
And that it can still be privately owned.
Sure.
It may be owned by an HOA, a trust, not the public. So we haven't really decided much on like Upper Jordanelle whether the city's going to even take that. You know, that's an option.
Ownership isn't my concern.
So the or is I think if you zoom in on that, you'll feel comfortable.
If there's public access, it needs to be public property. Private property doesn't have public
Red Ledges has public access trails on their private open space.
Who?
Red Ledges.
Oh, up on top?
Yeah.
Yeah.
A trail up to it, we hope soon.
Right, I'm just saying, open space is a defined term in a lot of our agreements. It's weighted with meaning and obligation. And here I understand we're using it as a lowercase open space, but I feel like we need to be more specific about whether this is intended to have that sort of meaning. If it's used as open space in this context, does that mean it counts towards a requirement to provide whatever it is, 30%, 40% open space?
Like not buildable space. So you're saying the buildable space plus the open space, then the 30% slope would be above and beyond that.
Well, again, what kind of open space are you talking about?
I think open space.
That's what I'm trying to define.
I understand open space on any plat as any ground that's not with a building on it.
Or parking lots or roads.
Parking lots or roads.
So if you look on, we just went through like the Fitzgerald, there's private open space and there's public open space. There's a big old park, London Springs, fire station, and then there's a lot of private open space. And I was wanting some tot lots and said, that's what we just agreed on. So it's private open space, public open space. And so I don't see this as any against any of that or even a problem. If you want to just take it out, I mean, it's basically clarifying that the steep slopes are open space and they can be owned privately or publicly, which is
nothing going to be built there.
No, I get all that. I'm just saying if we're going that far, then are we saying that they satisfy or contribute towards a developer's requirement to provide?
That's not what this says, and this is not an agreement.
Here's would be an example. The folks that were applying for annexation up on Highway 32, and like most of their lot was greater than 30 degrees. Right? So what you're saying is, like if they came and said, okay, we have 5 acres, we have 1 acre buildable, we're going to put 20 units on 1 acre, and the other 4 acres is our open space.
Yeah, I would say that 4 acres that's completely unusable and buildable should not count to meet their open space requirement.
Right.
That's what I'm trying to say.
We're all good with that.
We're all good with that.
What it says in that last thing we talked about, the incentives through density, that's taken out.
Yep.
No density that someone gets on
No
30%
density
or
incentive.
steeper slopes.
Like you can't build a skyscraper next to a 30-degree slope just because.
Sure, but I'm not talking about density, right? I'm talking about what counts as open space.
I think we agree.
But I think,
I have a question then. So then what you're trying to say then is that what Scott, his example that he just used, you have the building, you have all the space around it, there's my open space. What would you say would be the actual open space? Instead of using that as their open space, what would you say? Would it be a park in the middle of the complex, or is that what you're?
right, it should be left to the council's discretion and negotiation when that comes before us, which is easy enough to do with an MDA and an annexation. It's a lot harder when it's already in the city and we don't have that leverage and it's not a legislative decision. And that's why I'm getting hung up on trying to tighten the screws on the language now, because if you have land that's already in the city, and they say, well, your code based on my zone requires me to give you 20% open space. I've got a 5-acre parcel, and to Scott's point, 4 acres of it is at a slope that exceeds 30%, and 1 acre of it is flat. Look, I'm giving you 80% open space because I'm giving you 4 acres. Say, yeah, but you're giving me 4 acres that you can't do anything with anyway. No, you need to give me X percent of the 1 acre. That is
It's
what
usable for the
satisfies.
public.
Yes, that's what should satisfy your open space requirement.
So how would you word it then? How would you change the wording then?
I need to see it.
We don't have any codes that require that. We've only been through annexation agreements and master development.
No, when you
There's
look,
nothing in our R1, R2, R3
Go
codes
back
that
up.
require
go back up.
someone to dedicate.
Yeah, it's just here in the NVAS. Keep going up, Tony. There's the chart. You just passed it a bit
Homes up in
ago.
Valley Hills that never would have been built.
The overall chart that talks about, yeah, it's right above that in the corner. So it's just the NVAS. Sorry, keep going. Right there. We put those, those types of open space required in those and NVAS areas. Tony, address Mike's question on how much open space is required for the R1, R2, R3 COSI. COSI, we've got open space requirements. PC, we have open space requirements. Merck doesn't have any to my knowledge.
Yeah, we already have I guess we just need to focus on what this is going to apply to. In the city, yeah, the R1, R2, and R3 zones don't require open space. The Merck zone requires, I think, 20. The only one that we have left is New London. It is going to be what it's going to be. At this point, we're way behind the eight ball on that one. The Merck's, or I'm sorry, the COSI is 50%. Those are all built out too. So we're really talking about the North Village. We have some fairly good standards here that talk about, the percentages that are required in each district. We do have some standards of what's required in the park, whether it be parking or fields or whatnot. That's going to help a little bit. If
Oh, go back
I
up.
like the chart where it says,
Sensitive lands preserved. Yes, yes.
Yeah, that
Where
can
did
be
this-
counted.
okay.
That could be counted.
So that's a C qualifier. So
50% counted.
50% may be counted towards open space requirements. 100% may be counted towards with enhancements in public areas.
Yeah,
I'm good with that.
that'll work. That
That
should
works.
work.
Yes.
That should cover it.
And the chart at the beginning of the page too, I was noticing that had the
Right there.
minimum
Yep.
for traditional park space as well. So that's very helpful.
So, golly.
Maybe we
Are
just say
we-
consistent with chapter 5 of the NVOZ.
Okay, so kind of think on this side of town, inside the potential bypass road, right? Where that neighborhood housing, is being discussed right now in Envision Central Heber. There's probably some wetlands out there. There could be. There's certainly streams that could be in that area. It could apply there.
I'll wait for Jeremy to give us a formal legal opinion later, but I think a lot of that is going to be challenged as wetlands.
Also, to answer your question, the Jordan Ridge MDA contains a specific definition of open space. So any change to our code would not override that definition.
We can pass this as a compelling countervailing public interest code for it to apply there and have it be citywide, which is 2 of the 5 conditions, right, Matt?
Yeah, let me read this to you. So in the MD&A for Sorensen or Jordanelle Ridge, there are these exceptions. 1 is compliance with state and federal laws. 2 is safety and construction code update. Let me read to you what that means. City's future laws that are updates or amendments into subdivision standards, building, plumbing, mechanical, electrical, dangerous buildings, drainage, Heber City engineering standards and specifications, or similar construction or safety related codes, so building or construction codes. 3 is taxes, 4 is fees, and 5 is countervailing compelling public interest.
For state code. And as long as it applies citywide and it's part of now, it's going to become part of our specifications once you guys decide on the retaining walls and things like that.
And let me read this language to you.
I'm not sure I would go down that road. I mean, it seems a little too kind of attack and controversial. Like they've already been approved on their.
What say our legal guy here?
Let me read this to you.
It just feels like we're welcoming a fight.
On countervailing compelling public interest, it states, and I quote, laws, rules, or regulations that the city land use authority, which city council, finds on the record are necessary to avoid jeopardizing a compelling countervailing public interest pursuant to Utah case law. And there's a reference here to state code.
Yeah, we get to decide what we think is a compelling public interest, and nobody gets to challenge that.
What's the code section?
What does our Jeremy? What's your?
I mean, I'd be for passing it without that.
You can argue it is. That doesn't mean they don't get challenge it. So.
Challenge it, but doesn't mean that they'll.
Yeah,
we're talking about health, safety, welfare of where you build and on what you build.
Typically, a countervailing public health safety issue isn't. I don't think you could argue that a 30% slope by itself would be a health safety issue. Now, if they did a study, a geotechnical study, and it identified an active landslide that is actively moving,
potential.
I think at that point you could say, well, there's no way you can build on that. You're going to build and immediately be sloughing away. Unless the engineer said, hey, you can drive pylons down in the earth and stop it, then maybe it wouldn't be compelling. But a lot of these aren't life-threatening things. Building on a wetland, if you satisfy the federal government and replace it elsewhere at the rate of 1.5, nobody's going to die from that. That's going to be hard to show that that's
unless it has something that could be potentially risky to the overall health of
poisoning the
groundwater.
Yeah,
yes.
Like if they wanted to put in a big arsenic tank or gasoline tank,
or a gas station.
That's in here too, pollution sources should not be close to those water point sources. Yeah. To me, that's health, safety, welfare.
But I mean, that being said, if we have an ordinance that is reasonable, I think most developers will say, okay, rather than fight you, I'll go along with it. If we have something that's unreasonable, I think they're more likely to fight it. I think we're getting pretty close to a very reasonable ordinance that even if they couldn't argue is health, safety, they probably would go along with it because they probably don't want to fight us in a court over that issue.
I'd be willing to pass this without any of the health safety language.
I'm not sure what you mean.
Well, then they'll see if they'll say, well, we don't have to follow it then. They
That's
could
what I'm
say
saying.
that with the MDA.
I think those folks who already have a MDA don't need to follow this.
Oh, I follow you.
I mean, for it to be, I mean, I think everyone on this board would have to have their own home following this to be able to vote yes for it. And I don't think that's the case. I mean, there's some pretty steep slopes in Valley Hills. You know what I mean? Like, but we would be hypocritical.
It's just for new construction at this point.
That's still hypocritical, I think.
Um,
Go ahead, John.
Can I just interject for a second?
Yes.
Sorry. Because you already have an ordinance, right, that talks about 30% slopes. And so even though you've done MDAs in the past, the old ordinance applies anyway, right? Which had the 30% grade. We had a little tighter, bigger space that you had to have if you're going to go above 30%. So I'm not sure you really need to be arguing about all that at this point.
Well, point of clarification, Tony, John is right when it comes to annexed areas in the North Village. What about Jordanelle Ridge? That's under a different code. That's the mountain, what is that called?
That's mountain community zone.
Does that have the same requirements in it?
It has what you're looking at the screen.
Yeah, it
It
follows
has
the old
okay.
city
the existing
ordinance.
code.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, if you scroll down, Tony, you've got that, right? Or that is it, sorry. I think it's just important to remember that applied to everybody, okay? All the different agreements you've done, this is still an ordinance that you've had with the city.
And it
So,
applied to Valley Hills. It applies to all existing past
yep,
construction.
yep, anything that was going to be subdivided, this applied to. So you do have that. You already got that foundation. This draft goes further than that, but there's a lot of similarities, right? I mean, you got things that were covered. It just didn't explain really how you deal with them. And this one relies on the geotech. I'm also going to mention that I mentioned one more earlier. One of the other times we met, the idea of having a map that makes it very clear where the sloped areas are, anything we know about the wetlands, where those are, and that map becomes a pretty important tool also. I am hearing from discussions with the league and the legislative stuff that they're going to want to see everybody have a sensitive lands map eventually. So to me,
A map as far as where wetlands are within each jurisdiction, John, or what else?
Yep, and the steeper slopes, we have a lot of that information. Utah Geologic Survey has that. But the important point in this draft is that anytime we require those geotech studies, right? And if it uncovers something that wasn't covered by the map, then this thing applies. The sensitive land ordinance applies. So this does rely on geotech, but there are some fairly obvious things that you can get information for and have a map that helps people realize they're going to be in a sensitive land.
I'd like to make a motion.
Go ahead.
Hang on, Scott. There's only two things I really want to.
Okay.
This is all good, except.
I'll wait for Mike.
Thank you, Mike.
So two things on, I guess it's F4. I like how we're delineating pollution sources, including septic tanks, fuel storage, livestock, including manure piles, landfills. Parking lots is not a pollution source unless we deal with storm drainage really, really poorly or don't deal with it. Parking lots should not be listed here and required to be set back 100 feet from a gully or even a stream. And the other thing is, then down further, the alternate 20-foot hydrologic features shall be buffered with a building setback of I wouldn't put average, I'd say of 20 feet from the high water mark or the edge of the feature.
Is that 20 feet around it or 20 feet on both sides?
20 feet offset from whatever it is. So if it's a stream, it would be 20 feet each side.
So would you not do 100 feet? What would you do instead of
No, we're
100?
talking two different things.
Oh, okay.
Pollution is the 100 feet. Then we go down to building setbacks. Hydrologic features shall be buffered with a building setback. I wouldn't use an average. I'd say it's a flat 20 feet from the high water mark or the edge, unless otherwise specified in a stormwater design manual or an acceptable mitigation technique is proposed. We have there's a couple reasons. One, we do have a creek coming right through our town. In fact, it's right here. And there's no way we're going to tell people, because our code says, well, when you rebuild, you got to be 50 feet offset from Lake Creek. I can think of lots of development that's, the reason 20 feet is a good number, honestly, to try and hold, unless there's other reasons, is at least it gives you access along. It's access that you need to, and we saw that when we needed it this spring with some potential flooding. The city does have a vested interest to be able to get along those features. But otherwise, we're just making up something, 50 feet, 100 feet. There's no reason for it. So I would only vote for 20 feet and nothing more.
Can I make a motion?
You're more than welcome to.
I'd like to make a motion that we adopt ordinance 2023-30 with the following changes: removing the word parking lots from F4 and making the setback 20 feet in F4. And then also section I, removing the word unbuildable, otherwise approving as presented.
Tony, did you have a question?
I do. As far as the options that were highlighted in yellow, do you is your motion to keep what's yellow or to not adopt what's in yellow on each one of those?
Well, let me go through real quick.
Okay, so like for example, the first one is either a cut and fill of 4 feet for every 10 feet in height, or 6 feet with a 4-foot terrace. So that would be the first one. The second one you already addressed. The third option is, do you want to delete any of the lists? I think Ryan had suggested no, and I didn't hear anybody disagree with them
Good
there.
with no.
I'm good with no other.
Okay. And then the last one was K, consider the species. I wasn't clear to me the direction you were going. Maybe you agree.
I just see that as considerations, not a rule. I mean, it's saying consider the species. It's not saying that's going to hinder your development in any way.
So keep it.
Yeah,
That's
so
fine.
keep that.
Okay, so those last two you'd keep. We already had this second one. On the first one, Scott, which?
I want to keep it as written, not the yellow.
Okay. Thank you.
I'll second that.
All right, thank you. Is there any further discussion on this, council? Okay, we'll start on the vote over here, please.
Yes.
Yes.
Aye.
Yes.
Okay, that passes 4-0. Thank you, John. Thank you, Tony. Thank you, everyone, for all of your work on this.
Thank you, council.
We are ready to move on to action item 3 on the agenda. It's really 4, Ryan.
If I may, I don't know, given the time and how much time is left, if any of these items should be bumped up, that if there's anything on here that we have to get to tonight.
We do need to get to items 4, 5, and 6 tonight.
Do you really think those are going to take a long time?
I do not. 4, 5, and 6.
I didn't think so. I'm not sure how long this next one might take either. I don't think it's going to take.
Okay.
Are you concerned about the 10 o'clock time period, right? Are you concerned that we won't have enough time to finish 3, 4, 5, 6?
That's the concern. I hope I don't need to have the concern. I'm just wanting to make sure anything that's got to get done is the priority given.
Is the priority?
Let us proceed with haste.
Let's keep affordable housing to at least 15 minutes, not maybe 20. Is that doable, council? What do you think? Or do you want to do the others first and then
The others
leave
first, if
the
you want that
affordable
much time.
housing?
Case.
Okay, let's skip over to agenda item number 4 and see if we'll come back to agenda item number 3. So number 4 is authorize staff to negotiate and enter into an agreement with Centricity for CityWorks AMS, and that stands for Asset Management Solutions, and PLL Permitting Licensing Land Implementation Services in an amount not to exceed $218,000. Russ is here. He is ready to present. Excellent.
Yes, sir.
Let's see.
If you can just enlarge that a little bit so people don't have to squint so badly.
Maybe, is this it?
Plus sign right by the 1 of 3.
That's your staff report, Russ.
Yeah, I'm just trying to.
The plus is up. You just
There's
Yeah,
a
right by
big
the 1 of
glare
3.
right
There you
there
go.
on the screen. So.
Excellent. Thank you so much.
Okay. Well, the purpose of this item is to get council approval to negotiate and enter into an agreement with Centricity to provide implementation services for CityWorks software, both for PLL, which is permitting, licensing, and land use, as well as AMS, which is asset management. We have been, as staff, looking into potential solutions for the city for, I would say, over 2 years. We have had demonstrations of numerous pieces of software. We have looked into the existing software we use as far as expanding capabilities of it to try to find something that would work better for staff. And following all this research, we have landed on CityWorks as the best solution to meet the needs of the city. I've highlighted some key components here of CityWorks versus some of the other softwares that we've looked at, but one of the big points is it is a single solution capable of meeting the needs for planning, engineering, public works, and building departments. I do want to say right now that the initial plan would be for planning, engineering, and public works to get started, and building would probably come later. But it does have the ability to do building permits as well. Industry leader for asset management, customizable to match city processes. One of the big things about it is that it is fully integrated with Esri GIS. And so all of our map data, all of our zoning, all of our parcels, all of our utilities, everything will be implemented into it, which will be extremely helpful. There's incredible dashboard and reporting capabilities. One of the things we want to do is be able to provide better information to the council quicker and easier, as well as just helping staff keep track of where applications are and things like that. It would allow us to keep track of development projects from concept application, which is going to go away, all the way through approval, construction, and even monitoring through warranty and all the documents and things that go with it. So cloud-based solution, we don't have to have server space for this. It will all be stored on the cloud, and then there will be an online public portal. So all of our developers, contractors, engineers, everybody will be able to have an account on there, turn in applications, see all of their applications, everything they're working on. It would be very helpful. So where we are right now is we have purchased CityWorks software licenses. We have access to it right now. We already have Esri GIS software licenses for engineering, planning, and public works. We do need some more in order to take this citywide. CityWorks is very customizable, and that will help it so that it matches our processes. And because of that, it really needs to be programmed, or an implementation contractor or consultant needs to be brought on board to program it, to set it up to match our processes. And that's what this is all about. We did put out an RFP for implementation services earlier this year. We got 2 proposals back, Centricity and KCI. The evaluation team had planning, engineering, public works, and IT involved. unanimously selected Centricity. In addition, Centricity's price was significantly better. We did it qualification based. We evaluated it first and made a selection based on all of the qualification criteria before we opened pricing. And we were happy with that. We felt like they were more qualified, and then their price was better as well, just for your information. One other thing, just for discussion, maybe just more information. We have been soliciting feedback from our customers as a city, from developers, from engineers, from contractors over the last few years. We've had meetings here at the city. We wanted to get feedback of what are we doing right? What are we doing wrong? Where can we improve? They have given us specific feedback about how our processes are hard to follow, how the software programs that we use are not user-friendly, and specific requests for one platform across the board. And so just as a side note today, this is something that will help us meet those requests by our customers as well. Fiscal impact, we had hoped to be further along than we are. In last year's budget, we had $200,000 budgeted to get started in this direction. We were going to budget an additional $125,000 this year to finish it out. We're just getting started. So this year we only have $125,000. We're going to need to do a budget amendment if this is approved by the council to move that, roll that money forward from last year that wasn't spent. And then I don't know why this isn't.
Russ, if you could just address the total estimated investment of 278 versus this proposal of 218.
So again, we have already paid the CityWorks license fee of $49,500 for the first year. This is just this implementation contract of $218,000. So it's a portion of the overall investment. Esri licenses are expected to be $10,500. So the total investment for this year is expected to be $278,000. That is a one-time upfront or first year, I guess is a better way to say it. It's a first year cost, and that's because that implementation is not every year. Now we may have changes we want made or something to the software, but it won't just be a full implementation. So there could be some additional programming costs and things like that in the future, but the biggest costs in the future are going to be the licenses, the CityWorks license and the Esri licenses moving forward.
Are they paid annually or for how many years?
They are paid annually, and full disclosure, these prices are step-in prices. They both Esri and CityWorks, if you move forward, give you a step-in pricing. So your first year is lower than your second and your third year. By the third year, you're paying the full costs. If I remember right, I think the CityWorks was 65 and I think the Esri was 25. So those would be every year. Anyway, I feel that moving forward with this is going to improve the level of service we provide as well as staff efficiency at the city. And so
Can I make a motion?
Ask just real quick. So is it the 218 or the 278 that you need in your motion?
the 218.
218. Okay. Any other questions before Scott proceeds?
Well done.
Good job.
Do it.
I move to approve the item as presented with the findings and conditions as presented in the conclusion above.
Second.
Okay. Any further comments? Russ, did you want to say anything else?
Thank you. I think this is going to be a fantastic thing for the city. I think that it's going to make a big difference for us and the community and those that work with us.
Can I just ask, I know there's a lot of training and a lot of assessment that has to happen before anything can actually be changed. And they talked about that kind of generally. What's your goal as far as trying to really flip over? Is it going to be in the next year?
The goal is a year, to
Okay.
be fully up and running with this.
Okay. Thank you. We're really going to be excited to see this come through. All right, let's start the vote on this end, please.
Aye.
Yes.
Okay, that passes 4-0. All right, let's go on to the fifth agenda item, which is a MOU, Memo of Understanding. Thank you, Russ. You're here for that one too? Great. Memo of Understanding between Wasatch County, Heber City, and the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints regarding land use authority, required improvements and maintenance, and responsibility relating to the Heber Valley Temple project. Go ahead, Russ.
Yeah, so again, the reason for this item is it comes back to the temple application that has been turned into the county. I think everybody's familiar with where that is. It's east of Mill Road. It's right across the street on Center Street from the intersection with the Eastern Bypass, the Heber Valley, Heritage Farms Parkway. It's an interesting site for the city because that's our road. Center Street is our road, but the property to the south where the temple site will sit is in the county. The county has right now a master plan for that road, which includes some widening. It includes a trail on the south side, which isn't included in the city plans, but it is in their jurisdiction. And so they are the land use authority in that. And so this MOU is more than anything, it's a way to just get everybody on the same page with whose criteria and standards are going to apply for the temple site. These are kind of the highlights of it. Additional right-of-way will be dedicated by the church to Heber City. So there will be some additional right-of-way that is dedicated to us, which will still be in the county's jurisdictional boundary, if that makes sense. The church will pay for and construct all required roadway improvements, including asphalt widening, curb and gutter, roundabout, street lighting, and storm drainage improvements per city requirements. So basically, the road is going to follow our requirements. Everything behind the curb and gutter on the south side is going to follow the county requirements, with the exception of some street lights that are going along the road. The city will be responsible for maintaining the roadway improvements, including the public storm drain system and the street lights. The church will be responsible for maintenance of all improvements behind the back of curb, including landscaping and the trail. So those are kind of the highlights that are detailed in the MOU right now. I did add this other little section in here just to bring up whether we want to do anything about it right now or start working on a solution. There is kind of an issue with large projects in the county. There's not really anything in the works right now where if there's a large project in the county that affects our road system and impacts our road system, that we can collect impact fees for it. Some examples are the Temple project. Another one would be the school project, the Rocky Mountain Middle over there. Is that the one that's over there off Mill Road, Rocky Mountain Middle? Huge impacts to our streets, but there's no mechanism in place for us to get any impact fees from those kind of projects. And so whether we want to include something now in this item or just be aware of it so that we could start working on a solution with the county, that's something that I think needs to be addressed moving forward.
So the county doesn't recognize that's an issue for us, it seems.
I don't know what the history is. I have sent some emails to Doug Smith, county planner, and he has also talked to the county manager, and they are open to figuring out some kind of solution for that.
They give us part of their impact fees, or would they just add on a portion of our impact fees? Or
and I think those are the questions that need to be answered. We need to figure out how to do that and how to work through that.
Tony?
I doubt it. Impact fees are a pretty big deal. They're jurisdictions are very protective of it. Some examples of what we've done as a city is to take control of land that is going to directly impact us. So remember the Red Ledges years ago, the reason it's in the city is the city didn't want to have the impact and not get the impact fees. I mean, among other reasons, but that was one of the big ones. And then of course, I think the same could be said of the Sorensen. If we're going to have that many units, let's get the impact fees. I think that was part of the rationale for that big 500-pound gorilla to come in the city. So
did we get impact fees from the school out of the Daniel School Elementary? I can't remember if we did or not.
That one is in the town of Daniels.
Right. So that didn't happen.
The other one that you're talking about is Old Mill
Yeah, and there was nothing that came to the city for that one
Well,
as
that's
well.
the school district too,
Yeah.
not the county. So how would we approve this MOU without addressing that?
Well, so let me provide a little bit more information. When we first got the information, and I don't know if we have, we do. I don't know if you're welcome to say something too. We have, I don't know if your name's Trulin Priest from the church here tonight as well. He may have some stuff he wants to add. But when we first got first got word of this project, there was an initial traffic impact study. That traffic impact study showed that the temple was going to result in a level of service F at that new intersection, the one that's right across from Heber Valley or Heritage Farms Parkway. And at that time, knowing this is, going to come in the county, I mentioned that a potential solution there is a roundabout. And the church has agreed at this point, and it's written in the MOU that they would build and pay for that roundabout to mitigate that issue. The cost for the church to put that roundabout in is going to likely cost more than, if we were to just charge them impact fees. If we were just to say, here's the temple coming in per your anticipated trips, if we were to just charge impact fees, their cost is likely going to be more than that. So on the one hand, they're putting forth a dollar amount that is more than we would have asked for them otherwise. But then we didn't have that project there either. We didn't have that impact in our our master plan. So if they weren't coming, we wouldn't have that issue that we were dealing with. So they have agreed to mitigate that issue by building the roundabout. There are other intersections in town. The traffic impact study indicates that they will contribute to the impacts at those intersections. In reviewing the traffic impact study, if the temple project never came, in 20 years, we would have those same needs at all those intersections. So they are going to contribute to it, but they're not simply causing it like they were the roundabout, if that makes sense. So on one hand, they're putting forth enough money into the one issue, then it is more than we would have asked for if it was we were just charging traffic impact study. On the other hand, we still are going to have other impacts that we need to mitigate. So we could request, I don't know what the church's response would be. We could request that they also pay our impact fees in addition to doing that. Right now, I've left it as it is because of the reason I told you.
I think Yvonne has a question.
I have a question, and I'm not sure where this would fall in this discussion, but in those studies, you said that there would be 20 years down the road an impact eventually, but the discussion is that right now, with what the church is planning on doing with the temple in that area, that it brings it and fast forward to 20 years now, meaning that the impact will be now. And with that going into the future for 20 years, won't that be triple that amount or double that amount? That means you're looking at 20 years now plus whatever's happening there because of the growth projected for in the future. That will even make that impact on our roads and in that area even higher. I guess my question is that I've had citizens who have been concerned about where the question can be answered with Center Street. We already see a huge issue with traffic and adding, and I realize that putting in the roundabout right there in front of where the potential temple could be. I understand why the church is saying that they'll help with that, but that's not talking about traffic that will then go onto Center Street as a potential issue and how much more that will impact Center Street or Mill Road. Or you see what I'm saying?
Yeah, let me try. I don't feel like I did a very good job explaining, so I'm going to try.
I realize that we wanted to go
again.
fast on this. I think
So
it's something we really need to be concerned about because we're going back again to, this is on county, on a little acre of county property, yet it is going to impact all of the residents that are on the Heber City side, not just the county side, by putting a very large, busy structure right in the middle of town in a residential area.
yeah.
So
So first of all, I think people expect that temples generate more of a traffic problem than they do. A new school, for example, has significant impacts, a lot of trips, but they all happen AM peak, PM peak. A new temple also has a lot of trips, but they're not packed together like that. So the new temple is expected to generate over, I think it's just over 2,000 trips a day, ADT, 2,000 trips. But it is spread evenly throughout the duration of the day rather than big peak in the morning and then big peak in the afternoon. So I think it's important that people understand that. Second, our master plan, right now that we're just in the middle of revising it, is recommending improvements to Mill Road and Center Street, 600 South and Mill Road, and 1200 South and Mill Road. Okay. The Temple project will add additional trips to each of those intersections, and it will speed up the time that we run into level of service issues on those roads. Now, that being said, again, you take the Temple project away, sometime between 2027 and 2042, we're going to need those regardless. We're going to need those improvements at each of those intersections regardless. Now, if we make the mitigated, if we do the improvements that are recommended to mitigate those concerns with or without the Temple, if we put in those intersection improvements, then 20 years down the road, even with the Temple, we're still operating at an adequate level of service, if that makes sense. So they are contributing just like every other development in town is contributing, but it's not just them that's requiring those improvements, although they do just adding trips, they do speed up the time when we need to make them, if that makes sense.
and in regards to the lights, you said that the lights, will those lights meet our dark skies codes, or will it be anything that's on the county side will meet their side?
So there's two types of lights that are going to be in the project. The first are the street lights. And because it's our road and we're maintaining it, we've asked them to follow our street light guidance. So there will be 2 street lights at the roundabout that are our standards, which are the dark sky compliant standard. And there will be 1 at their east entrance. Those are the only ones that are going to be city standards, but they are meeting dark sky compliant requirements. All of the lighting on the Temple site, everything else behind the street lights is going to meet the new county lighting ordinance. And so we're saying that's
nothing
behind.
We can do about that.
Yeah, so and that's what the MOU says, is it says street lights will be cities, everything else will meet the county's new lighting ordinance.
Is that traffic study available for anyone to see? I didn't think it was in the. Well, I'm.
That's not true at all.
I'm just wondering if
yes,
it
absolutely
that
is.
could be
It absolutely
put
is
into
available.
If it could be added to the agenda materials, I think that would be interesting for people. Okay. And then, did the traffic study include the Heritage Farms Parkway Road being built so that the traffic could flow off of Center Street to the north or not?
Yeah. So it does. So the initial one that we got back when this was first brought, they didn't know anything about Heritage Farms Parkway Road. So they just were talking about that intersection, just tying into Center Street. I let them know that, hey, we've got this other road planned. You need to look at that in your traffic study. So it is considered there. Again, that intersection is going to, with that roundabout, is going to operate at a level of service A or something for the foreseeable future with that roundabout.
Thank you. So Russ, I wanted to go back to the conversation about mitigation. You mentioned that we could potentially pursue something now with the county. Obviously, the roundabout is an important first step, but have you thought this through or had a chance to do that yet in terms of what sort of additional mitigation by means of an agreement with the county you would want to see?
So if the council is interested in pursuing additional impact fees, I would suggest that it also be made a condition of, so I've brought this MOU tonight and recommended approval based on certain conditions. If that is something that the council wants to pursue, I would recommend adding another condition that we pursue adding in something to the agreement that the city also gets impact fees. Now, I don't know what the church's response to that is going to be or anything like that, but
how would you calculate that, or what would be your formula?
I would calculate it just the same as I do any other building. It would be based on the building that they're doing and the anticipated trips. So based on that, I would say we would require an impact fee of X dollars, and then it would be in addition to the roundabout. That's how I would pursue that.
I appreciate that. And I also wanted to touch on Yvonne's comments as well, because there's no secret here that there's been a lot of controversy drummed up, not because of the fact that this is going to be a temple, but because of the fact of the impact that it's going to have on the community in this particular location by dropping it into the middle of an existing residential neighborhood. As I understand it, that's where a lot of the residents are coming from, and that's where a lot of the concern is. I'm not sure what else you can do to mitigate the traffic besides collecting impact fees, but where this is essentially a legislative agreement by means of MOU, I would like to see, in order to approve this, I'd like to see the church be willing to agree to abide by the city's dark sky standards as a condition of approval. If they would be willing to do that for their entire project site, then I would be willing to vote for the MOU.
I really had thought, once I saw the county's code, which I don't know is completely finalized yet, I thought it was stricter than ours. I really thought it was.
I have a
I'm
lot of
just saying that's
objections
where
and reservations to what.
I think
Yeah.
there's a little bit of concern there because our code allows the greater light, even though it's not uplighting, we allow the light, well, it's
Higher light
residential,
intensity
so
and
it'd be
lumens.
3,000
We don't
Kelvin.
even, yeah.
I think it'd be 3,000 Kelvin, but
It's
given,
full cutoff and downward directed.
yeah, I'm just not sure how to compare the apples and oranges right now because we haven't really seen that yet. We had asked where's Tony? We'd asked the planners to try to look at the different versions and try to come up with one eventually.
Yeah, I honestly have no idea what the new ordinance at the county is or anything like that. Our position has been the whole time, we're going to need a road dedication plat and that's going to happen in the county. So I have no idea what the positions are or what the ordinances are or anything on the lighting.
Tony, have you looked at the county's dark sky ordinance and compared it to our cities yet?
No.
Okay, that's something that I think we need to do, given, did you hear what Ryan had just suggested?
I apologize. I stepped out for a minute.
I said I could be willing to agree to the MOU on the condition that the church agreed to accept and adopt the city's dark sky standards for its entire project site.
I think that's fair. My understanding, and again, I've not read it, but my understanding is their ordinance isn't quite as rigorous as ours in some ways. In other ways, it may be more rigorous, but I think that's fair.
I know it allows uplighting, which is a big concern of many, many residents on this side of the valley. Yeah. I'm trying to strike a balance that is respectful to the neighbors and the surrounding community and also respects the building site and the proposed project as well.
So maybe that it's at least as as strict as our ordinance. If their ordinance is more strict, why, that even better, right?
Well, potentially. We know that their ordinance is going to allow uplighting, which is really the fly in the ointment here.
Please remember the county had a 3.5-hour public hearing on this, and that was even before it was, I think, decided. That is really going to open this up extensively, by the way. So Yvonne.
I would agree with Ryan, though. I think, first of all, let me say I'm LDS. So for those who feel that it's the temple and it's all about the temple and we want the temple, yes, I want a temple. But I'm also very sensitive to the fact that the area in which it is being built needs to be mindful of those neighbors. We need to be good neighbors. And we're trying to be strict with our dark sky compliance. And I feel that it's important that in doing this with our roads, with the traffic, with taking all of these things into consideration, because the majority of that space in which the temple is going is mostly surrounded by city ordinances. And I think that trying to change our ordinances to match with whatever is happening on the county level in regards to the temple. They've made their decisions on certain things, but it is going to impact the majority of Heber City residents. And I think that we need to be sensitive to that. I think we need to be careful and make sure that whatever we do on our end, we do it right and that we take into consideration those things. Like I said, this is right smack dab in the middle of a neighborhood, families, homes with lots of lights. And I feel like if we can, like Ryan said, just follow with what we're doing because you are right there in Heber City, surrounded by Heber City residents. And I think that's something that we should consider. So I would like to have Tony look into this, the apples to oranges, as the mayor has said. And I think it's important as we go forward. I realize that the roads, you've already stated, this is something we were going to deal with in the future, but it is fast forwarding this situation now. And all of these things are coming at us again because of that close proximity to the two areas between county and city. And now it's in our laps, if you will. And so I think that's something we really need to be careful with because we are here to protect the rights of all the citizens in Heber City. So I would like us to be mindful of that and be careful going forward.
I just want to say that this is a brand new idea that has anybody talked to the county council about this at this point to suggest that in this MOU that you would prefer to have city standards followed instead of their county standards, which they've spent quite a bit of time on? You see what I mean?
I've reached out to the county council about my concerns with their lighting code and the process it went through and the so-called expert. But I have not spoken to anybody on the council about it in this unique context of this MOU.
I think it's something that we really need to approach to them before perhaps just deciding this tonight. I think it could be quite a bit of controversy if we were to put something like that in this tonight without talking to them first. I think that they've spent a lot of time on this. So that's just my suggestion instead of this. But I also think that Mr. Priest should be able to respond to any of your concerns at this point. Do you want to respond, Mr. Priest?
I have a couple comments first.
Okay, just a second.
I appreciate what everyone said. I want to give some context what I've been thinking as a civil engineer. 2,000 cars a day is equivalent to a subdivision of 200 homes. So there's a lot more than 200 homes east of town. Red Ledges itself is what? Going to be 1,200? Timber Lakes is 1,600. Oh no, over 2,000 homes. So in context, I want you to understand when he says it's speeding things up, there's a lot coming a lot more than this. So this is why I'm really excited we're going to get a roundabout. That's really, really important, whether or not the temple was ever going to be built there. And it's paid for by someone else. Otherwise, we would be needing to do it. So the roundabout's really good, in my opinion. I think you agree.
I absolutely agree, yeah.
Second of all, I will say a lot of the traffic is going to be generated by Heber City. And it's already generated by Heber City temple patrons. That we already get in the cars and drive through Heber. So it's just kind of concentrating it in this one spot. But we're already creating that, at least a number of people that live in this town. So it's like charging the school district for impact fees so we can drive our kids to the school. It's still us driving our kids to school. Thirdly, I believe the city is asking for the MOU so that it clarifies in writing who's responsible for taking care of it. I don't think this is a requirement. We're asking them to take care of, put all this stuff in and pay for it and maintain it. Meaning everything on the county's property, the trail, the landscaping, the sidewalks. So I'd be careful that we're thinking this is some leverage, and maybe Russ can address that. That's how I feel right now by listening to we're asking them to sign an MOU.
We're for a couple reasons. One, our master plan doesn't call out a trail on the south side of the road.
Or a roundabout.
That's the county's requirement for the trail. So do we want to take on a trail and maintain that trail? Not at all. We've got a trail on the north side. There's already maintenance on it. When that trail goes in, are we going to require our standard trail bollards to go all the way up it? I think the direction here is the county has asked for that trail. It should follow their standards, and the church has been willing to agree to maintaining and keeping, operation and maintenance for that trail. So it's to clarify whose standards are going to apply and who is going to maintain it. That's exactly right, Mike.
Russ, one more quick question before Mr. Priest comes forward. This is a 25-year term. What would happen after 25 years?
Well, that's a great question. I typically, you can ask Jeremy for his opinion on this. We've had this discussion several times recently on agreements. I'm saying, why are we putting in a termination date in an agreement? I want this to be in perpetuity. And he says, I always think it's a good idea to put it in there. So I'm speaking for Jeremy, but I don't know.
Yeah, and on this one, I think it's because pretty much everything in this MOU is going to be done quickly. I mean, we're talking about paying for a roundabout. The chance that this doesn't go in 25 years is unlikely given the situation. So we could increase the term, but I mean, we're talking about kind of a memorandum of understanding is essentially a non-binding agreement anyway. We're just going back to the county and the church and saying, hey, look, we're all in agreement that this is how we're resolving these issues between us, and make sure we're all on the same page so that there's no, dispute in the future about, hey, wait, we never agreed to this. So I think in this one, the term's fine. And Russ is right. In other agreements, we could, if there's stuff that's going to continue. The other thing is in agreements in general, I like them to terminate, because just for purposes of keeping an agreement that lasts forever, we had to keep that agreement forever and have that around. If it terminates, and we can get rid of it at the end of the termination term, or at the end of the term of the agreement.
So I was just more concerned that in 25 years, that roundabout's going to need maintenance, but since it's on city property, it's a city road, the city would take care of it.
So that's how it's written anyway.
Okay.
It's written that it's going to be our road. We are going to be responsible for maintenance moving forward. So they're going to do the initial construction. We're going to maintain it.
It would be to our specifications. So, okay.
Correct.
All right. Can Mr. Priest comment at all, or does anybody else want to say?
A couple comments.
Go ahead.
I think it's important that we try not to step on the toes of the county and allow the other process to work under their codes and what they're doing. I'd hate for them to come and infringe on our codes and what we're trying to do. And approving this MOU is conditioned on the project being approved. It has to be approved. And that the MOU is approved by Wasatch County, and that the Center Street infrastructure and road improvement plans are approved by the city engineer. So I personally am comfortable moving forward with an MOU, understanding that we definitely want a roundabout at that intersection. We don't want that to be a stop sign intersection. The traffic is here, and I live on Center Street right now, so I understand the Center Street problem, and I'm hoping that the new Heritage Farms Road, or is it Heritage Farms Road?
Parkway.
Heritage Farms Parkway alleviates some Center Street traffic, plus the Mill Road as a main arterial street out to 1200 South. Most people will come around. I mean, that's how I get home now, and I live right near where the temple site is. Most people come around Mill Road and 1200 South. And I think the same thing's going to happen when that other side of the road is done for people coming from the north. So I'm excited for that all to be completed, with or without the temple. I want to leave the temple to the county and their approval processes. But I'm happy to enter into an agreement that they'll pay for the roundabout. And I don't want to try to impose other restrictions. I mean, if there's other improvements that we could agree on that they'd like to pay for, that'd be great. But I'm hoping that the church has listened to the discussions of dark sky, and especially like in the parking lot. I think the parking lot could be brighter than the temple in how it's currently written, that they use lights that are dark sky compliant, even if there was some uplighting. So I just hope they take into consideration all of the comments, but I'd like to move forward and let the county do their work.
Oh, go ahead. Go ahead. We
Sorry.
have public
Just one more
comment as well as
question.
Mr. Priest.
When you were discussing, I didn't hear what you were saying about the impact. What was your recommendation
Well,
in regards to
if
impact?
it's something that the city council is worried about specifically on this project, then I would include another condition that says that they also pay the impact fee as required by the city. And again, they may have a position on that or an argument or something against that, but
Any idea how much that would be,
I think it would roughly be about $250,000.
Ryan?
I move to extend the meeting for an additional 20 minutes.
Thank you. So till 10:20. That's Ryan. Thank you very much. Second. Okay. In favor?
Yes.
Aye.
Yes.
Okay, that passes 4-0. Go ahead, Ryan.
Thank you. And if I may, just ever so briefly, I completely agree that it's a benefit to have the roundabout here. It's sorely needed. It would be needed even without the temple. I agree with all of that. And I think this is a great way to get it. My concern, and all of you up here with me know, we get and we have received several emails from concerned residents in Heber City who say that while they are happy to welcome a temple to the valley, they're very frustrated and feeling unheard by the county when it comes to the issues surrounding lighting and uplighting. And there's a great deal of frustration amongst Heber City residents feeling like they're not being heard by the county regarding the impact this particular project is going to have on their homes and their view and what the lighting is going to do. And so if this MOU is the only way that we as a city get to dip our toe in these particular waters, then I feel like I need to, so at least folks in the city feel like they're being heard by somebody if they feel like they're not being heard by the county. Because that's what I continue to hear, is that the county just isn't listening. That's the feedback I'm receiving from people in Heber City. And that's why I'm weighing in with the request that the church, as part of this MOU, agree to the city's lighting code and not the county's new lighting code that would otherwise allow up lighting. I expect to be outvoted on that, but I feel like it has to be said. So, thank you.
And so has Dustin Graybaugh or given you any indication that the county council is willing to sign this at this point, this MOU?
So This has been drafted at this point, sent to us for comments, sent to the county for comments. I don't believe it's been to a public meeting or anything like that at the county. So it's kind of one of those, where do you start the process? I'm trying to get ahead of the game. This project isn't something that will come to the city council or planning commission in the city. It's a staff level approval with a road dedication plat. This is really the portion of it that needs council approval. So
Okay, so we really don't know what the county council might say on this, even though we think that they would be amenable to it since it's our road.
yeah, I think that, and maybe you have more information, Trulin, but I think that the terms in there are what are expected from both parties at this point, unless additional things are added. That's my opinion.
Even if we approve it, it has to be approved by the county.
Yeah,
So
that's
you're,
right.
and that's why those conditions are there. It still has to go to them. They have to be on the
Hear
same
from them
page.
eventually.
If it's not, it'll have to come back.
Is it all right for Mr. Priest to come forward and just address any of the ideas that have been mentioned here and what he thinks is possible or not? You're welcome to, and then I will open it up for a very, very brief public comment given the 10:20 expiration date of this meeting.
Bet. So one thing the common theme I hear is a real concern about light. So I love some of the comments that have been made. I would highly, highly recommend that you study the county lighting ordinance. I've heard uplighting mentioned many times that you're very concerned. It's going to be very little uplighting on the temple because of that code, and it will be directed only at the structure of the building. That's the only uplighting that will be there. It cannot, that light coming from those, and there'll be very few, cannot pass beyond that building, cannot go into the sky. So I sat in a meeting just this week where their consultant, just to give you just some feedback, says we're going to stand on the temple roof and we're going to take a picture of the light fixture, and we will not allow to see any of that light. It will be cut off. There will not be light that is bled into the sky. This will probably be the most dimly lit structure, temple structure, that the church has ever built in the entire world because of the county dark sky ordinance, which we want to support. We value dark skies just like anyone else. And so we're going to do that. The lighting for the parking lot will meet the IBC's bare minimum. It'll be as little as possible that is allowed. And we're willing to do that. We're in the process of doing that. And so I encourage you to study the county dark sky ordinance and really become familiar with it. There's one aspect of it that says that I believe the city, you have 100 lumens per acre that you can use towards lighting. They passed their ordinance and it's 25,000, a fourth of the amount of light that could be used to light up. That would include, it can light up the building plus the walkways. So you have to really study it and you have to look at it very carefully, and to make sure that you understand it fully. It's not understood very well. So, but I've just gone through the last 2 weeks studying this lighting, trying to figure out with engineers, studying every inch of light on that property and on that temple. And you'd be surprised of what you're going to see. So.
Can you address the idea of paying impact fees to the city in addition to the county's impact fees? What do you think of that extra couple $100,000 there?
Well, I'd rather not talk about the amount as much as the theory, the concept. I think the concept is fair. How you calculate it, I think, probably ought to be discussed and figured out, because it's hard sometimes, and was very well articulated already The residents are already here, they're already driving to and from. And so, yes, there is an impact, but it's probably not as great as a full impact of a brand new resident coming in and living there, bringing their vehicles there. You're already here. So you need to look at that very carefully. Do we want to pay our fair share? Absolutely. But make sure you calculate it correctly and fairly. And so what's been mentioned so far, I think you would have to rethink that a little bit.
What about using the Temple District and number of membership that would be coming in versus those that are here to use it? What about something like that? Because as I understand it, when I talked with your office back last fall, it was going to take into Francis and Camas area. I don't know of any other areas, but comparing the trips that would come out of these other areas compared to what's already here, I don't know if that's fair.
It may be. We're willing to talk and to listen.
Russ, do you have any other ideas? So,
Yeah. And the county has said as much as well. I haven't heard anybody who said that has drawn a line in the sand at this point. I think everyone's willing to come to the table and talk. That's why this is a three-way agreement, is for all of us to, and we, like Russ said, we have to start somewhere. And this is a wonderful start. And the county's going to be doing the same, and then we'll come together.
Maybe it's, can you hear me? Maybe it's come to agreement. Maybe another condition is come to agreement with regard to impact fees or something like that, where we can take a little more time and look at it.
yeah, that we're going to work towards an agreement of how to calculate and collect the city impact fees that would be associated with the roads, right?
Yeah.
But it's not something we have to decide right now.
And I do appreciate you recognizing that we have agreed to pay for the roundabout. That's a significant cost and more than what the impact fee would have been. So I would hope that that is weighed into that discussion as well.
Mayor, that's the point I want to emphasize here really quick. The city's building a lot of roundabouts, and we know the cost is about $500,000. We also know that Red Ledges and Timber Lakes is a big contributor to that intersection. It's not just a church that's contributing to that. They're paying 100% of that cost. So if we are going to look at impact fees, we need to look at the offset, because the church is paying 100% of that cost of that roundabout.
That is a very true point.
Yeah, so just for us, it's just about fairness. Let's look at it fairly, and we're willing to participate.
Well, thank you very much. Is there anything else you'd like to say?
I just appreciate for the opportunity to be here and to start the discussion of this agreement that needs to take place. We understand it's tricky, that the street is in your municipality and the building is in theirs, but you have to kind of have an agreement so you know who's responsible for what. But yes, I just would, I think you'll be very pleased with the concerns about light you're gonna be very happy, and your residents will be very happy. I can promise you that.
So just really quick, at that 3.5-hour county public hearing, the temple in Arizona, sorry, I can't remember which one.
Tucson.
Was used as an example of, minimal lighting. You're saying that this proposed temple would be less than that?
At this point in time, it appears that it might be.
Okay,
Well-
now wait a minute. Wait a minute. It's not the public comment period. Hang on.
When you start doing the calculations and you see the restrictions that they have given us and how you have to apply those, it's very low, and it's just not understood. They showed it. Doug Smith did a very good job of explaining that and used Tucson Temple as an example. But you'll see again when we come to the Planning Commission.
Okay,
Come
that's where it's
to
coming
the
in.
Planning Commission.
Yes.
Come and see visual aids of the temple and how it will be lit, and I think you'll be surprised.
Do you want to announce when that date is yet? Do you have a date?
We do not have that date yet.
Is it sometime in the next few months?
Oh, it'll be soon, yes. We're all ready for it. There's just some minor things that we're working out.
Okay. I'm sure there's going to be many, many people interested in that.
No, and we encourage to come, because I think people will then receive a lot of the information that they don't understand, that because we have to show how we're going to comply to the dark sky ordinance.
Has there been a comparison too, as well with Fort Collins, the Fort Collins Temple? The Tucson, Arizona temple was one that I shared as an example of a dimly lit. I don't want to say dimly lit because it's not. It's beautiful. It's absolutely amazing, but it is very soft lighting. But there's also the Fort Collins temple where all of those lights are down. I mean,
Yeah.
the majority
It's
of
a
the
different,
lights.
because the architecture is so different, it's different. That has been brought up. It was brought up in the last meeting with the county. But it's different lighting. And I mean, I even had a rendering done this very day, earlier today, of what it might look like at night. And you guys will be so pleased.
I'd really like to be able to have the public comment as short as possible. Is that okay? So, Mr. Priest, thank you very much. Okay, now, we have to end this meeting in 7 minutes. So you've got to limit your public comment to 1 minute each, and you're welcome to come forward. We're only going to do 2 minutes here max.
Thank you. My name is John Heine. I'm a Heber City resident. I live at Ground Zero. I'd like to ask you to pause tonight. You bring up a lot of good points, but we don't have enough information, and yet we're being presented with a solution called a roundabout. At this point, the church applicant has done no traffic, health, and safety impact studies whatsoever. So I'd love to see the report that does not exist and give us time to go through it.
I'd like to see that too. I'm very interested on the traffic flows. I always get into that. Go ahead, sir.
So having said that, they did do a due diligence report before they bought the property. And if you look at the stats of the due diligence report, the intersection that I'm most concerned about, which is Mill and Center, is currently at a C status, which is an 18-second wait time. If the temple goes through, based on that report, it's a D or a failure. So that's from their first study they did. That study was all of 3 hours and 30 minutes, counting cars from 7 o'clock in the morning to 8:45 in the morning, and 4 o'clock to 5:45 in the evening. Is that enough data to make any conclusions? And the answer is no.
Okay, now I'm going to have to cut you off pretty quick. 5 seconds.
So I don't know if this report is anything different, but 5,700 cars came to the open house of the Bountiful data, which they used in the first report. So 5,700 cars is a lot of cars just for an open house with 22,000 people. And oh, by the way, 3 years ago, you all deemed that intersection unsafe.
We remember. Thank you very
So
much.
please.
It wasn't unsafe. It just needed a 4-way stop. And it didn't meet the traffic engineering to do that. Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you very much. No, he went over, and I'm sorry, I can't change the motion to add more time unless one of these people do it. Okay, council, what is your pleasure on this agenda item on the MOU? Any motions or further discussion? Diane, I'm so sorry. I have to close it. Okay, so council, it's back to you. Any motions or further discussion? Or we're just going to think about it?
I would like to. I think there's a lot of questions that have come up, and I'm wondering now. I think that with Russ impact fees, the discussion there, this is something we're going to present to the county. We're not even sure where they're going to go with this. And so I think at this point, I don't think it's something that we can really make a call or a decision on tonight. And I know there's been so much discussion we've gone over.
Do you want to continue it then?
I think we should continue with the thought of what will the county say? What does the county think of this, and presenting this to them as a thought first, and then maybe coming back and circling around. I don't want to wait too much longer because I realize with being sensitive to our neighbors at the same time too, we do need to have this roundabout in there. And if the church is willing to go forward with it, I understand, but I do want to have some clarity from the county. So my thought is I would make the motion to wait and to have a little more information and see where how the county feels going forward with the ideas.
Are you clear enough on that, Russ? To ask
Yeah, I
them?
mean, is that where everybody is on it right
Well,
now?
we'll see if we get a second and a vote on it, but does that make sense to you to go back to the county, see what they think of this in the first place at the county council, see if they're willing to work with us on whatever calculation you think is fair on the road impact fee? It would just be road impact fee, is that right?
Correct.
It wouldn't be anything else.
Yeah, all the other utilities are served through Twin Creeks Special
Okay.
Service District.
Okay, now, is there a second to this motion?
I'll second.
Thank you, Ryan. All right, let's vote on it.
Yes.
Yes.
Aye.
Can I clarify one thing? Are we just pushing this to the next agenda?
Did you say well, it depends on when Russ can get there and get
It
back.
would just depend on that
So within
information.
the next month,
So,
we hope, within the
Yeah.
next month.
Well,
So
by-
Well, so
by
are
the end
you
of the
asking me to go? I mean, my thought, Mayor, was that I would just add this additional condition into it, send it back to the county. They are going to be looking at it as well. It's kind of funny because it's a
process.
work through and make sure you get both sides' issues
Right.
addressed. But so
Yeah.
that's why we wanted to start the
Hopefully
discussion.
within the next
By
month,
the end of
right?
this
Hopefully
month.
within the next month,
Hopefully.
the next
Or
two
at least
meetings.
for the first of, yeah, okay.
Yeah, I think what I'll do is take your input and send it back to the county and say, hey, this is another concern that the city council wanted to consider. Let us know your thoughts, and then I don't know when they'll take it to their council, but once they have, I think, come back.
Okay, does that answer your question? You ready to vote?
Well, I just want a definite point to where we're continuing it to. I'd like,
You get to decide.
Okay.
and I really don't know the difference between,
At least two by the end of the last meeting in September. How's that? The second meeting in September.
Second stance.
Do I need to?
I'll vote yes.
Added it.
Okay.
Okay, so that passes 4-0. Okay, council, we need to do the contract for the city's professional accounting services. That is the next agenda item. Would anybody like to make the motion on the city's professional accounting services contract?
Before that, Mayor, is there any feedback from Sarah based on how we left things earlier?
Oh, yes.
Yes.
You had a question about Larson and whether or not they would be okay with not using international staff. They're fine with that. They said, not a problem. They will not assign any, I'm sorry, I'm really tired.
Data.
International staff to our audit.
Okay, so would anybody like to make a motion on that?
I'd like to make a motion. I move that we award the contract for the city's professional accounting services to Larson and Company, subject to their additional agreement that their in-house Utah staff only will work on the city's contract for our auditing services.
Okay, is there a second?
I will second that.
All right, let's vote on this end.
Yes.
Yes.
Aye.
Yes.
Okay, that passes 4-0. Okay, we've got about 1 minute here for communication items. And Tony, I'm sorry, we're not getting back to the affordable housing amendment.
It's the dog. Never
Sorry,
goes.
John. Thank you for waiting. So any other communication items?
Can our
Matt?
sculpture in the roundabout at the temple be like a little girl looking through her telescope at the night sky?
Yes.
Keep going, Matt.
So I want to just, I got 6 things really quick. I'll send you home with a smile. The demolition derby was this weekend, Friday and Saturday. There was a heat between the county and city staff. Although we lost, we got the better hits. You'll see that on the second picture there. We actually turned one of their cars over on its side.
Better hits.
So we had the better hits. In fact, Jake Anderson got the Mad Dog Award for the big hits he had on the county. So we will give credit to the county. They won the demolition, but we had the bigger hits. So
Good job.
absolutely. Let's give you a smile there. So a couple quick things really quick. Remember the August 15th City Council meeting is going to have to end at 7 o'clock sharp. And then we'll go into a special meeting that will be dedicated solely to the truth and taxation hearing, okay? So all regular meeting items will have to end at 7 and we don't go back to it. Once it's done, okay? secondly, need your feedback. We did a bid for the tower, the city tower out here, and we got one bid. We bid it back in April, and the bid came back at $307,000. We were a bit surprised how high it came back. And we then gave that bid to the architect who did the scope of work for the tower and asked him, is this a responsible bid? He has come back today and said, I've reviewed it and believes it is a responsible bid. So the question I have for you is, are you willing to go forward at $307,000 to redo that tower and redo all the work that's got to be done? Or do you want us to rebid it? Wait till maybe January, rebid it and see if we can get something better. There's no budget. We never budgeted. Remember during the workshops, we said that we'd go out and get some bids and figure out what this was going to be. The bids have come back at $307,000. So we'd have to do a budget amendment.
70,000 that we could put towards it. It's just with inflation, I really don't know if we're going to get anything less. Yeah.
Much of it. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It's not just paint. It's not just paint.
It's very fragile right now.
We need to do it.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's our
iconic building.
It is. It is. I'm just trying to get a knee-jerk decision from you.
It'll last for 50 years.
It will.
We hope it can last for 100. Okay, but then.
Okay. So a couple of quick things.
Don't you want to get that approved officially with a vote since
We
it's
will.
a budget item?
I'm just getting a knee-jerk reaction tonight. We'll have to come back formally with the
Okay.
with the council decision on a subsequent agenda item. New chairs. We had a lot of complaints on the old ones. They were stained, springs were broken. We got new chairs, so I'll make sure you're aware of that. And then also make you aware that on August 16th, we've got the CAMS meeting from 11:30 to 1:30 at the Avon Theater. Roger Brooks will be the keynote speaker. The letters went out today, so you may hear some talk around town about the meeting, so know that. But again, that is set in stone. The letters went out today, and we're pretty excited about that meeting. We'll provide lunch for everyone. And lastly, I'm going to be taking next week off. And the Monday following, my kids are in town. I'm going to maximize the time with them, and so I'm going to be taking some time off.
Next week.
Yes.
Okay.
For you. Yep.
Okay, and all of the council is going to be invited. You'll get your own invitation as well as community leaders and the city for the August 22nd community meet and greet for the new police chief candidates. That'll be August 22nd, Heber Valley Elementary School, 7 p.m. And you'll be able to ask questions along with the community. August 22nd, Tuesday night. Yep.
Did you say 7 p.m.?
2.
Oh, 2.
No, it's 22nd, 7 p.m.
Okay.
Heber Valley Elementary for the top 2 candidates. You'll be able to see them. You'll be able to meet them. You'll be able to, they'll give a presentation on what they want to do and things like that here. And anyway, you're all invited. Okay, wait a minute. Who wants to adjourn this meeting?
So moved.
Any second? Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Yvonne? Okay, thank you. Thank you so much for staying. We really appreciate you coming and participating. We hope we can work out some issues for you or help those. Mhm. You're looking at one. That was just closing. I was like, oh my gosh, did you break it?
Sorry.